Wait. Why is that paint MET still up? What the hell? Let me close this out. Okay, cool. Close it up. Alright. Wait, it's not even there. Where is... This is cupped already. Fuck! 1 second. Let me queue up this. There we go. Here we go. Nice. Close this out. Okay. I have to move myself a little bit more. Wait. Okay. Cool! Okay, yeah. We're playing Left 4 Dead, obviously. I have this guy here, Annie. Let me move him over just a little bit. Get him a little bit closer this way. There you go. There you go. Look how nice he is. Okay, let me unmute. Hello?
Oh shit, did you start?
Yeah, I started. Did you start?
No. Give me a second. Give me a second.
What the fuck, Annie?
I gotta make the tweet.
I was all prepared, like, when you were setting up.
I was like, damn, I really like this gun and I was in the workshop.
No, it's cool.
Games.
Right. While you're gone, yeah. While you take care of that, I will take a shot. Actually, and you know what? Here, I'll make it interesting.
Are you gonna give me a shot?
Yeah, I'll dedicate the shot to you, Annie. Don't worry. Here, let me do something interesting. Actually, let me add in a source. Here, a text source. Okay, there we go.
It's the game.
There we go. There we go. Shot counter. Select font.
Showtan SD.
Hello. It's also it's also rough, like having to manage your collab. What was it? Your collab command as well. It's like half the time I'll forget as well. So you're not the only one.
I don't have a collab command. If people just ask me, I'll be If people just ask me, I just go copy paste. I'm that fucking scuffed.
No, that's fine. Like, there's like different ways that people will do it, like whether it's like automated or not. But like still, like you have to like update it manually. Like Twitch won't know like who you're collabing with, obviously. So
yeah. I think it's just a lot of work.
Alright.
And I'm very fucking lazy. I almost put alcohol instead of animal key. There we go.
What, like alcohol key or something?
Yeah, I was gonna put just twitch.tv/alcohol. It's just gonna pull up like alcohols and words.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright.
Is it funny?
Yes, it is! It is funny!
I don't hear you laughing. You're laughing, right?
I just laughed!
Laugh! Laugh right now! Hold on.
Oh my god.
There we go. Okay, that sounded a bit too ingenuine. Okay, I'm
No,
gonna...
that's fine. What you gonna do, Annie? What are you doing?
I'm gonna do a lot of things. I'll possibly cry. Crying is one of them. It's a big possibility.
You didn't cry last time though, so you'll be fine, right?
Yeah. Also, do you want another PNG of me?
Depends on if you're drinking. I still have the. Oh wait, no. Well, I'll have to scroll up on your thing for that. But yeah, if you want to.
If you want to use this, because I asked my artist for this one.
Oh really? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's a work in progress. You sure?
I mean, it's not a work in progress. He just sketched it out. Yeah.
Oh, it's just a it looks really nice, actually. Here, give me a second.
I know. I mean, it fits because we're pew-pewing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I'll get a shot glass and.
Okay.
I'll just drink very lightly today. Okay.
No, that's fine. I might drink lightly depending on how you behave, so don't worry.
Oh god. Okay. Jeez,
there you go. Oh, you look nice. You look dashing. Okay. Nice. Hello to everybody who has come in. We'll be playing soon. If you are part of the Discord, you're more than welcome to join in if you prefer. For me, I'll probably be drinking. I'm not sure how much, but I really have nothing going on for tomorrow other than like maybe a job to take care of like later in the evening. But you know me, I'll sober up as very quickly. It's a lot of pressure to put on the man. The man is fine. The man is the most carefree person you'll ever meet, just like I am, you know? He's like, what's his face? Like, Spike Seagull, I think, from, what was the thing? What was the anime? Cowboy, yeah, Spike from Cowboy People, yeah.
Ahoy, gamer!
Like that guy.
I got some rum.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
You get the reference?
Yes, Annie, I get the reference.
I gets it. He gets it. That's nice. That's
Ha
nice.
ha ha. All right. Let me pull up the map. Yeah. Play with friends, make a lobby. There you go.
Let me just fuck. I need to get your Twitch.tv real quick. Because someone wants to watch you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know I was that popular. What the heck?
There you go. I'll tell my artist here.
Wasn't there a an extra? What was it? Sacrifice, Last Stand. Oh no, that's Crash.
An extra what?
Oh, hello.
Hello,
wait.
hello.
Ani at game. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully, I got that correctly.
Oh yeah,
I appreciate
wow.
that.
She was quick. Holy shit. She really saw that. Fucking hell. I literally just sent that 5 seconds ago.
I'm gonna
Okay.
ooga.
Ahoy, away.
It's a
white label
What
mean?
the fuck, Kilo? All right, hi Kilo.
What does white label mean when it comes to alcohol?
What's white label? I have absolutely no idea.
Because this is like branded with. Am I supposed to be drinking this? Am I supposed to drink this? Is this actually alcohol, or am I crazy?
Well, it depends. Do you see the what was it? The I can't do English. The alcohol percentage. Do you see an alcohol percentage on it?
No, it just says. Maybe that's concerning.
What?
If I don't say percentage, it says rum. I can't read cursive. RUM PALMESA? Special Arubian blend, premium quality,
Okay.
350 cc.
But there's no percent. Like there's no percent happening over there.
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe it's like pure alcohol. I don't fucking know.
This is the first time you're drinking this?
No, the second time. But
The
now
second
that
time.
you mentioned that there's no percentage, I'm kind of worried that if I should be drinking this or not. Maybe this isn't alcohol.
I mean, yeah. Well, sometimes it could be shown with the alcohol sign, yeah. But
Is
usually,
it like cooking alcohol? Oh, that is this?
Well,
I don't know.
I hope not. Oh my god, I can't
Cooking?
fathom how that would taste.
Hold on. I'm gonna search this up. What is white label? What does white label mean?
White label, okay.
Not white lab. I don't want to see dogs. Label mean.
White label. Alcohol. There we go. Alcohol percentage. Wait, is it Jim Beam? Or is it just white label? Excuse me.
No. A white label is a product or a service produced by one company that that other companies rebrand to make it appear as they had made it.
Okay.
So, so this is like.
It-
This is just repackaged, I'm assuming.
It says 40%. According to my Google result, yeah. But this is a
I'm searching up the brand right now.
Whiskey.
Paul.
So. You'll be fine. I know it. You'll be okay. Even if it's just one shot, you can't get dead from that. Come on.
What is 350C? 350C? I'm kind of concerned. Alcohol? Alcohol. I'm getting like race stuff.
Race stuff?
Like racing. Like when I say CC, like you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Okay.
Fuck if I know, man. Fuck it. I drank it last time. It should be fine. I didn't die.
You
I'm not dead yet.
Okay, then there's nothing to worry about that.
Well, I don't know. White label? Fuck if I know, man.
You have anything important happening tomorrow, Eddie?
Do I have it? Well, oh. Well, I have to go for a walk in the morning, so that's why I'm not going to be drinking that much. CC is a measurement of what?
Okay.
I don't...
Okay.
Someone please explain to me, I'm stupid.
We're all stupid, don't worry. Here,
I'm concerned.
I mean, here. Let's take a shot together, alright? Just for this Left 4 Dead game. Hopefully we'll get this all passed through. And we can have a swell time together, okay? Alright?
I'm having a little bit of trouble opening Left 4 Dead real quick.
What? We just opened it.
Every time I tab out, it
Oh, okay. Yeah. That
I might have to reboot it. Yeah, I might have to reboot it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. No, that's fine.
It's going wishy-washy. Cubic centimeters. Oh, that's such a strange measurement. What the fuck?
Wait. If it says CC, then how come they don't... Wait, if CC is cubic centimeters, how come they don't call it CM to the third power?
You think I know? You think I passed math with higher than like a 60? The fuck? Dude, I don't know fucking... Tell me to do algebra. I guarantee you I won't be able to. Simple algebra, man. Not even complicated shit. Alright, we're taking a shot. 3, 2, 1.
Come by.
Fuck, I pussied out. Fuck, 3, 2, 1.
Ah, that was good. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I swallowed soap. Like I swallowed soap.
What, like you took a fat gulp? Is that what you did?
I would not like to disclose that information. Maybe I've taken a fat gulp. Some coffee. Gonna get some coffee and green tea.
Okay. There you go.
Get me in this bitch. Get me in this bitch right now.
Alright. I got you, fam. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
There you go. Alright.
Hold on. Gotta check on my add-ons real quick.
Sure thing. Here,
get rid of that one. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Ignore like how half my guns are like UMPs in the mod list. Okay, what is this? What is this? The Last Stand?
Yeah, Last Stand. I think this is yeah, this was based on the recent update.
Base.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. Yeah, I've done this one solo actually.
You done this solo? Damn.
Yeah, I've done this solo.
Try this. Okay.
It's good.
All right. Here, would you like my wizard friend to join?
Wizard friend?
Yes. From before, you
get him in here. But I am too lazy to set up the PNG.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Here, I'll get him in here.
All right.
No, if you're here, come in. Anytime. Actually, do I have him set up? That is a good question. Do I have him set up? No, I do not. Okay.
Just get him in here. Get him in here.
Okay.
You should have a PNG for me.
Yeah, I know. No, I just don't have it set up in OBS, is what I mean. Yeah. My bad.
I was like, shouldn't I have set up a PNG for him earlier? But then I realized I wasn't streaming that day.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Here, this will be very quick and easy. There we go. And then let me get his ID. Oh no, I have to do the other stuff first. Damn.
I have to work. Yeah, no worries, Nas. Thank you for coming again.
Cool. And so. Oh, right. Okay.
Take your time. This is gonna be a minute for me.
Okay.
I've swapped computer hardware since last time. So Left 4 Dead is throwing a fit.
Oh shit! Not.
Nah, I got you. Don't worry. There we go. And then your thing on.
I should really
drop. There we go.
My fucking notifications are so loud in my ear. So the next thing you hear is I hear a mashup of what was it? What's that one Tokyo Ghoul song? Unravel and fucking
what?
How to Save a Life. It always blasts my ear.
Jeez.
Also, thanks Nas for the host, much appreciated.
There you go. Have I ever played Candace? No, I'm very uncultured, and I've not played Candace as a result. There you go.
I
What,
like
what are you laughing about?
I like you, chat.
There you go.
Can this dick fit in your mouth? Boy!
Oh no, no, no. Damn.
Oh shit, is that me? Oh shit.
There you go. There you go, you're okay.
Anna, thanks for the follow. Please don't refer to my real names. No.
There you go.
Oh shit,
Nice.
fuck. Dude, I have my fucking figure of UMP on my desk and her gun's falling off. I can't reset it. I need to really fix that. That's like top priority to me.
How much was that figure anyway?
The figure was like 120 CAD. It's so okay. Yeah.
No, I mean
it's
that's
so
fine.
fucking good quality.
I mean,
yeah.
Oh, it's not Left 4 Dead throwing a fit. Oh, I realized what I've done. This is
No, I'm throwing a fit. I'm throwing a fit. I'm a riot. Riot Games, Valorant, League of Legends.
okay.
God.
No, that's perfectly fine.
I forgot.
Can he join it? Can he join in mid-mission, mid-game?
Yeah, you can join mid-mission.
Wait. Oh, I think I can fix it.
What's up? Oh, okay. Okay.
There we go. All right. Pro tip: if you're gonna go play video games, turn off any cryptocurrency mining you were doing.
Oh no!
Man's farming IRL.
Wow.
I mean, digitally. Fuck. Damn.
Wow,
I was mining
crypto
Monero
farming.
while working on my PowerShell programming.
Begin to
Jeez.
wonder why
Oh my
you
God.
came. Where did I go wrong?
Is the alcohol kicking in, Annie?
Not yet. No, I don't think
Not
so.
yet. Okay, okay.
Here, you want me to take another sip? You want me to
No,
take
no,
another
no,
sip?
no, 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 no. I was just
Just for you,
wondering.
BB.
No.
Just for you, BB. Just for you, BB.
Oh
Ali
my
BB. Ali BB.
Are we
Just for
doing
you.
alcohol? Should I get alcohol or should I just?
You
That
can
is-
get some alcohol
that
too,
is up
unless
to
you want to
you.
like.
That is up to
I
you.
just cleaned my dab rig.
hey! If it makes you feel any better, I aim better with alcohol. Funny enough, I played a few games of Valorant while under the influence, and fuck, I've been hitting heads. I've been getting a lot of head. Fuck.
I see. Damn.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
getting none.
Just aim for the head. Easy fix.
Oh my god. All
What
right.
time is it? It's like 10 shits.
It is 10:47 right now.
Fuck,
We were supposed to start
late.
at 10. This
Damn.
This is perfectly fine. It's okay.
Alright. Oh, fuck.
That was a good one. I commend you for
Uh,
that. Also,
I know, pee pee poo poo came out of my throat. Not gonna lie.
also someone mentioned that you sound like Joey. I don't know who Joey is.
Okay, I don't know if this is a balls joke, but I don't know who Joey is either.
Joey Wheeler from.
Joe eating your nut. Fuck. Shit.
Oh my god. All
Chat,
right.
tell me, is it a balls joke or not? I need to know if it's a balls joke. I need to add things to my arsenal.
I heard a good one really recently, and I cannot remember what it is.
Oh damn.
Do you know Ma? Do you know Ma?
No, I don't.
My nuts in your mouth? Got him. Sorry, I'm cringe.
No, you're fine. Don't worry.
Dude, do I
You're
have a
mean
fucking
with this.
grain filter on? What the fuck's going on?
There you go.
There is by default.
Don't be an ass,
Then-
Francis. Whatever.
We'll go with the purple space.
Well, I have
Wait, this
no
was
models.
wait.
What's up?
This was added in like after the this is the newest update added in, right?
Yes.
Okay, then if that's the case, then where does this take place in the fucking timeline? In the missions, like after?
Probably before. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm
It's
sure.
Bill's alive in this
Alright,
one.
this is gonna be a second.
Yeah. Well, it is
That
before
there.
the sacrifice. So this might be a prologue. I'm not sure what it's a pro. Oh my goodness! What?
Prologue. A tank already? What the fuck?
It's already a tank.
Oh, it's on me! Bro, we just started! I'm being bullied!
Look out!
Bro, I just walked forward and hear Dark Souls music.
This is really early.
You guys good?
No.
You guys good?
Yeah,
this
we're
is
just-
normal. Yeah, this
Alright,
is
Seth.
normal. Here, 1 second.
Dude, that's fucking horrifying.
There you go. I forgot to change the
Thank
difficulty,
you.
my bad.
What was it before?
It was
Alright,
normal.
no. Before we rush off again, let me finish taking this hit because I don't pause.
Okay, here, where are you?
Bro, okay, I walk up, the
Jesus,
fucking
God.
Dark Souls music starts playing, I'm like, I'm so fucking fucked. Oh shit.
God.
I'm not gonna lie, I might have shat myself a little bit. I'm going to have to check later.
Dude, you're gonna have to get a new gaming chair at this
Some
point.
skids.
There might be some shit marks.
No, no,
This way.
not here. Not on my class.
You gotta get skid marks. I mean, other than
Oh, there you go.
Oh shit! Oh
swap
shit!
Get the hell out of here.
Behind you!
Where are they coming from? Fuck!
I have no clue. They're coming from all corners. Just keep moving.
Melee.
What the hell? Oh, damn. What is this?
Okay.
Here, take this.
Boys, let's start a fire.
Nice.
if they could stop teleporting behind me, it'd be great.
I don't think I want that to happen.
Oh, can I go up here? Okay, here we go.
I heard baby noises. Fuck.
Ammo here.
Baby noises. These little
Goo
babies on
goo
me.
gaga. Goo goo gaga.
Come on.
Dude, I can't see shit.
Let me get the other one.
Up
Wait a minute.
the stairs.
Whatever.
I'm waiting a minute.
What the hell is
I'm
this?
just catching up.
Oh,
Open.
is this? Oh, upstairs here. Okay. Here I am.
Some pain pills here.
No. Oh.
Weapons here!
Nice.
Fucker walks in front of me. Oh, that's you. Sorry. I didn't mean to call you that.
No, that's fine. Oh.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, yeah. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Don't mind me just getting lost.
Wait a minute. There's a witch. Oh.
That sounds like a
Oh, damn. Don't. Kind of in our way. If it would be great if we like turn off the lights and like.
Yeah, it's
keep moving.
fine. There you
It's
go.
fine.
It's so simple.
Just need to get it.
Uh-oh. Okay, good. She's
We're
fine.
fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Francis!
Francis!
Yeah, I did it.
This is
Oh my
this
god.
time. We're leaving him behind. How did he fucking do that?
Good. It's good. It's
He
good.
turned around and he just shot her.
It's fucking
Like we're all
fucking massive.
we're all safely past, and this dude
It
turns
makes-
around and shoots the
It
witch.
makes the game interesting. It makes the game interesting.
Yeah, Francis is fucking rude, let me tell you.
Man, he hates everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Shit!
There you go.
Thank you for getting it off me. Alright. Oh, damn. Does anyone got any, like, Actually, no, I can heal myself out,
Or-
actually.
Okay. No worries.
Some ammo over here.
I'm worrying.
I'm switching from the. I'm switching to the pitchfork. Screw the shovel.
There's a gun over here.
Oh, it's another deal.
My gun isn't killing them. This is great. Wonderful. Like, don't get me wrong. I love having half my guns modeled after the UMP of different varieties.
Ammo here!
It's all different
Oh, I didn't download the AK mod. Fuck.
Fuck out of here.
Oh, that's not very nice, Resh. They have feelings too, you know.
Yeah, okay. Wait, am I supposed to hit this? Oh no, I just have to.
No, no.
Oh, jeez, that's so loud.
Got it!
Yeah. Get ready to go to generators and turn them on.
Oh, is that how it works?
Just so you know, I'm an expert at turning on generators.
I'm sure
on
you
anything
are.
else?
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see, okay. You're following
I
me.
think I just stabbed one of you with a pitchfork by accident. That's
Perfectly okay.
The charger! Oh, that's a charger towards me. Generator. That's one. Resh, I don't know if you know this, but there's a small horde around you.
Come on.
Getting
Okay.
the generator.
Fuck!
Generator. Shoo! Get him up. Oh shit, that's a charger. In my face. Oh shit, that's a zombie.
Oh, I'm getting dragged. Please help.
Help, they're grinding on me, they're grinding on me.
It's okay, they're gonna like me soon. I've got boomer juice on me.
They're stepping on me. I did not want this. If I had a mod to make them like a big titty mommy GF, then maybe.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Sexy.
Ah, fuck, I'm reloading.
Oh my goodness. Francis.
Come on, Francis, fucking...
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. I gotcha. I gotcha.
Oh jeez.
Thanks.
Coming along.
I gotcha,
Fucking-
I gotcha.
Oh, damn, he's dead.
Call me a medic, cause
This is really.
I
yeah.
drank some pills.
Okay,
We're
I
one
got-
away, guys. We're one away. Don't worry.
Wow.
Get that
I
generator.
can't even. So. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hold on.
Also, if you
I
need,
got it, I got it,
if
I
you
got it.
need,
Really?
if you want an op, there's an op up here.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay. What are we
I
doing
don't
now?
want the bolt.
All we have to do is defend the points now. Just wait for it.
Smoker, don't get hung.
Uh-huh. Go on.
Who's opening doors? I hear
It's me,
ours
it's me,
going
it's
off.
me. Fucking. Okay. Ah.
Oh, the op doesn't have a zoom.
Oh,
No, no. Just be good at aiming. What? What the fuck? This ain't CS:GO. What do you think this is?
There we go.
I like to hit my targets.
It's almost
Hey, can
feels
you
like
hit that spitter?
Yeah, if you stand still.
A jockey around. There's a jockey somewhere. I see him. I see it.
Where is it?
Near the crane.
I see it, I see it.
I just did it.
Adam. Here. Time to activate it. Let's get out of here, buddies.
Release a container. Okay.
Oh, can someone watch me? I gotta heal myself. I just realized that.
Oh, they're coming.
Ah, loud!
Let's just go, let's just go.
Fuck
Okay.
it, just leave it. Just leave it. Get out of here.
Okay.
Yep.
We're close to the checkpoints.
That's
Up
why
the hill,
I
up
used
the
it.
hill.
Okay. This is fine. Okay.
This isn't fine. This isn't fine. I'm blinded.
Alright.
Don't back up, there's a boomer.
There you go. Watch out.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't see shame.
I'm trying to keep him off you. Oh, I failed.
You continue to do that, thank you. That would mean a
Sorry, I
lot.
was pinned.
Let me help you.
Okay, okay.
Hey, can you not step on me? Jeez, fuck.
Alright.
Or at least aim a bit lower. Fuck. Wow, I'm almost dead. Hold on, I'm gonna heal myself. Fuck this
Okay.
shit. I don't know how far we got. I know we're like
Resh, can
halfway
I get
through.
like a heal or some pills off you there?
Let me
Here,
get this. There you go.
you can have this.
That'll
The
extend my
plane.
life for a little while.
Sure, sure.
Oh shit.
There's some stuff over here.
Ammo
It's a grenade launcher.
What the fuck? How? Why?
Yeah, there's a grenade launcher.
There's,
Yeah.
oh, there's a camp. There's a whole ass campsite. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I got a keen eye.
Shit. Oh shit. Get the grenade launcher.
reloading.
Oh my god.
Bill!
Damn.
Oh, what?
Reloading.
Alright.
I know we gotta move, but I gotta heal you.
Look.
There Very cool.
Alright, let's get going.
Alright.
worries.
Where to?
I didn't know there's a whole ass campsite there.
Yeah.
Reloading!
Okay. Oh, this is fine.
Oh fuck!
There's been no respawn. This entire time.
Oh, look, it's Francis.
Oh shit!
Speak of the devil.
I got my ass stuck in here in a not locked door.
I'm here.
There you go.
Oh, don't look at that! Don't look at that!
Oh no.
Oh no!
What did I say?
It was me. Apparently.
Fuck.
And a boomer.
Oh no, what's happening? Oh no.
Well, I think you're kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie.
I got quite a few of them. The witch.
Where'd
is
she
probably
go?
gonna
Where'd she
kill
go?
me. She was killing me. What did she do? Oh, 15 infected from under inline.
I don't know where I'm going.
Where is Witch?
Allegedly, the witch is still alive somewhere.
Reloading!
She's outside. She killed me out there.
Well, she's not. Hold on.
Is she gone?
Reloading my Pepsi launcher.
Charger!
Maybe it's dead.
Oh,
Maybe
jeez.
the witch
Oh.
is dead.
That was a keen eye.
I didn't know the charger goes down like a bitch. Fuck.
Reloading!
I think like
Shotgun is
the
sweet.
side that isn't their massive arm is really weak.
I need this.
Oh, hold on. I can res you. Just give me that. Give
Weapons
me
over
that.
here!
Wait,
Actually, you got it. Hold on.
how do I drop?
I got you.
Hey Zoe,
What?
you oughta heal.
Okay. Should I come to you then?
All right. No, he's fine. He's fine.
So I.
Get
So,
your ass up, man!
Stand clear.
oh, okay.
Survive.
Come on, man,
I
cover
see, I
me.
see.
Nice.
See,
Ah,
call me a medic.
Oh, drop my
Literally,
head.
just call me.
Okay.
It dropped
Call me
the
at
grenade
this
launcher.
number.
Oh.
I broke my legs.
Try not to.
Here we go.
Holy shit!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Really, the defibrillator is one use?
Yeah.
Yeah, most are.
safe
Most
outside.
of
Real life.
Shit! Shit! Help me up! Help me up!
I can help
Please!
you. Hang on.
Scared
Hang
of
on.
heights.
I got you. Let's get you up.
I feel
I
bad.
may or may have not jumped off just to see if I could fall off.
Oh my
Yeah, the
god.
safe room
Annie.
is right here.
I remember fucking
I'm
last
switching to the pan. And there we go.
last time you just.
Ooh, there are guns in the rack. Oh, that's an HK. Nice.
Nice.
I
Okay.
still
Cool.
have the grenade launcher, so.
Look at that. I
See?
did all the damage.
Look
to
at
this
that.
thing.
2K on the there was a
2800.
Oh yeah, I died to it. I got
Yeah,
fucked up
I
by
was
it.
busy
I
smoking.
forgot.
Help much.
Okay.
142. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit. Where's the chrome
Alright,
shotgun?
I'm
There
gonna
you
grab that.
Oh, there's a
I'll,
combat shotgun over here.
go. You want the
I'll
shotgun?
grab the.
Oh no, this is a
6.
bad one. Here, let me get the.
There's a picture here.
I like this one.
Yeah,
got
there's a
the,
Spaz 12 here.
Okay.
Ow!
I want the grenade launcher.
Oh wow, the sounds on this.
The grenade launcher. You just do combat shotgun.
Reloading!
The recoil looks a bit funky in game, but you know what? It's fine.
It's all good. Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay.
Reloading!
Oh my goodness.
The watchtower, fellas.
Oh no. Watchtower. Okay. What do we do up here anyway? Do we like go through a zip line or some shit?
No, you go down here.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute, what is this?
Ow! Ow!
Wait, what?
Ow!
Oh, what's up the rest?
There's a gap. There's a gap on the. There's a gap in the fence, guys.
Oh, there's nothing here. Okay. Oh, hello. Here,
There's
let
a.
me-
There's a gap, guys. Guys, please. There's
Oh,
a gap
there's a
in the
magnum
fence.
pistol.
This isn't
I
easy
gotcha.
yet. Come on, up and up. I can
That
get
was
you
not-
back up. Get you moving again.
That was not it, fellas. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't actually jump like that.
No, whatever.
No. Okay, you see on the second floor.
Yeah, it's very tempting.
where the ladder is.
What?
No, no. Go up. Go up. No.
Yeah, I saw the ladder.
Go up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
okay.
jump.
Oh, you went
Where
too
the light
far
is?
up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only a little bit of breaking my knees.
I sort of like how
I don't think you're supposed to jump off. Alright,
Hold on.
here's the fun part, guys. I'm ready for it.
If you shoot that car, I'm gonna shoot you.
What car? This one?
First aid kit here.
Francis, get the first aid kit.
Did it not?
Francis, get the first aid kit. Oh my god, Francis.
I'll get the first aid kit. I'm out of first aids.
Oh, yeah, the first aid. Okay.
I should probably use one to top myself off before we go further.
Alright.
Is it in the car? Oh no, it's on the floor. There's a fast 12, yeah.
Yeah.
I already got one.
Get ready. Get ready, guys. Get ready.
For what? What are we eating?
For a fun time.
Oh, what the hell is
See
this?
that lighthouse?
Possibly go wrong.
Oh, no.
I can already see the generator that was supposed to start.
Yeah. Here, get ready to get some gas.
Oh no, we gotta fuel this one too.
Yeah. There's a lot of supplies in here, so please, you can use up whatever
Wait,
you
that's
want.
it? Wait, is only a two-parter? Oh. I didn't know that. Okay.
There's a lot of stuff in the house, on top of the house, around the house.
Okay.
So please, be liberating when it comes down to
yeah,
it.
make yourselves at home. You know? Okay, well I can't climb up. Okay. Jeez. Oh, someone beat? No.
Oh shit!
There we go. I am here.
Defend your positions, fellas. Don't let up. Oh god, I'm letting up, guys, please. Woo. I think Resh is fine. I think he's good.
I got him.
Oh yeah, just so you know, this house is very breakable.
Oh, is it?
So be
Oh, okay.
careful.
That's pretty
So
good.
you're not completely safe inside.
Sorry! You look like a
You
zombie.
fucker. Ah, that's so fucked up. I don't know. Okay.
No,
Yeah, you deserve that. I totally didn't mistake you.
Oh.
Yeah, they're coming from the lower platform.
For me, just keep moving. So simple.
Bro, how many people were in the forest? The fuck?
Nice.
I'm out of ammo. Make way for the ammo pile.
Oops.
Jeez.
Okay.
See, I protected that CPU with my life.
Oh, where is...
I hear Dark Souls music!
Alright, here we go.
Where is it? I don't hear... Oh, what the fuck?
I hear it.
Resh, stand still. Resh, stand still.
Oh, hello.
You can hear it. It's coming.
Oh, I see it.
I smell rock.
Get that spitter while I heal myself. Actually, I'm fine. I should be fine. I got my beans.
I set the tank on fire. He's very unhappy with
Where
the
is it? Oh,
action.
shit! Seaside. Shit!
Yeah, I just ran away.
Reload. Nice AI. Oh!
Reloading.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I got Francis. I'll get him up. I'm getting him up.
Tank's dead.
Alright, cool.
Okay, get ready to... lights are going out. Lights are starting to go out.
Okay.
Jockey?
Yeah, I hear it.
The car, towards the car.
Alright, cool.
I'm getting the far side gas canisters.
Good, okay. You might as well move all together.
Oh, fuck.
Jockey's dead.
Watch out! Got it.
Dude, I can't see shit.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
like
here.
5 of them over here. Okay, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, I'll start launching them over to your side.
Okay. Oh my god.
Just start gathering them all up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what to do. Payday style. Payday style.
Got it.
Oh my god.
As you play Payday, right?
I wouldn't know. I never played
first
Payday.
one too.
Oh, okay.
There's a great clip from like a decade ago. me attempting to solo the Payday 1 stealth mission for Specs Beetles or guys from high school with, and then absolutely fucking
Got it.
Gas coming your way. Gas coming your way.
Charger.
Watch my back.
Charger's dodged.
You're fine. Oh shit. It just passed me.
Cover me.
Yeah, I juked it.
Fuck off.
Fuck out of here. This shit.
Gas coming your way.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
Got it.
I'll get the ones at the top of the lighthouse.
I'm just covering for where you at.
Hunter.
Hunter.
Gas coming your way. Oh shit! Oh shit! Someone might want to come up to the top of the lighthouse.
Alright, I got you,
Yeah,
I got you. Oh, there you go. Okay, let's go.
Oh, it looks like Francis is gonna go get you.
Got it.
Let's keep moving this gas.
Bro, how do I get that gas canister? Is that the complete tip top? Where's the ladder? Oh, I see it.
Cover me.
Oh,
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay.
fuck, I forgot the gas canister while I was up there. Gas coming your way.
Cover me.
Help me out. Smoking.
I'm helping.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay.
Spitter.
Got it.
Gas coming your way.
Thank you.
Cover me.
Fuck. Hello?
Sorry, I'm stuck where I am.
Okay.
Damn it, quit fussing and let me heal.
Probably a good thing that Francis is
Being
trying to
fucked
do.
in the ass? I'm being fucked in the ass, okay?
Alright, I'm helping.
Here.
I'm at
Docky, somewhere?
Okay. Ooh. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some adrenaline real quick.
Wait, what are we waiting for anyway?
Oh shit!
This looks
What's wrong?
dangerous.
Oh my god. I need to heal.
Pills here.
Another tank! And a jockey! Get me out of here, get me out of here!
Okay.
Fuck!
Nice.
Where's the bastard? I've got another Molotov right
What else
Yep.
you got? Let's see.
Where is it?
now. He's just, he's down by the car.
By the car?
Okay.
Yeah, here, I'll see if I can aggro him.
Okay.
I see it! Mobile!
Molotov. And I missed. Went right past him.
Get him! Ah!
The only good news is the zombies are
Fuck,
going
it's the end
for
for me.
tank.
Fire in the hole.
He's dead.
Woo! Woo! What an experience!
Nice. Look at that. It all worked out in the end.
Where the fuck's the boat?
I don't know. I see the boat from the front. Oh, charger. Oh my god.
Oh,
my
shit,
God.
you're-
oh
Reshii,
my
I just
goodness. Are you
Can we
serious?
even-
I'll see if I can snipe it. Okay, I'll go get him.
There's a hunter down there too.
It's fine.
Yeah, fuck. How are we gonna get him?
There's
You
stairs,
gotta
so
go
there's stairs
down.
where I'm looking at.
Together now, fellas.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I don't have any equipment on these, so like.
I distracted a bunch of them up here, so we should be good.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Is Francis not, I mean...
Oh shit, they're jumping down! They're jumping down!
Just
Oh,
one.
nice shot.
gonna survive another hit like that.
Here, we gotta go up. Oh shit, we need to go up.
That's
Back on.
fine, that's fine.
Yeah,
Here,
I'm
I'll
not gonna
pass this
live like
don't worry.
this. If another tank comes down, I'm gonna get ass fucked.
There's still more health kits in the garage.
Yeah, I need to get those.
I'm getting hit.
fuck, I'm fucked, I'm fucked! Get off me!
Okay.
Fuck, fuck.
I'm gonna die.
Shit. Not, please.
Hunter on me.
I'm a virgin. Let go of me, I'm a virgin.
Alright, I'm down.
Shit.
Princess
This
is
isn't
dead.
for you yet, man.
That's
Come on,
fine.
Fucked
I'll
up.
get him.
It's just
Gotta keep moving.
Oh.
Is, what? Is that a horde? What's going on?
I don't know. You never heard of it before.
And I'm dead.
I never heard this music before. Is that another tank? That is another tank.
Annie, can you give me pills? Can you give me pills, Annie? Can you give me pills, Annie? Can you give me pills, Annie? Can you give me pills?
Anyone got...
Give me pills, Annie!
I'm kidding!
Thank you.
Hey, you're...
Thanks.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Oh, the big burning body, right.
Exactly.
Dude, I almost headshot you.
There we go.
Good kind of bitch. Oh, there's the second one!
What?
Do you remember this, Annie?
No, there wasn't two of them when I played.
Oh my god.
God, is there any more equipment inside the house?
There is not, I don't think.
Oh, fuck.
Where is...
I'm cutting it
Oh,
as I
shit.
can. It's inside the
Oh,
house.
fuck.
Alright, Rush, you strike the tank. I'll help him.
Okay.
Run, run, run!
Wow.
I'm out of ammo.
Oh, that was a good distraction.
Oh, it's coming from my ass now.
I don't think I'm gonna make it without any help.
I can't see shit. Dad, please.
Help him up, I've got the aggro.
I am almost dead.
What's going on?
Now you've got the aggro. Okay, I'll go help him now.
Okay, there we go. He's dead.
It sounds like you took care of it.
Here, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna kill me. Shoot me. Shoot me. Alright, res me.
The boat's here.
There you go.
But I'm getting out of here.
Oh, light too. Oh, I don't like light. Scam.
Oh wow.
Hunter,
I think I
really try. Alright, I sold one pipe bomb left, but I'm really slow. Charger.
and fuck.
Can't. Okay,
Got it.
Follow me. On me. On me. On me. On me. On me. Oh my god.
Yeah, I could use some meds. I'm very slow.
I am limping like a motherfucker out of this
Me
bitch.
We have to make it to the boat.
Perfectly
Watch it.
okay.
They're set to jump.
Okay.
Jumping down.
Run!
I got the ones behind just covering for the ones jumping down.
Keep going. Keep going. Just enter the.
Alright. Oh, this wasn't this one. Alright.
I'm out, bitches.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck. No. No. So fucked up. That is so fucked up.
Wow.
It's like
Oh my
10
God.
HP. You just downed me with a rock.
Dude. Alright, that's one shot. That's one shot for a completed campaign.
Damn. That's pretty good.
Fucked up, man. Fucked up.
Yeah. Jeez. Last motherfucking sand. Okay, let's see what happened.
Bill
just
dead
30
at
minutes.
end. What a surprise.
Look at that.
And see,
Wow, 30
we-
minutes on the dot.
Yeah. We didn't even have any restarts.
Advanced is the third hardest, right?
Wait, what was that?
Advanced is the third hardest, right?
Yeah, third hardest, yeah. And then what we did was that we did like, what was it? Expert on the other on the finale.
I would count that as an attempt. And not
Alright. me take another shot.
Ooh.
US friendly fire incidences. Let's go. I'm great at not shooting friends.
Sorry, my 4 eyes isn't enough.
Overall accuracy 25%. It feels bad when none of us have the same amount of accuracy as the CPU.
CPU died the most. Screw him.
Yeah, true.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this.
This takes a little bit more preparation than alcohol.
All
Or
right.
I probably could just drink whiskey straight out of the bottle.
Here, let me do a different
You
thing.
can't hear my massive lighter.
The massive lighter. Man has a fucking lighter the size of a water bottle.
Oh, not quite that big, but it's an actual butane torch meant for like creme brulee.
Bro, why the fuck? Why the fuck you have a butane torch in your house?
It's I gotta heat the bowl so that it will melt the dab. Well,
Here you go.
drugs. I'm doing drugs. That's why.
Don't say. Don't say. I don't think. He's doing fun things. That's it.
Yeah. He has
I'm doing medication. I'm doing drugs that are not only legal to recreationally use in my country, but are also currently prescribed to me. So
There we go. Very much clarified.
Oh my god.
We're doing Dark Carnival. We're doing the concert one. Oh,
Yes.
right. Did you get a mod that changes the music in the concert?
Damn, I didn't know. What did you get?
I have one for Yakuza 0, and it plays some banger songs.
I have no mods. I'm
Sorry,
totally
Yakuza.
okay with spending 2 minutes to let me grab some dumb mods just to make this entertaining. Retro
Damn.
mods to download.
Damn.
I'm gonna toss this up to 2 now.
Oh, I got it. Oh
You know what?
shit. Who's Ellis?
You know what? Fuck
Damn.
this. Let me take
Who
more.
am I? Who am I?
I feel
I'm
like I have not
okay.
grabbed enough, unfortunately.
Do you want Coach? Because I know you like Coach.
Yeah, Coach is cool. I love Coach.
Yeah. What the fuck? Hold on.
Ooh,
Hold on. It didn't change my mod. Hold on. Sorry. I gotta leave the lobby real quick.
What the heck?
Sorry. It didn't change my mod to be something I
have
want.
to
I'm
reboot.
sorry. I'm sorry I gotta be a cringe nene, baby, but I have to do this.
Oh wait, no, I need wait, no, that's Nick. Okay. Oh yeah, okay.
Where
I think I know who I am. All right.
where is she? Prinz Eugen. There we go. Sorry, I need to have my ship girls. Okay, invite me.
shit.
I got my VTuber.
I'm sorry, but you know, it is what it is.
That was not a disparaging remark.
Right.
That was an ship girls.
Yes. Look. Okay, fuck.
What's
Who's
up?
on Nick? Am I on Nick? Who's on Nick?
I'm
Is Nick with-
on Coach.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
must be automatically on Nick. I hope.
Okay.
I hope that's it.
Oh no, Alk is Coach. I mean, Alk is Nick. I'm Coach. You're
Fuck!
Alice.
Fuck! Whatever. Fuck it.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Nice. Oh my god.
And
Okay, fuck.
Kawaii.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna grab my kid.
Oops.
First we do a quick check around.
God, my aim is horrible. Fuck.
Oh, hello.
What's the combat shotgun?
Oh my god, sorry.
I love the ride. Nobody
Oh, I didn't even take my med
And
kit.
this started this way, alright?
started up, and the chopper pilot sure as hell gonna see us.
So we gotta set up to rock and then fight zombies.
Oh jeez, this feels so dark.
That clown
There you go.
But she not dead.
Okay.
You in the bathroom?
Where's a hunter? Oh jeez.
We got a hunter.
Where is he?
Oh! Found him!
Stand still.
Smoker there too.
Smoker. Who's smoking?
Me.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. I just.
You're not getting it.
It's true and factual. He is smoking.
Oh
Fuck.
my goodness.
Get these fellas off me.
Okay.
Oh, Molotovs, nice.
Oh my goodness!
Where's the beans? Where's the beans?
Hold on, I need to
Hell yeah.
make this brighter here video.
Let's go.
Okay.
Where's the brightness?
Is there any
Oh,
beans?
yeah, I'm taking the deagle.
This shit ain't pretty.
Hold on. Okay, go on stage. I'll turn it on.
Film green advanced settings.
Lights.
Defib unit here.
Is there no beans? Fuck.
Uh-oh. Okay. I'm good. Oh,
Alright,
Jesus,
turn
is
it on.
that?
Are we ready to rock?
Depends.
was nothing
Is there any?
to worry about.
What? Beans,
I took
beans,
guitar.
beans.
If anyone wants.
Oh, up here.
Pills here.
I'm good. Actually, I'll take the deagle. Where is it?
Be careful.
Why is this now in
By the guitars. I took a guitar.
Got it. Yeah, I got
Give me a
it.
second. Let me.
Because
Get ready.
Hold on. Let me adjust. Shader detail though.
That says EFT. Escape from Tarkov.
They beat my ass fair and square.
speakers for you.
Gotta
redo
top. Stay
All right, there's my Yakuza 0 poster.
Yeah,
Let's do
is
this.
fine. Yeah, this is good. Okay.
Yeah, start it off.
Shot here.
Okay. Wait.
Wait,
You gotta quit
hold on. Does the guitar replace your secondary or primary?
That's
Secondary.
what I'm talking about.
Secondary?
That's why I
the guitar.
dropped the.
I'll take the guitars then.
Actually, where is it? Options.
Okay, I'm starting it.
Okay, I'm queuing
Oh.
up the finale. Everybody ready?
Rishi's next. There you go. I set myself on fire.
You love me.
Help me out. Oh my
Wow,
god.
already?
Hello.
There you go.
Right side.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. Ow!
That was fast.
Oh, fuck! Oh shit, he's being carried away.
Yeah. Oh, I'm down again. I should have taken it.
Fuck, Molly out. Oh fuck, not out.
That was fast.
I think the issue is here, I shot someone twice.
Hold on. Recommended settings. No,
Okay.
that's not it.
Here's the plan. Y'all know the Midnight Riders? They're gonna save us. Because nobody, and I mean nobody, has a bigger
Oh, can I close the door again?
than the
Yeah, I
Midnight
am. Whoops.
Riders.
Uh-oh. Is it still the same as usual?
What's going on?
These
No, I'm
zombies
changing
better
my,
be ready to rock.
my my graphics settings because I fucked it up. Okay. No, that's fine. Alright,
Ooh.
cool. Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Alright.
We need to go on the stage.
Wait, we're... Oh! Out. Hello. We're ready.
Is he good?
Yes.
Okay.
I
If
think
he
so.
died, I'm gonna take a shot. Please protect me.
I was just taking a hit.
Standing by.
Oh my goodness.
Reloading.
Okay.
Easy as that, guys. Easy as that.
Just don't die.
How do we start this?
I'm lagging behind. I'm just checking the bathrooms.
I'm missing
Oh my god.
There you go.
Stop checking. Oh, you might want to come out.
I found Boomer Bile.
No, coming.
You might want to use that now.
What? I'm fine.
Come here.
Charger.
Oh, charger!
Jeez.
Fuck!
It's dead.
Got him.
Reloading.
Let's get it. Okay.
God.
Shoot the cloud.
Jeez, it's so dark, man.
Hit the spotlight.
And turn up your brightness, forehead.
I don't know how. At least not in the advanced settings here.
Lots of bomb.
Oh, that's that. Oh, whoops. That's our wizard friend.
Options.
I know I look a lot like a
Beans?
zombie in the dark.
Reloading.
Sorry. Flashlight wasn't on.
No.
Hey, I'm reloading.
Turning on the lights.
Lights.
Ew, now you can see me.
Nice.
Reloading.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Video settings. Advanced settings. Filtering. Wait for shader detail.
Hold on.
Effect detail.
Look.
Hey, wait a second.
Healing up.
Heal.
Okay.
There's beans up here if you want on one of the scaffoldings.
Oh, they said we don't get extra.
Oh, brightness. Here we go. Here we go.
This time. That's great.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Like it's so bright now.
Always something I like to see.
Okay. Oh, it's so bright now. Nice.
Hold on,
I'm
I'll
gonna,
pick up this
I'm gonna
bile
throw some of
bomb.
these gas cans around real quick.
Guitar here.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Throw the fireworks as well.
Grabbing a guitar.
Don't, please don't shoot me while I'm carrying a gas can. It makes me very
Let's killing a zombie. Sorry.
Wait, where's the fucking... Wait, where's medkits?
Medkits?
Are they on the scaffolding as well?
The AI didn't give us any this time.
Oh, shit.
No, they
Unless
should
it is
have.
up on the side.
It depends. Like
There's adrenaline up here.
they'll always have it. It's just
Yep.
that you need to figure out where.
Oh,
where
there's
it is.
there's
Right here, right here, right
wall
here.
thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Putting
Should we just
fireworks
all top
on...
each other off?
First aid kit here.
If only you can drop.
Should we just top off? Because now we're coming back up here for more first aid kit.
Hold up.
I'm gonna top this
Okay,
off.
are we gonna fight on the stairs this time then?
We could, yeah.
Or on the seatings?
No,
all
just well, if we want to, the health kits and a defibrillator up here. And ooh, this is
Okay.
a nice tall sniping platform.
Alright, I'm gonna get it started then.
Okay.
Make sure everything's... all your ammo's stocked up and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have an ammo pile up here, do we? Alright, let's go to the stage.
Alright, queuing up. Go to the stage.
Unless there's one up there. Is there an ammo pile up there?
I love you. Where are you guys?
Coming. Sorry, there was a cool gun.
Oh, how the fuck? Okay, going up.
You coming up here now? Okay.
Yeah. Here, I'll cover you. Try to come up the scaffolding.
Oh, okay, fair, come up there. Can't while there's acid on it.
Shit, that hunter's going around.
It's fine. Here, pick him up, pick him up, pick him up.
I'm coming.
I'll pick you up. I'll pick him up. Shit, this is fucked up.
Don't worry, they aren't going right after you. They're going for the...
Yep, I'm going up. Can't see shit.
Yeah, you got first.
Charger below us.
You say Rochelle?
Oh, charger on us.
Never mind that.
Got him.
I can use a hand here.
We honey, I love you. The Dokayano. Keep though you love me. But on the time.
Oh my god. Who's kicking me?
First wave. All right.
Alright, cool.
Heal up if you need it.
Yeah.
Go down again.
Fucking
Where are the
bad
med
idea.
kits? What?
They're on the
Medkits
wall.
are up here. Look at me. Oh my god.
102.
Oh no.
I got you. I'm still up in the sky.
Tank.
You think I'm safe up here?
Oh shit! I'm its new friend.
Oh
Dead.
my
They're all
god.
distracted by my bio bomb.
Not anymore.
Elk! Elk! Oh no. Oh no. Thank you, Rochelle. You've been a great help.
Always count on you, bro.
They're still fucking
Assistants
fine.
on the dance floor.
Oh shit, they all just spawned right there.
Hunter, 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 Hunter.
Just help them out. I'll get the hunter.
I'm dead.
Guys, they all think...
Rochelle.
Oh, they're domming me.
Oh my god.
I'm covering you. I just can't get down from this fucking scaffolding because they keep climbing up.
Jesus. Hello, Suck. How are you?
Well, I'm close. I'm close.
I got
I'm
charged through the
Definitely
floor.
not close.
Dan, I need some.
unfortunate.
That's fine.
All right, I feel like we need to
Next time,
spread out
just-
a little bit more
yeah.
when it comes to that. Yeah.
Or maybe it's just bad placement. Bad placement and bad
Y'all know the
NPCs.
midnight riders?
That's all.
They're gonna save
Oh wait,
us.
is that my UMP?
Break it to you, but I don't think they're
So it's gonna be your fucking UAV.
We start their finale. That chopper is gonna
Might not be the
blow
best
something up
gun,
because
but it's
nobody,
my
and I
gun.
mean nobody has a
What's-
bigger light show than the Midnight Riders.
Yeah, maybe.
What's that one thing?
I'm in.
What's that one thing like the Rifleman's Creed or some shit?
This is my rifle. There, I like it. This one is mine.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Turn off your lights. Do not interact.
Rochelle. Oh my
Never
god.
mind.
Rochelle.
I'm still in the bathroom.
Wait, you can.
Where the fuck is Rochelle's dead?
Yeah, Rochelle's already dead.
That's
Oh
fine.
shit. That makes our lives a bit easier then, I
Probably.
guess.
Well, does it?
The AI is gonna be like, damn, these guys suck.
Let's see if there's more.
I'm turning on the lights.
It is. Should I just take this as a sniper perch and stay here?
The sniper perk?
Lights!
Oh, yeah.
That's probably a bad idea. There's a defibrillator here.
Lights
though.
are coming up, I think.
Medikit near the lights.
So same place as last time.
Wait. Where are
There's
the
a
medkits?
defib here.
Crazy when a daddy's not around.
Where are we hiding out? Same
Oh,
place?
same thing. Same place. Okay. Alright, whatever. Or does
Okay.
Rochelle have stuff?
Start it up.
Oh, hold on, hold on. No, 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 no,
Rush,
hold on,
rush,
hold on,
rush.
hold on. Wait. 1 second.
Where are you, Rush?
Wait. Oh, fuck.
Running back. I hear it. Doc.
Oh. Fuck, no!
Fucked up. That's what I was saying.
The one time I decided. Oh.
Oh shit!
Okay.
I got him.
I need some help.
Thanks. I feel every bone broken.
Man, I'm fine. But let's not waste time chit-chatting.
It's quiet.
Alright. Like I said, come here.
I ain't ready
is
to lay
fine.
down yet.
Oh, I never have to reload!
There you go.
catch up.
Because this gun spawn is permanent, every time I empty, I can just pick up another gun.
Pick up your things,
There you go.
Rochelle. Go like that.
Is that
Fine, Rochelle
cheating?
doesn't- It's not, it's game.
Oh, there.
I like how you're concerned about cheating in a game.
Wait, what? Wait, what is it? Wait, what's wrong?
I have paranoia.
Alright, start it up, start it
Nothing's
up.
wrong. I just realized I never have to reload if I stay by the gun spawn. Because I can just pick up a fresh gun with a full mag. And right by...
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a joke I should make.
Yeah, I'm going by the other scaffolding.
Okay. Ready whenever.
Adrenaline over here by my scaffolding.
It's gonna be on.
I got
So get
pills.
ready.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm gonna save the bio bomb for when the tank spawns.
start it up.
Okay. Let me,
And then I can use a Molotov
Molotov
that's
here.
up here.
There you go. Turn it way up.
I love you. Don't go yelling. Left side. There's a spinner left side.
Keep an eye on it.
Smoker, sorry.
Down.
Nice.
Why did I just
God, I wish I had a long-range gun for this one.
Damn. Whoa. Ass off.
Nice.
Jockey.
Didn't pick that up. Fuck. Oh fuck! The type of torture I wanted.
Charger. Anyone killed that jockey?
No one got bombs?
No.
I love you.
We're so dead?
God, I am fucked up.
Okay, there you go. Oh my god.
That's fucked up.
I need some help.
Well, damn. I'm dead. I'll see you guys in the next life.
What the fuck is that jockey?
Oh
That is so fucked up. Damn.
I knew it was out here. I couldn't find it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oof.
This is fine.
This is fine. This is fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine. It's
Just
fine.
warm-ups. Just warm-ups. Speaking of
Just
warm-ups,
pick up
let
the
me...
Spaz 12.
Do I go with the nice whiskey or the
It's
shitty
been a
whiskey?
long time since I seen the ride.
Nice one.
But if they're
Or
Whichever
shitty,
has,
actually.
whichever has more alcohol
that'll
on it.
signal the chopper
Also, I'm gonna
pilot.
drink, by the
We
way.
just need to start it.
What was it? I think...
Because
is this
nobody,
your number
and I
four?
mean nobody,
Yeah,
has
you
a
remember.
bigger light show than the Midnight Riders.
Mm.
I'm in.
I got my writer's tears. Bottle gives a very satisfying pop noise.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much, man. Same with wine, even though I don't drink wine too much.
This is Writer's Tears Copper Pot Triple Distilled Irish Whiskey.
Ooh, I love it.
Whoa, good stuff.
Oh, great.
I'm a reload.
Well,
It's like, oh.
you guys,
Yeah,
Have
sorry.
fun there?
Sorry, I was idle.
Just a second, I gotta
I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
well, I'm waiting for y'all. How fast does this shoot? Pretty fucking fast. Holy shit.
Hold on.
Do we want the semi? Yeah.
Wait.
We need to find the safe.
Oh, this is the same draw time. Okay. Not like it would be somewhat faster.
Don't worry, I'm blasting their asses off.
Hold on. There's gotta be sure Alka's okay. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! That's a funny guy, isn't he? Oh shit! I don't think he's funny.
It really. You just want.
At least I'm enjoying the music.
Why did it
There you
spawn a tank this early?
It's so
Is it just like, oh, he's AFK, we're gonna go spawn a tank?
Yes.
Yes.
Help! Help!
Hi, my intestines may or may not be spilling out of my guts right now.
No time to be gentle.
It's okay.
I can't be too sure. Everything's gone numb.
Healing.
You welcome.
Cover me.
They can go cover me.
Okay.
I gotta heal.
I got it.
Sure, sure.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
Nope.
We got ammo.
All right, is the health kits up there again?
Nope.
need to start the
No health
finale.
kits up by the stage lighting.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's so fucked up.
Kill some zombies.
We got a defib up here.
All right, I'm gonna get like a rifle.
Oh yeah.
As much as the Spaz 12, I love the Spaz 12. I need something long range if I'm holding a position on the scaffolding.
There's an AK over here.
There's pills here, actually.
Yeah, I got it. Looking for.
Did you turn on the lights?
If you want something longer range, there's one on top of the scaffolds that I was on last time.
No, I'm looking for what is it? Throwables.
Okay.
Health kits. We got one thing of pills. There might be some adrenaline on one of the boxes.
I got it. It's fine.
Oh, boxes of fireworks.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread out the fireworks a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm gonna go move the gas cans.
Yeah. You guys ready?
Are we
Yeah.
doing the stage?
First aid kit.
Might
Yeah.
as well-
I'm gonna hold scaffolding. One of the scaffoldings.
Okay. Just gotta be careful with smokers, that's all.
Yeah. Any beans?
No.
I found some earlier. But I grabbed.
Yeah, it's like
Oh,
right
got
here.
one. Yeah, I got one.
Guitar
Okay.
here.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I drop it forward.
Alright.
Adrenaline.
Yeah, I'm gonna be holding
There's
the
a defib
scaffolding.
up there,
When
but
I hit this tape deck, it's all gonna start.
Oh.
Get ready.
Okay.
Hit the tape deck. It's all gonna start.
Alright.
oh, there's adrenaline right here.
Cool.
Sudinari, I love you. Titokoya no Kito, you love me. Oh, on me!
Oh, I can't do anything with it either. I'm getting smoker.
Don't worry, I'm cleaning them out. Although Rochelle may not be having the same type of luck as me.
Let's get your ass up.
Charger. Give that charger right. No groupies on the stage.
There you go. There you go.
I'm in an uncomfortable position at the moment.
Hold on.
I will remain in this uncomfortable position for like half a minute.
This is fine. You're good. Look at that.
Oh, God. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Boomer. Also, I'm getting smokered again.
Please don't throw the rock up here.
Oh, there's a tank too.
Yeah. Where's the health kits? Where's the health kits?
All taken.
Fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God.
Oops.
Shoot the tank!
Where is a tank, by the way?
It's on the stage.
Much appreciated.
I see it.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the fucking fireworks.
I think I'm gonna make it in time.
Don't walk into the fireworks. Oh, I killed a spitter when I walked in though.
Alright, let me see if I can
Tank's
distract it.
It's dead.
Alright, first rush. I'm closer.
I killed it. I killed it with my pistol.
Get your friend up. Get your friend up.
Let's help.
I am so fucked.
Oh my goodness.
Got me too.
Oh, that's my side.
And
Oh, that's fireworks.
I'm pretty sure I'm just dead. Oh. I might be alright. Depends if that's spitter.
Depends on me if I can actually touch you.
Unfortunate.
I
this
hear
is so fucked
clown
up.
noises. Why do I hear clown noise? I'm black and white.
Fuck! We are bad boys. Yeah, I'm getting rest up. Oh fuck, I can't get rest up yet. Oh fuck me. Taking the road that saying the
Unfortunate.
fuck. Come there. And Dennis. I was vibing, man. I was vibing.
Oh, hold on. Why is it? Okay.
Bro,
Oh,
just
jeez.
pick up the Spaz 12, easy thing.
Options. Hold on. Video. Why did it go to
I'm
full
gonna do that.
screen? Okay.
First, we look for supplies. Then we start the midnight.
Give me a second. Oh, I'm gonna set this to 3. I think they took 3 shots. And it took a 4th shot now. Hold on. Okay.
Okay, this time we push together so the AI doesn't fuck us over.
Okay. Wait! Oh my god.
I'm checking the bathrooms.
Okay.
Toilet beans. Any toilets? Nothing.
There's a. Someone left their Monster Ultra Zero.
Oh, oops.
Toilet drugs? Nope.
I got a horde. I got a horde. I got a horde. I got a horde.
DC mob though.
Fuck. Oh, behind us as well. Fuck.
I gotta pick up something.
Resh, here, Resh, go back to the safe house and pick up the. Yeah.
My bad.
Got
And then
him.
use it on yourself because you're really low.
Yeah. Especially
Hello?
in this game mode. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, on my way.
Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure it's dead.
Doesn't hurt.
Okay.
So I'm making sure. I think it's dead.
Is it really?
Here, you want? I'll load a full clip into its head again.
Another one. This is the first one not enough.
Reloading.
There you go. Oh fuck, they're coming! Oh shit, they're coming!
Why did you start it already?
No, I didn't start it. They're just coming now.
Jackie.
Oh Jesus.
God.
Okay, Rochelle's got it.
Get up.
Oh.
I owe you one.
Yeah, can someone get the lighting?
I can heal you.
I will.
Where's
In
the
a
light?
second.
Grabbing a
Okay.
shot.
Grabbing the shot.
Cheat.
Yeah.
I'll take the SSG instead of the actual.
Turn on the lights.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me drink
Vtubie up there.
while you guys are at it. Give me a second.
Yeah. I'll put one of these on the walkways.
Okay. 1 second.
Did you move the gas?
There we
Your
go.
gas cans were good.
Do it. Do whatever feels right.
I'm just asking.
That's
if you
y'all
did the
judgment.
right too, if they're-
No, I only moved the fireworks. I don't know where the gas is.
Gas is responsible here, but it doesn't look like we got it.
Yeah.
Guitar here.
Crew is
Fuck, I
Make
might have to use
sure
a guitar or something.
Ooh, hello, is that? What is this?
Ladies, when the daddy's
Oh my god, what the fuck kind of gun is this?
What's what?
the SSG.
Wait, what is that? You can
I don't
reload
know,
it?
but
Yeah, it's an
There's a gun here.
SSG. I've got the same one. Look.
well, for
It
me it
also
looks.
has a scope.
Oh, it has a scope. Okay.
You can zoom in.
I'm gonna try
Does it
this shit
just-
out. Yeah, I use M3.
M3.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Middle mouse button.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know you
Alright.
can actually zoom in.
Get ready.
Fuck.
I'm gonna start the finale.
Are we ready to start?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready. Yeah. I'll hold up the scaffolding again.
Alright, cool. Nice.
Yunani, I love you. Totoko no kito you.
Michelle?
What? How did one get up on me?
They climb up.
Evidently.
Oh, this thing doesn't have much good accuracy.
Thought that was a witch. Not gonna lie. A witch here? Throwing Molotov down there. I got gooed. So, I'm out of throwables. I'm gonna get a new one.
Yeah, man, just keep running around. You're bound to come across a throwable. Also, there's a
Fuck.
pipe here.
So, got him.
Love this music. I love all these notes.
Where's the tank?
Where'd it go?
Oh my god.
What? How?
Where?
Through the scaffold? Left side.
Oh, there's two of them.
No, there's a
Oh,
charge.
that's so sorry. That's-
Okay. Oh, coming up. Shit, that's towards me.
Molotov.
Oh, what? It went over. It's dead. I know it's
No,
not.
it's
I
not.
lied. I'm a filthy fucking liar. Alright. Whenever you guys feel like, you know.
Alright, Reshii, you're here to save the day, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god!
I actually got this.
There's defibs, you could lose one of us.
Nope, never mind.
Well,
Oh, no.
we lost all of us.
This calls for another drink.
Oh my god. Fuck. Ever since me thinking about it tasting like soap, it's now starting to taste like soap.
Okay.
What,
Here's the
cilantro?
plan.
Or
It's been a long time.
Cilantro? No, the
Are
fucking.
you
Rum.
gifted with the cilantro,
That'll
gene?
signal
yeah. Do you have the cilantro soap gene, Annie?
What?
Yeah. So genetically, you can have genetically you can taste cilantro and yeah, like when you eat cilantro, some people think that that it tastes like soap.
No, that's not it. But damn, that's
That
actually
is
interesting.
See,
Dude, I feel
have
bad.
shitty
Cilantro
genetics, so
adds
at least I don't
flavor.
taste cilantro as soap.
Out of here.
That's a tank. Somewhere.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, cool.
Back up!
Damn.
Well, shit.
100 to 0.
Let's just go back in the
my
safe
God.
room, eh? Just open that door up. Later.
Wait!
Wait, can it actually like crash
Got
through the safe room door?
I have no idea. Alright, well, if we're getting ham, I'll get
Jeez.
there.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you.
Gotta go long, gotta go long. Don't die. Come on, dying's stupid.
Yeah. Experience it before.
Yeah. Yeah. What the
Fucking hell!
dying's
Why?
stupid.
It's a shit.
What's wrong with
See,
you?
I
Let's
chose
go
not
back.
to die. I chose not to die. Easy fix.
There you go.
Just check back here. Sometimes it's, like,
Yeah, nothing good.
spawn.
There you go.
Oh, I don't know what it is
trying-
about the clown zombie noises.
I was trying to figure out which one was the clown. I was like, damn, they all look the same to me. Is that Zombious?
grabbing the assault right now.
How's the... Oh. Health kits are up top this time.
Yeah.
Oh, gas cans are down here. Interesting.
I hit it.
Fuck, I'm out of ammo. Oh, there's no ammo up here. Fuck.
There you go. Jeez.
Grabbing a shot.
Oh, grabbing the shot.
Chest paddles here.
I'm putting the gas cans.
Carry the chest pal so that I can put it... Ooh,
Wait,
it's
did
chocolate.
they call them chest paddles?
ABs.
It's the same thing. Defibrillator, chest
That's so
paddles.
fucking fucked up.
Yeah,
Fibs, ABs, whatever you call them.
there you go.
Adrenaline shot here. Grabbing me a Molotov.
Oh, grabbing me a Molotov. Where's the adrenaline shot?
Actually,
What the fuck is everything?
where is the assault
Where is the
rifle?
ammo? What the fuck?
Ammo's here.
On stage, on
right here,
stage.
Yeah, on stage.
Weapons here.
What's
I
this?
got my ammo.
Oh, no, wait, what is this?
What is what?
Oh no, I don't like this one. I hate the 3-burst rifle so much. I feel like I'm not even dealing enough damage.
The
The
scar?
rate of fire. Yeah, the scar.
Ah, okay.
Stay on the mountain.
Hey guys. Wouldn't it be funny if someone just started it right now?
I'm actually good to go.
I'm gonna stay elevated up in this scaffolding right here. Hopefully,
Yeah.
hopefully I can see everything.
Oh shit! Fresh! So fucked! Off me! Chie-sama. Oh.
It's better.
There you go.
Fuck it, I'm starting up that gas canister. I'm not risking it. Where's the charger? Where's the charger?
I got the charger. I got that.
Fuck it. I got you.
Thanks.
Rochelle is fucking dead. Shit.
Oh, we got AED.
I love you. Totoka Yanoki, so you love me.
Oh,
Don't worry.
What the fuck?
I don't know if I.
Come on, stop going down. Going down's for losers. Rochelle's fucking alive again? Holy shit.
Yeah, we had an AED.
there you go.
No.
Sick.
Give me some time to heal.
Molly's over here.
Molotovs here.
Got you.
Oh, the good news is because I used the health kit, I survived that.
Here's the charger.
But I'm probably not going to survive this tank. It's fine then.
Shit, that's towards me. That's fucking.
Oh, don't worry, I got aggro apparently.
I need to heal. Or no Molly's.
Of ammo, fuck. Where is it? Where is it?
It's all done. It's all done.
Ammo's at the stage. Tank's dead though.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I need heals.
Thanks.
Stand still.
Oh, thank you,
I'm
Reshii.
gonna mess this up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Where are the health kits? Are they all
more
used
health
up already?
kits.
They were at the top.
Jockey!
I'm not in a good position. Fuck. Oh, please get him off me.
Rochelle's gonna die.
Yep.
I'm lagging. What the fuck? Oh shit. Cap, you didn't have to do that. Much appreciated. Thoughts and prayers on the BTS meal. Bussin'. Shit. Fuck this shit.
If I stay up late, I should get something. Maybe I'll get myself the non-BTS.
I really can't deal with this right now. I gotta find a bio bomb or something.
Use your adrenaline shot. Use your adrenaline shot.
Can't use it, I'm down.
No, I mean for Annie.
Let's see. Hey, kings of woe. Hey, king. Holy shit, there's so many on my ass. Breaking the world. Tenderness of breaking.
Why are they not? Why are these zombies don't just like you just like beat them down as if like you're fucking
Movement! Movement is everything! I am speed!
I have a defeat. Here, I have a defeat.
Holy shit, I killed it! Action man.
Annie, come to me. I have a defeat.
Oh fuck,
Come to
everyone's
me.
dead!
Come to me. I have a defeat. No, opposite. Oh my god.
Oh no, I fucked up. Ah, it's over. That's so fucked up, man. I was doing so well. BTS Neil busting the fuck me, man. Dude, what the fuck? I was Trackstar, whatever that one song is. Fuck.
Track
Y'all
star.
know the Midnight Riders? They're gonna save us.
Fuck that shit, man. Like, guys, stop dying. It's so unprofessional of you.
Hold on.
Never leave
Wait!
it.
We got
Nobody.
Set up.
I mean, nobody
Okay, fine.
has a bigger pyrotechnic show than the Midnight Riders.
And that'll signal
Fuck.
the chopper pilot. I'm sorry for all the bad stuff I said about your cousin.
Anything in here? No, nothing. Fucking lagged. I fucking lagged when I got a sub. That was unfortunate.
Okay. No, this is fine.
That's what we call a big F.
What the fuck is this?
Damn,
Fuck outta here.
suffering from success. Please, no tank, no tank, no tank.
Please don't hit me.
Stage.
There we go.
Oh,
Wow, I missed.
I hit it. Chest paddles here.
Oh, you know what I didn't get? I forgot. Here.
Ah, I did not sidestep fast enough.
yikes.
I like.
I'll be right
Jeez,
back.
why don't we just sidestep? It's like Valorant or some shit like that. I don't know.
I'll be right back. I forgot my
Boomer
health.
just spawned.
Fuck me, man.
Oh, I'm getting friend.
Here we go. Here's my health again. I keep on forgetting. Oh, what happened to you?
We didn't even start. We didn't even start.
A boomer got me.
Oh, I see. Damn. Okay.
I wasn't paying attention. All I heard from behind him was, "I hate millennials."
I hate millennials.
What?
Is that a mod?
I'm making a shitty joke
Oh, I see.
Damn.
about boomers.
Because it was a boomer. Get it? Very funny.
It's very funny now that it's had to be explained. And it wasn't very funny to begin with either.
Shut that fuck up. There we go.
Oh my
Got him. Alright, anyways, talk about the millennials again.
Oh, it's too late.
This
Sorry,
seems
I'll
to be a
start
good,
talking clown.
The clown was way funnier.
good build, yeah. Seems to be good placement here.
Damn.
Alright.
Alright.
One
Is it ready?
gas can, these
Get your-
bastards.
Oh yeah, we didn't fucking spread out the shits. That one over here.
Cover your ears.
If you have taste, cover your ears. Great. Back on the scaffolding.
Okay. I'll come with you.
Ito, you love me.
Oh, that's great.
my
That's
God.
definitely my fault.
Oh my god, Hunter.
Where? What? Oh, she is.
I'll help you up once the charger is dead.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Oh, Reshii is dead. Oh my god.
Oh,
Here, back me up,
she.
back me up.
Oh, fuck! Get him off me! I'm fucking dead. Not yet.
Chucky.
Grab me off the scaffolding. Can you believe that shit? Love you. The Doka Yanoki.
What
So
the
you love
fuck?
me.
Oh
Already?
my
What the
God.
fuck?
Unfortunate series.
Is there a difference between alcohol and cooking alcohol? Just curious. Like, are you not supposed to be drinking cooking alcohol? Is that the
I hope.
reference?
Well, personally, I
Yeah,
hope
you
not.
can drink cooking alcohol. It's not
Don't
like,
open the door! Don't open the door!
Here's the plan.
No, I'm just shooting through it.
Don't open the door. Here. I'm gonna tell you when I'm ready.
Because
There's no automatics.
I mean, nobody has a bigger pyrotechnic show
just
than
use
the
the SMG.
Midnight Riders.
I'm in. This
True.
arena's about to get rocked. We need to find a stage.
There'll be more weapons.
Hello, washroom. Nothing.
good.
Oh, wow.
This time, okay, no, I have it. Okay.
Nothing in here.
There was a.
Hurry up before a horde comes in again.
I'm coming. Let's all stay together.
Huh? Where is it? For opening noises.
We're all
Fuck.
good. We're all good.
What, tanks?
Alright.
Is there a mod to turn everything into Nicolas Cage? Just curious.
Probably.
I know there was
Fuck.
a Bazinga mod for Left 4 Dead. Like everything you see in here is Bazinga. Sheldon Bazinga.
I didn't know you could see Bazinga. Fuck.
No, like like all the textures. It's just like It's just Sheldon's like signature shirt, and Sheldon himself. So like all the survivors are now
I
Sheldon.
ever like that show. That's really the embarrassing.
No one with a half wit.
Show? It's a fucking show.
I don't know. It started what, like 10 years ago? I was in like middle school.
Yeah.
You gotta
Now
be
there's a
little
fucking
bit-
Damn.
spin-off.
Spreading out. Spreading those cheeks.
Wait, is the
Oh, fuck.
spin-off also a sitcom?
I've heard the spin-off is even worse.
Right, but is this
Alright,
is the
you get the
spin-off a
spin-off be any
sitcom?
good? It's about a
or-
kid.
Spin-off's about him as a kid.
Wait, already? I don't even have a gun!
I asked if everyone was ready.
I didn't say anything!
Exactly.
Annie, you want beans?
So fucked up.
Oh no, you have beans. Okay.
Alright, well, here, we'll make this.
Movements! Movements! Oh, you fucked me over, you piece of shit!
I threw a bio bomb in there. It's a potent combination.
Alright.
Oh, that was good.
Oh!
Got you.
It's the best we've done so far. Behind.
Fuck you, Scott.
Oh, no. Where are they? Oh shit, mainly on the left. Oh, charger. Where the fuck is my... Oh, yeah. Oh, Rochelle's dead. I don't got Rochelle. Who's gonna get me? Fuck. You fuck! You motherfucker! I was healing my shit up. I was patching up my dick and everything.
I got your back.
I hope you got me.
Patch yourself up.
We'll find a default.
Did it really damn both of us? God damn it.
I got hit with a fucking brick! I got jumped, man!
Oh, he just got spit on. We're dead.
What the fuck?
He's
Damn.
getting boomered.
Look at that shit. Oh fuck. Damn, that tank.
That was so good for like a good 1 minute.
Damn. That's so fucked up.
Okay.
Alright.
I am now reaching the Monster Energy drink. Finally. I finished my
What the
Arizona.
fuck?
Yeah.
Alright, I got this past 12. Fuck. Okay.
Nice. Alright.
Where is it? Where's
Wait
everybody?
for me. Hold on.
Okay, here's the plan.
I'll let you know when you can open the door.
Then we start the midnight
Like this?
rider finale.
No!
It's all kinds of fireworks, smoke pots, and lights.
Or like this.
That chopper pilot.
Wait.
No. Alright, have fun out there.
we'll do.
Be ready to rock.
Have fun, don't die.
Of course not. I've never died in my life. Except once.
Except for that last time.
Yeah. That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Oh my god.
Accident.
Oh my
Accidentally
god.
entered IRL.
What monster energy drink flavor are you trying there, Rush?
This is a regular Monster. How do people like Monster? Oh my god.
Regular monsters taste like literal chemical waste. So, no one does. No one drinks those.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
It
gotta
feels
go
like
with
I drank from a
You gotta go with
chemical
the flavored
plant.
ones.
What's shooting me?
I gotta smoke it.
Oops. Uh-oh. Okay, this was bad.
Yeah. Don't drink regular monsters. They're awful. It's the
Okay.
same thing with like regular rock stars too. Don't drink them.
It's the birds,
Shut.
man. Jockey.
Oh my god.
I think.
Thank
We got this. I think we got this. It's the HP never mattered. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. HP doesn't matter as long as you don't get hit.
Yeah.
Just don't die.
Yeah. Pretend this is Apex. So it's all about movement.
Or TF2. TF2 is all about too. Both of them.
I got the
Both of the
stragglers up
TF2s. It's all about the movement.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, what?
Talking about Team Fortress 2.
Reloading.
I'm talking about Titanfall 2.
Team.
Both of them.
Yes.
Both of them rely on movement.
Please, just let me suck your ass. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna make that joke.
How many do I have? Oh, wait, hold on. I have 6 now. Cool. Alright.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Alright, I'm gonna pick up the HK real quick.
Okay.
Alright. Whenever you guys are ready, I guess. I can adapt pretty easily.
Okay.
I mean, I'll eventually have to text this girl back, but...
You know, I'm always one up for adapting and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'm ready. Okay, let's go.
You okay there, bud?
Yes, I am. I am perfectly fine.
Keep moving.
I accidentally set myself on fire with fire.
Yeah, don't be afraid to
Watch out
use
for the
your
fire.
util.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Okay. I have a keen eye. Annie, are you okay?
Oh fuck!
Oh, it's just...
I need more util.
Jeez, this thing does 20 for each zombie then.
Util out.
Please kill the smoker.
What?
Please kill the smoker. On the scaffolding.
No. What the fuck? Man's allowed to get away with that. I don't understand.
Fuck.
Who threw that? What?
That was me, but the fire was definitely not on top of your body.
I saw that.
When I threw it, I think literally the zombies on fire falling on you is what killed you.
Looks like shooting me.
Yo, that was so fucking funny. Oh, what the hell? Who hit me?
It's been a long time since I've seen the riders. But if
Oh,
their
actually has this
finale
one
is the
here.
same,
It's great.
that'll signal the
God.
We just
The
need to
RPM on this is so fucking
nobody
hard.
Until you zoom in.
has a bigger power
Use
Yeah, I know.
show
The zoom
than
in.
the Midnight Riders.
Yeah, the zoom.
Yeah, the zoom in
Valorant,
is
the
really
zoom in makes it
weird.
slow.
Wow, that's because this is literally straight out of Counter-Strike, and that's what it does in that too.
Hey,
Yeah, I know.
Annie,
Boomer
Annie,
bio.
Are you
Annie,
fucking kidding me?
Hey,
I
Annie.
shoot him right in the dick and he
Annie.
doesn't die?
Annie.
What?
Fuck, I forgot. Never mind. I forgot.
So, you've been drinking alcohol, and now you decided to start drinking Monster.
No, I'm
are you-
okay. So I'm drinking. Okay, so I'm drinking tequila, but I'm chasing with Monster.
Yeah, you were chasing with Arizona. That's a horrible idea. You know that, right?
What, Arizona or Monster?
Monster with alcohol.
Why is it bad? What? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Because the caffeine and other chemicals in an energy drink are stimulants that increase your metabolism, which increases the rate that the alcohol enters your blood.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. Start chugging coffee then.
It's
Okay.
Hell yeah. I'm taking
I explained that to
Sorry.
you because I was saying it was a bad idea.
That's a good idea now.
I mean,
okay.
I guess if you're aware of the fact that it will make you drunk quicker and do more damage to your liver,
Well,
whatever.
here's the thing. I'm a fucking
livers,
idiot.
Livers are
I get it.
replaceable.
So,
Livers
As
are
someone-
replaceable.
As someone who's experienced renal failure, I'd rather have my liver and my kidneys functioning.
okay.
Boomer sneaking around.
Oh, really? This early?
This is only
We
like.
haven't even started it yet. It's just a charger.
Okay.
Check 1, 2.
Alright.
Hits.
Here,
But,
you want to like delay just so we can kill off these specials right after they spawn?
There's-
So they're not going to get the next wave.
Okay. Perfectly fine by me.
Don't be afraid to use your util. Just a little reminder.
Oh, hold on. Where are the? Okay, I got them all here.
Where are the pills? Where
What the fuck?
Where
I
the,
didn't pick it up.
Where
Okay,
the,
here we go.
I don't remember
Where are the
where I saw
perks?
pills.
Are we ready?
I think the pills might be
Yes,
on one of the
no,
scaffoldings.
maybe.
Stands.
yeah, I see some drugs here.
Molotov here.
Okay.
I'm just spreading out like some fireworks and stuff.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
I'm gonna do the same thing I did that other wave that was really good, which is I'm gonna throw a biobomb at a box of fireworks.
Where are?
Alright, right. I'll stay on the.
the-
I'll stay on the stadium. I'll stay on the stairs.
I'm
Then.
gonna do. I'm
on
gonna
the
do the
seatings.
one right in the middle, right over here.
Alright, y'all ready?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm ready. Y'all ready?
Still putting fireworks boxes out.
Molotov.
Oh, and there's
I'm
gas
good.
cans here too. Fuck yeah.
Okay. Hurry up before the AI thinks we're taking too long.
Nah, that's fine. Like usually, like in this case, what was it? Like just like a special effect, it will come in like once every minute or something like that. I've experienced it before, but at least with NPCs. I don't know how better with multiplayer.
First aid here.
I got the last gas can. You're good to start.
Okay,
Or I guess I can go start it.
sounds
You
good.
guys good to go?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine. I've been ready.
Yeah, well, I'm double checking this time because last time it didn't. People got angry.
No worries. I don't get angry.
Oh shit! I dropped the biobomb somewhere. I lied. I don't have that combo.
I'm bringing them. I didn't mean to, but I'm bringing them.
I got Jackie.
Will you cut that shit out?
Okay, well, Reshii is in Africa.
Yeah, Rochelle ran into the fire. Charger? I think that's just a charger.
It's on stage. It's on stage.
Not anymore. It's coming after me.
Me.
Alright. What the
What the fuck? I don't understand how that worked. I don't understand. I cocked and balled him. What the fuck?
Wait, you cock and ball tortured him? Is that what you said?
No, just
Yeah,
call
I
handball.
Here's the plan.
Yeah, I cocked and balled
It's been
him.
a long
No
time
torture,
since
no.
I've seen the ride.
Because
Wait.
that's wrong. Morally wrong.
Give me a second. Don't open the
Is it-
door.
Someone. Oh no, you know what? I shouldn't say that. That's probably too much. It
Uh-huh.
was about a meme.
Okay. 1 second. Alright. I'm perfectly... Wait for me. Hold on. Let me pick this up. Let me actually drink one. Give me a second. Alk! Question. Do you...
Answer.
I need a... suggestions for a new... new
For new
headphones?
headphones?
Yes.
Reloading.
How much money do you want to spend, and how
Budget is
AC
150
slash
bucks.
balance do you want them?
Budget is 150 bucks.
150 bucks.
With Bluetooth support.
I might know some good Bluetooth headphones.
You can get the ones I'm wearing. I think it's called like a Q35i or some shit like that. I can't remember.
I mean,
Those.
you're asking. Okay, I'm gonna give you good headphone recommendations, but they probably won't be Bluetooth because good Bluetooth headphones aren't cheap.
Okay.
Like mine's are Bluetooth and wired up. Like you can have it in either one.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it
running-
hybrid that way. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean,
A second, let me drink.
I know of a way to get both if you spend more money on a mini DAC.
On a mini deck?
Yeah, if you know what a DAC is, use them for higher end headphones that have really high like resistances.
Okay.
We got a horde coming here.
Behind us!
You got me.
There you
No,
go.
it doesn't. What?
I wear pretty like I wear headphones for like nice listening purposes.
Reloading.
So I have like I'm picky. We'll put it this way: I have an audio interface and I use like a 6.5 mil jack instead of 3.5. So use the full size plug instead of the one you get on most headphones. But these are detachable cables, and if you were to combo them with any, I just say DAC because I know one is small and one YouTube video has Bluetooth. So it would make your headphones Bluetooth wireless.
Where am I going?
But like my recommendation is probably just gonna end up being
Navy unit here.
regular headphones, I guess is the way I'm gonna say it. Like just nicer ones, like
Yeah.
Sennheisers maybe. That's what I'm running.
Grabbing fire in a bottle.
I have what was it?
If you're looking for Bluetooth,
It's not really well known, but like the one that I've been wearing for like a good year or so has been like, it's called Ostom. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that brand.
Not 100%, but they could
Okay.
easily be like just a brand of another brand.
Oh, okay. I got it like a year or two ago.
What's this button do?
Take that more finale.
This is gonna be good.
Getting us started early, eh?
Hey. Where are the beams?
So you reach. Oh. Oh shit, sama. Thought I killed you.
Oh my god. We're in a fire shell.
Watch out.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. All about the movement, baby. All about the movement.
Here I was thinking that helping Reshii would make a difference. But lo and behold.
Fuck me.
Is Bluetooth more like a I just want Bluetooth, or is Bluetooth more a necessity thing?
Bluetooth is more like...
Is it not dead yet?
Bluetooth is basically, I can leave home with the same headphones
Fuck me.
to use Bluetooth with.
Okay. What if
Yeah.
I were to recommend you
Or should I just get
Really?
like one pair of headphones for Jack, and then
So there might be a small issue.
Oh, I'm dead. What I was thinking is I could recommend you, I don't know what your preferences are in headphones or headphone type, but I could recommend you a decent pair of
okay.
backs for using while like acting under. I can either recommend, I use a pretty cheap pair of Bluetooth buds. If not, I could recommend some decent cheap wired buds. If you want
Ah, okay.
Like there is this one Chinese brand of earbuds that are incredibly cheap for what you get from them.
Yeah.
Like $20-30, and then if you went wireless, I actually really like the Skull Candy Sessions.
Oh, okay.
I bought now a second pair of them last few years. They're 40 Canadian dollars on Amazon, so I would expect them to be even cheaper.
So we gotta set up to rock. Let's find the stage. What next? Dinosaurs flying out in the sky and shooting
Okay.
lasers out there.
This time it's real.
Alright, get your head in the game, fellas.
This will be the
I
match.
don't know if I can trust that laugh though.
Nicholas, I thought you knew how to use a gun.
Is there anything useful here? No, there's not.
Kill the clown zombie.
Charge him!
I wish I had the shades. That would be
Help.
I gotcha.
Got cornered.
Oh, that's a charger. Not anymore.
Over here and help me. Reloading. I've been worse. Thanks.
There you go.
Nice.
Don't die again. Embarrassing.
It's fine.
See?
Where are the
Solves all the
beans?
problems.
Where are the beans, Annie? I need beans.
See, I'm taking the shotgun.
Annie, I need beans.
I don't got beans.
The fuck? Okay.
Defib
Look
unit.
around.
Maybe
I'm not the only provider of beans. The fuck?
It hurts.
They're always asking for something.
There's two defibrillators. There might not be any beans, but there are two defibs.
Stop moving so I can heal you.
Which means
No.
if we ever manage to stop the horde for long enough to use it, we can actually use it.
Okay.
Offensive beans.
Uh-huh.
Adrenaline. You reckon we should move
Oh, there's
on?
no pills
Resh,
here.
you should really
Stand
top
still.
yourself off with a heal
Or
kit
I'm
and
gonna
grab
mess
another,
this
right?
up.
Rochelle's got my ass, don't worry.
Alright, grab your medkits on the stage. Get this,
Reach for the top. Stay on the mountain.
Has anyone seen...
or smallies.
Has anyone seen... What do you call it? Not defibs,
Chest
adrenalines.
paddles here.
3, 2, 1.
There might be some by the switch.
I'll check.
Right here.
Adrenaline shot here.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you.
See?
What do y'all make of this?
Get it on. Let's get it over with.
There's a tape back here. This is all set up for the finale.
Start it up, Rush. Or not. Okay,
Oh.
I got it.
Oops.
No worries.
Get ready to rock.
Here we go. Where are they coming from? Found them.
Kind of
I
drop
found
you.
more. Fuck.
All over the place seems to be.
Oh, fuck.
Acid.
Oh, nah.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, help me out.
Focus on surviving first.
Oh my god.
I was going. I was just getting hit myself.
Damn.
I don't think that was our fastest yet, but it's
No, it was our fastest. It was our fastest death.
that was what I'm at.
It's been a long time since I seen the riders, but if their finale's the same, that'll signal the chopper pilot. We just need to start.
I'm in. This arena's about to get rocked.
Right, yeah.
How is she not dead? There we go.
Oh, are you
Here.
okay? Uh-oh.
I'm good.
Damn!
Oh, what the hell? Help me out, help me out. Smoker, 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 smoker. Smoker!
No, a little bit of a horde in the way.
Fuck! Fuck!
Get your ass up.
Got your ass.
Reloading.
We're almost losing on the way to this objective. Never mind.
Molotovs.
Bro,
We need.
just
we need.
just go straight up. Just go straight up, you know? There's like more than enough util on the stage and shit.
Alright, let me try pistols.
Turn on the lights.
Do well.
That one.
How's our morale
Get here.
going?
My morale is very fucking low.
I was probably too intoxicated.
I'm not gonna lie with you, my morale's very low.
Fuck! No! Not like this, everybody.
I'm pretty good at slamming my head in the walls over and over again. So.
Just,
What's
get
what?
your equipment, real quick. Get your equipment, adrenaline, shit.
You know what?
Start it
I'm
up.
gonna start this-
That's
Keep
right.
moving.
I'm gonna finish writing my tip.
Okay. Trying to figure out where the pills are this time. Is it over here?
Vtubie here.
Nope. Damn. Nope.
Alright.
Have you seen pills or
Uh,
adrenals?
I grabbed
Around.
There's some adrenaline here.
Adrenaline shot here.
There you go. Just like before. Alright. I'm potentially ready.
Go for it.
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Let's follow CDC guidelines.
Yo, Molotov where the zombies are coming from.
Keep going at him like that.
He's watching headless body spawn.
Dua Restimai. That's it. Sama.
Fuck! Jockey!
Where? I can't see it. Fuck.
I have to reload, I'm sorry.
Go on your feet. Let's go.
Where the fuck are? Ah,
That
dead.
really
Right.
on the last half second.
Okay.
Now it's
Keep moving. Get the fuck off me! Oh my god. Fuck this shit.
the tank's there. Oh, never mind, trigger.
I think we need a
I'm good. I'm good.
You're good?
No, we don't.
Oh no.
We need to buy
But how could we ever replace the oh so wonderful, oh so useful Rochelle?
Just keep pushing up before the horde comes on down the hallway.
I can already hear it talking.
Fuck.
Okay.
I really
Reloading.
wanted her to jockey.
Hey, anybody know how to start?
There we go.
There you go, horde coming. Now we're out in the open.
Charger.
Reloading!
Charger dead.
Yo, coach. Stop shooting me.
Hunter!
Fuck. Fuck off. Whew. Alright.
Healing. Molotov. Hey, can somebody watch
Alright.
my back? I'm gonna heal.
I will grab some stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Ready up.
We will find some. Wait, where are the
Yeah,
pills?
right.
Ready to rock. I'm about to start this baby.
Let's see here. Not here.
Let's get this stuff on the stage.
There.
Okay.
I think I'm
There.
just gonna start tossing and blowing up the gas canisters as we
shot.
go instead of prepping them beforehand.
Mhm.
Because some of these attempts are lasting less time than fucking throwing around boxes of fireworks.
Actually,
To
gonna need a
start to prepare
spaz.
is actually, you know.
Okay, who's holding a shotgun? Like, is anyone using a shotgun?
Guns!
I'm
Usually
using
use shotgun, but
Okay. Because normally I
like,
go
move
for a
around and
shotgun
shit.
in order to like save people's asses from getting crowded. So like,
I'm using like
This right here, I messed some shit up.
here
I'm
you
using
go.
a wheel gun.
There's a wheel gun.
alright.
Please tell me that's a reference.
Yeah.
I'm more ready than I could ever be.
Counter-Strike for kids. If you don't remember that, then
You guys ready?
Always
okay,
ready.
Yes. Excuse me.
Chestnut is here. Hunter!
Right here, right here, right here.
I feel, yeah. Ah, Resh, fuck it.
Sorry.
AK takes way too long to reload. What?
She started healing.
Oh, help me out, help me out. Charger, charger, charger.
Oh fuck, reloading and shit.
I'm stuck reloading. Give me a second. I got it, but I got down in exchange. It probably wasn't a good job.
Oh fuck. That's a jockey.
Fuck.
There we go.
I am finished.
Okay. Me.
Oh, Tap is
On me.
right on me.
Yeah. What the fuck?
What the hell?
He got you with the
Fucking-
rock.
It's a fucking sniper tank! I will
To be fair,
literally
he has
be
done
killed
better
by
with
that.
that rock than any other way of killing any of us.
Oh
She
my
just
god,
runs
I
after
can't
us
believe
because
this
we're
shit.
hiding to death.
Can't believe this shit.
Okay, here's the plan. Y'all know the
Alright, I'm
Midnight
coming.
Riders?
I'm going.
They gonna
Alright.
save us. Because
Oh my god.
nobody, and I
I'm in. Reloading. This arena's about to get rocked.
Right, don't just keep going straight. Watching out.
Press forward,
Reload.
everybody. We'll be okay.
Nothing here. Alright.
Uh oh. What the fuck?
Someone shoot the
There
box.
goes all the fireworks.
Fuck!
And all the gas. Alright. I'm ready.
It's not all the gas, it's just most of it.
Reloading
There's
here.
usually one or two other cans.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's like one bathroom. Mints are up top this time. Adrenaline's over here.
Look out!
Okay.
Alright. See? Not that bad.
I need
Where is
a molly here.
a shotgun? Here. AK?
Adrenaline shot here.
Maybe not. Maybe not AK.
Okay.
Here.
I'm ready when you guys are.
There's no ammo pile here.
Okay.
There's no what?
No ammo pile.
Alright.
Okay, queuing up the finale.
There's one in the center stage. Center stage.
Okay. Alright, I'm not protecting Reshii, so okay. I'm just gonna protect anyone else.
Throwing a pipe bomb.
Fuck, that's towards me.
And
Wow.
Oh my god.
alright, goodbye.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. I'll put everybody out of their misery by putting the sun on the pants.
I love you. You love me. What the fuck? You're not dead?
About leaving me here.
Yeah, for sure, someone dead.
Oh, that's a jockey.
You got it. It's dead. What you really should get is some of those defib panels.
Yeah,
Come
it's
on,
like
where's
right
it?
there. There we
Right
go.
there.
Behind.
Rochelle's.
Alright, you first, baby.
Thank you.
Hunter.
Oh shit! On me! Fuck!
Might want to make your peace. You hurt bad. One more time and that's it for you.
Oh fuck.
Rochelle's been quick on the draw. Also, you guys got to tank him. He's throwing rocks.
Oh.
Careful that tank!
Fitting things around.
Spit coming! First aid here.
Special effects! Where is it? Oh fuck, jockey somewhere. Da ba da ba da. Dun 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 dun. Fuck, 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 no, no, no. That's unfortunate.
I'm sorry?
Okay. Shit. Shit. Shit.
I'm not liking this.
Y'all know the Midnight Riders? They're gonna save us.
Okay. I got it. I got it.
You don't like what? You don't like what?
Are you losing this much?
Because nobody, and I mean real techniques show than the Midnight Riders.
And that'll signal the chopper
nope.
pilot. Man, this is gonna be like the 4th time the Midnight Riders have saved my life.
Fourth time. Oh my god. Okay. Are we all
Nothing
together?
Hey, anybody know how to start the finale?
We tight? No.
Sorry.
You guys got this. Actually, that wasn't so bad.
There we go.
That part isn't the hard part. Please.
Just follow my lead, and you know, stay away from each other.
Gotta shut that clown up.
That is like genuine advice that I have for all of us. Stay away from each other.
Got a defib unit.
Sounds good. I'm all
I'm just gonna
for
be
it.
tacking.
All right, grab your shit.
Explosives.
Wait a minute.
Grabbing a shot.
Last one.
First aid.
Molotov. Beans on top of the speaker.
Where's the... Oh.
I'm taking,
Where's the what?
don't even spread out the boxes. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pick them up. I'm just gonna toss them
Okay.
into wherever they're coming from and fire them.
Where
Into the
is...
gas cans.
Oh, here it is. Adrenaline's here. Nice. Okay.
Yep, I got all my shit.
Alright.
First aid kit here.
Start it up.
Let me take a quick shot. What should I dedicate the
Oh my
shot
God.
for, Annie?
Me.
Me? Alright.
To temperance.
To Annie and to Temperance. Kanpai.
Me.
Ooh.
To me, saving your asses. Let's do this.
Nice. Alright, let's go.
Jeez, that was a long ass shot.
Oh, let me stay with you. Let me stay with you guys. Shit.
Spitter on one side. Get out of there, Reshii. Roll fireworks underneath your feet.
Charge.
I got it.
Fuck on me.
Gotta reload, sorry.
That is so unfortunate.
Ow! Already down.
I'm doing great.
I have 40 HP.
Monkey noise. Monkey noise. Whoa! God, I'm not drunk enough to deal with it. I know I said I wasn't gonna drink much, but whoa. Look at that. The cup's filling up, boys. Woo! Where's my iPad?
Where's the defib? Where's the defib? Here it is.
Thanks, here. I'm gonna attract his attention. Hey, fuck.
Behind you.
Worth. I got completely screwed by that one zombie coming behind me because I couldn't back out of the firework. I'll take the off this time. Maybe that'll be the
This is not good. This is not good at all. Wait, hold on. Wait, where? What the fuck is this hydrant for? Hold on!
What's not good? I'm just killing guys outside. I'm not actually.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you that. Wait, hold on. Wait, one second.
You're gonna tell me what? You're gonna tell me.
Don't open the door. Don't open the door. I need to say something. Alright?
Okay.
So here's. Oh my god. I need to actually, like, mute myself. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hi. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, first of all. Second of all, I can't hydrate with water. I can only hydrate with what I have here. It's called Monster Energy. Monster Energy supposedly increases the rate of which you get drunk thanks to caffeine. Okay. And as a result, I'm not feeling too well right now, and I don't know what to do anymore. I lost count on the shotgun. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Let me drink a little bit of Monster real quick. Hold on. Nice. Okay. And now, I will take a shot because I lost. Because we got wiped so fucking hard. Hold on. Okay. And I'm gonna dedicate this shot to the bee. I'm gonna dedicate this to Saoirse, because she's a great gal and I like her style a whole lot. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Con pie. Oh. Wait. Okay. I'm good. No, I'm not gonna die. Don't worry about me. I should be worried about Annie for the most part, because I'm not sure what he actually thinks about me because of this collab. Me drinking so much. Hold on. Let me actually get back into the thing. Wait.
You can hear me. Don't.
Wait.
Oh, Resh, don't kill his liver.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
okay. So
Resh, don't fuck over your liver.
Wait, hold on.
God, there's so many fucking bodies here.
Okay, I'm back. Ooh! Oh, I got these panties. Okay, I'm back. Let me take this. Where the hell is my... Oh, I have it. Okay.
Fuck off.
Ooh! Okay. I'm good.
noises.
Oh.
What the fuck behind us?
Okay, I'm back. Nice.
Are you finally back with us?
Ayo!
At your living room?
Ayo!
How were your additional shots?
The shot was great.
Oh, was
I
there only
loved it.
one? I thought there were two.
Resh behind.
Wait, was there two?
You made like several dedications there in a row.
No. I dedicated it to a friend of mine. I'm not sure if there was anything else on top of that, but let's just let me know, because definitely having a lot of short-term memory loss. I'm like fucking Dory, except I'm not a fish. There you go.
Alright. I'm literally going to survive.
You're going to survive.
Why wouldn't you?
Or wouldn't I?
I will survive.
Damn, good question.
Ha.
Beans on the scaffolding.
Alright, I'm trying.
Yo,
I'm
give
trying,
me the fucking beans, man. Those beans are
trying-
mine.
What am I trying?
Wait. Has anyone seen pipe bombs?
Has anyone seen who?
Pipe bombs.
Pipe bombs?
Yeah, I think
They're
so.
usually on the side, yeah.
I got Molotovs over here.
Oh, well. There
Well,
it goes.
that's all the fireworks.
Well, I'm glad I saved 2 boxes.
Alright, get your beans and shit.
Okay.
Also, Resh, get your whatever you needed. Pipe bomb, fucking bile bomb.
I couldn't find pipe bombs, so I'm just gonna grab
Grabbing
mollies.
the Molotov.
Okay, I'm ready.
There we go. Adrenaline here.
Every lady's crazy when
Alright,
daddy's
starting.
not around. Na, 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 na,
Nice.
Alright, good luck, fellas.
You too.
I'll see you in the next life.
Good luck, you're on your own. Good to hear.
Fuck. Well, yep. It's expected.
Oh, that was fast. Sure you don't want any help?
I got the assault rifle.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You guys good up there?
Yeah.
Oh. That's unfortunate. Not a fucking again. Alright.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna touch up my titties real quick.
Same here. Uh-oh.
Touch up your
Do you guys
titties.
want to shoot this thing from over there for me?
I got you
Sure.
for...
It's like a tower defense right here with Resh. Real quick.
It's okay, just watch out for the hunter.
Settle down, boy.
Oops.
I see him.
Chess battles here.
I see you.
Pathetic. Get up.
There you go.
Jockey. Damn.
Oh, wow, okay.
Jockey,
Hey, don't T-pose on me. Don't T-pose.
I can't help you, the pistol's too inaccurate.
Fuck me.
Hey, yo, we're a team.
What the fuck? That's got abs of steel.
She sniped me with that damn rock. It's awful.
Movement shooter. Movement shooter.
Looks like it's time to take another shot.
First, we do a quick check
on.
Yeah, sure, why not?
dogs.
1 second.
Nah, I'm just playing.
I didn't hit any of
We
them.
look for supplies.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Hello. Bye-bye.
Smoke pots and lights and shit. That chopper pallet.
Damn, don't
These
hit
zombies
me.
better be ready to rock.
Okay.
Center mass. Center mass. Center mass.
Actually, these are zombies. You probably want to aim for the head also.
There is nothing here.
Fuck.
Are you okay, Yanni?
Center mass is for.
Huh? What?
Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Oh my god, oh my god.
That thing's riding him!
No shit.
Riding him. Where the fuck?
Fuck off.
I hit it.
Uh-oh. Rochelle!
Oh, yep,
my
I'm
God.
straight dead. Is it gonna get Rochelle too?
Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, just hope there's some defibs spawn.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Always a defib spawn. There you go. Hello. Do you need some help?
All right, lights on, baby.
I like how Hoshikawa's eyes are still up. Oh my god. Good burp. I love it. I love you. Wait, what?
Love you too. Love you too.
No.
I love
What is that about? What is that about? You agreed to the pegging.
I don't know what it was.
Can always count
Who's on the
you,
receipt?
bro.
Never mind, I don't want to
Me? Of course. What the fuck?
know. Power bottom?
Fucking hell. Get the music started. I want to listen to my 24-hour Cinderella.
Snow White is where it's at. Wait. Where's the jockey?
Oh fuck, there they are! Found the hunter and the jockey. Oh my gosh, that's next to me! What the fuck?
Going back. Did we all three just get? Oh no, Andy, you're still.
Damn.
I got jockey. What got you, Ref?
Give me the fucking bomb! God, I tossed that across the fucking country. Oh my god. Why? Why are you not dead? Well, one of you is about to be dead. Two of you are about to be dead. That's a fucking hunter. Off my ass! At least
Fellas,
pay me first. Fuck me.
I am
Holy shit.
dead. Oh my god. I just saw panties on the hot toe.
Chill your fucking dick. Oh my god.
Hold on. Who's Sarah? Here, Alk, stay still. Oh no, she doesn't have panties. Never mind. Okay.
Did you just look up under my roof?
Yes, he looked up your skirt. He looked up your skirt.
First we do a quick check around for corn dogs. Nah, I'm just playing.
Gotta take a
First we
lady
look
off
for
the
supplies.
The fuck?
Then we start the Midnight Rider finale. It's all kinds of fireworks, smoke pots, and lights and shit. That chopper pilot came missing.
Okay, we'll set off the pyrotechnics, but I am telling you right now, I am never going to air guitar.
These zombies better be ready to rock.
Go for some fries right now. Maybe some shawarma.
Out here.
Yo, do you want me to order food right now?
Like for me?
I'm thinking
Oh,
about
man.
Turn all this stuff on.
I mean,
Oh, you were
like,
talking about for me.
so like, I know a late night place that like orders.
Out in the open,
they,
get out in the
deliver
open.
food at fucking like 3 in the morning. It's so
The
good.
McDonald's here is over 20%.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, I mean like for delivery. though.
Yeah, for delivery.
Damn.
It's open for delivery like almost twice as long as like an actual walk-in store.
You know what's the worst? What is it? When I was still living in
fuck.
Philly, there was like I was able to order insomnia cookies late at night. It was so good. It's fucking 3 in the morning.
I wish I could order insomnia cookies.
But now that
I
I live away from Philly, it doesn't deliver to my address, and I hate it so much.
Man, I should just like bake some stuff when I'm like fucking sleepy.
I'm already big.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
I thought that was worth it.
Okay.
Get your shit together right now.
Hold on. All right,
Your
before
adrenalines, your pipe bombs.
Before you begin the rock concert, what would you like me to dedicate this drink to, everybody?
Another one?
Fuck, I don't know, man. Dedicate.
I really want to say temperance again because it becomes increasingly ironic the more you drink.
Me. Dedicate it to me.
We already did that. We need somebody else.
Do it again.
What the fuck, Annie?
Dedicated to your mom, a lovely woman.
All right, Mom.
I need to stock up on ammo. Fuck.
I love you. I wish
okay,
I should
this.
definitely
Love you
call
too,
you a
bro.
lot more often. So I'll dedicate this to you.
Feels
Con-
bad.
Con pie.
Con pie, whatever that means.
Means cheers. There we go.
It's like soap.
Okay.
Okay, Resh, you're idle. Okay.
Hit it.
Please stay away from each other when the time comes for it. Fuck me, I almost got ass eaten. Hey, hands off.
Sorry.
Damn, Resh. Aim.
Get over there, solo.
Oh, Hunter killed Rochelle. Wow. Ooh, before you res Resh, please prioritize yourself. I got him.
Hey, I ain't leaving you, but you better get up.
Why won't this fireworks set off? Oh, smoke is down.
Coming. I'm coming.
Please prioritize yourself before you prioritize him.
Shit.
Fuck! Will you love me? Step and go. Oh my god, what happened? Oh my god, fuck is jumping on me! Ooh. Oh god.
Hold on.
Maybe we should try sticking together.
Give me a second. Wait, I know somebody who can help. Hold on.
Here's the plan.
1 second. Hold on. I'm gonna call for backup. Where's...
You're gonna send out that turn on the bat signal.
Yes. Hold on.
You're gonna get specs.
What happened? What happened?
Yeah, I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm gonna phone a friend, my buddy old pal Specsweedle, into the game.
Damn.
Hopefully he'll answer. Please.
He's an FPS pro. He'll definitely carry us. That one wasn't sarcastic.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's not for me, man. That's for me
Rush
right
normally
here.
moan this much when he's drunk.
What?
Huh? Don't worry about it, buddy.
Hey guys, back up into the safe room. Back up into the safe room.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, yeah. Look, we have pleasant company. Try not to shoot me while you run away and scream.
Hurry!
Oh, that's the bot.
Hurry!
Give me
That's
here. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna make a phone call real quick. Is he gonna answer?
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Do you have left? Do you have left or do it? Do you? Do you have?
Are you drunk?
No.
Mm,
Okay. Do you have Left 4 Dead 2 installed?
not yet.
Okay. Okay. We need help. Please? Would you like to come and help us?
What are you doing? What's going on?
Hold on. Your friend Alcahest is playing with us, but we're playing on expert right now, and we could use your help.
Okay, well, I'm in a pug right now.
Okay. All right. If you have the chance, just join in whenever.
Sure.
Okay. I love you. I love you, Specs.
No worries. Take her easy.
You too. Okay. Let me come back. Fuck. Okay, I'm back.
You better be.
So sorry.
You better be.
Reloading.
Wait. Return to game.
Sounds like
Hello.
you smoke a bitches.
Alright.
Hey, watch out!
Oh, what are we getting?
Oh, what?
Smoker.
Why are the hits with the melee? Stop being so inconsistent. Fuck.
Time I turn around.
I fucking swing across the entire world and still miss. I don't understand this game, man. This game wants me to fucking keel over.
It's like Counter-Strike, you know?
Bro, I can deal with Counter-Strike and shit, man. I can't deal with like fucking
No, because
my
like
melee's missing.
No,
when I'm
but, like,
swinging
sometimes you get,
literally
like-
across the entire fucking world.
but like sometimes you can like sneak up to a guy and try to like pistol shot him like from like 2 feet away
Grabbing a shot.
at like point blank and it'll still miss no matter what. That's the sort of like accuracy I'm talking about. Oh yeah, XCOM.
Damn. All right. You got your shits? I do too. All right.
Yeah, me too. I love you. Thank
See
you.
you beyond the grave, fellas. Damn, that was a waste of a molly.
We're gonna split it right here too somehow. Really fun.
Here we go.
Oh,
Cut down by it.
don't rest him yet.
Oh my god.
There we go. Wow, what do we have here? Alright, here we go. Literally,
No, I'm not really that into horror.
do you love me? Where the fuck is that? Yeah, backing up. Oh. Not molding. That'd be crazy to say I was.
I'm definitely not molding right now as we speak.
Bro.
Honestly, probably
Y'all know the Midnight Riders?
just
They're
unable.
gonna save us.
Especially at this point.
We start their
This isn't like
finale. That chopper's gonna know something's up because nobody.
I have a very strongly worded letter written in my head at the moment. Just saying.
Yes, we will tell Valve this game is terrible.
We should just tell them that the AI is there. That's the part that matters.
Yeah. Fucking Rochelle. Goddamn.
Bro. Strongly worded letters in my head right now. Fuck.
That clown's bring your friend, man. Take it down. Watch out.
Look.
What the fuck? Why does it take Rochelle 3 years?
Ooh-wee. Where's that boomer?
Oh my god.
Got him.
Alright, lights on. Hell yeah. Azerline titties.
Hang on. This might sting a bit.
Is that what the billboard behind the stage is?
Shit, who?
Yeah.
Pillbox Gaming, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Dairy Farm. I'm drunk out of my mind. Don't say the Z word. Z word's banned from the chat.
Hold on.
Damn.
Now I'm curious.
Alright, fellas. What?
Now I'm curious what the Z word is.
Does it rhyme with
The Z word is this. No, the Z word is it rhymes with a funny word. What the fuck rhymes with? Fuck, I don't know, man.
Thank you for reminding me. Here,
No, not
whoever here, hold on. Whoever followed, thank you for reminding me to drink more because I sort of
Oh
need to
fuck,
drink more.
coffee, right? I'm gonna drink some coffee.
Yeah, right. The coffee has a caffeine. Wait, is this decaf or no? Annie, is it decaf?
How
Annie, is
am
it decaf? Is
My
it decaf?
coffee? My coffee?
Yes, is it decaf?
Why would my? No, it's not. Why would my
Okay.
coffee be decaf?
Decaf really,
Decaf's
it really destroys the purpose of coffee. I don't know why anyone would drink it if it wasn't full of caffeine.
taste.
Okay.
Taste.
Oh, because it tastes awful. That was the next thing I was gonna say.
No, it's the fuck. That's so fucked up.
I
Okay.
drink coffee almost every day, and I
Mike-
literally
Mike
hate
Ox.
the experience.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
Good to know. Good to know. In the meantime,
To know what?
I'm gonna.
In the meantime,
Wait, what did I say?
I swear you're gonna pass out on your keyboard once you're done.
I am not going to pass out.
He's
All right.
gonna be snoozing with the screen.
Resh, please get your throwables and please get your canned beans and or adrenaline.
We'll
No, not Siri. Shut the fuck up.
we'll get one of the other Showtan crew guys to update the stream info to see.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, fucking right. As if they're awake right now. Okay.
Oh no, you said you were gonna get Weedle here. All right, Resh, get your shit. Get your
What
shit.
was okay.
You're idle.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
fucking idle.
I dedicate this to Weedle. Come
Oh
on.
my God.
Sure, I'm with you. Let's go.
Goes here.
Come on, y'all hurry. Let's go.
right
Let's go.
behind
Hey,
you.
you're
Okay, shut up.
Let's go.
Rochelle.
Why does he get a fucking Grizzy voice? Rochelle. Rochelle.
Kind of husky.
Rochelle. Bro. You sound like you're gonna piss your pants.
Ammo here.
Ammo here.
You alright, bud?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
No.
Yes, I am. Shit! What the fuck?
I'm literally bud close.
Hey, I saw the icons. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? There they are.
Hunter.
Bitter on your right.
Okay. Rochelle will be our sacrifice. We can't get it up to them.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh. Thanks. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
What did you do now? Oh shit. Got you again.
Yo, no, sa, yo. Oh fuck! I'm not oh fuck yet. I promise.
Charger.
Ooh,
Trying to get
dodged
started
by a
as
fucking
pipeline
hair.
as a mod in here.
I love you. Tedoka yo no kito, you love me.
I'm gonna needle the charger to death.
Help.
I gotta reload.
Oh, that's a charger.
I love you guys, by the way.
That's a charger. Oh, that's a charger. Oh, my dick. Oh, he's beating me off, guys. Oh, he's still beating me. Oh, God. Ah, fuck. Woo! 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 Damn, I was halfway there, guys.
I'm gonna try and pick you up, but I'm
I'm gonna pick him up.
Every bone in my body may be
Okay,
broken,
I'm
but I'm
gonna
still living.
Alright, I'm gonna give myself a... Is that a tank? That's...
I didn't hit that tank for like... I hit the tank for nothing? Okay.
Try not to aggro the tank while you're down.
Oh, don't worry, I'm hiding behind a... I'm hiding
Never
behind
mind,
a circus
just
tent.
threw a rock at me. Those rocks are deadly.
Help me up. Hunter. Damn. Thank you.
Where the fuck is that tank? Oh, it's dead, thank goodness.
No, it's
No,
not.
no, it's not. I'm a fucking liar and a cheat and holy shit!
Jeez.
And that baby for a loop! Call it some soup! Chan cha chan cha cha!
I did it as long as I could.
Woo!
Also, there's a boomer spawn behind you guys.
Yeah, behind us. Careful. Love the anime 3D girls. Yeah, same here, buddy.
Fuck.
Help
Help me up. Hello.
Oh my god, Prince again. Saving you up, baby.
Hello.
Hold on.
Hello?
I got you.
Hello?
I got you.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
be patient.
Hello?
Be patient.
Hello?
Be patient. Be
Hello?
patient. I got
Hello?
a hand for you. Don't
Oh my
worry.
god.
Oh damn.
He's got more than just a hand.
It's okay. I'm looking at panties right now. It's fine. Oh, not anymore.
I need to get a med kit because I'm down next time I do anything.
Where's the defib? Yeah. Fuck! I can't jump over a small railing. That's the size of my elbow.
These things are down. Yep.
Uh-oh. Oh, Alk
Dun
is dead.
dun. Yes, you know.
Got this, Annie. Don't worry. The NPC
Say
will help you
no,
out.
sir. You know. Whoa, we are bad boys. Is
What
it?
are you doing? What are you up to?
You know, chances we're breaking the world, breaking the world. Kawase, the tenderness. Oh, I'm fucked here. Nope, I unfucked myself. Woo! I may not have adrenaline in my blood yet.
Michelle is probably gonna die in the
Oh fuck!
Choose
Oh, I
just a
checked
moment.
out again.
Watch out for that
Yeah.
Joker. Oh, I see.
Oh, what the fuck?
I told you to
Man,
watch out.
fuck your fireworks!
I
Holy
literally
shit!
just
What-
said.
Bro, I thought he was gonna go for the fucking fireworks. Objective here: try to survive until helicopter comes, and we haven't done that since.
Okay, we've passed the 3-hour mark, everybody. It is
3
time.
hours or...
Yes.
Here's the plan. First,
Bro,
we
has it not been
check
advanced?
around for corn
Was this not advanced?
No, this was expert this whole time.
dogs. I love
Damn.
them. All we need to do
Bro,
is
since
start
when
it
was
up,
it
and
expert?
the
Fuck.
pilot sure as hell won't see us.
Ah, that's pretty smart.
Cool.
I could have done it. I could have done it.
It is time to end this once and for all.
Programmer mode. Like programmer mode. Reduce the
Yeah.
That's what we call a programmer mode.
Yes. Look at that.
Oh god. How long can I go without taking a piss? That's a great question.
Reloading.
That I asked myself.
Well, you would know best.
Actually, I wouldn't. I haven't tested it out. When exactly is my year? Yeah, maybe that's a bit too much. I was going for a little bit more than I asked for. Yay!
Oh,
Thanks, Resh. Thanks, baby.
you're
for hitting me.
welcome, baby girl. I love you.
Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God,
I'm
no.
sorry. Hello?
He's getting.
Damn.
You're too far gone, bud.
Who
That is
hacked?
not.
Who hacked into my voice chat? What the hell?
Alice, come on, man.
Wait, let me give it. Blah. Okay, cool.
Watch out.
Oh my god.
Alice, come on, man.
Let's come on, man.
Man literally comes in front of me as I'm shooting it.
Okay.
Alright. I'm ready here. I'm ready. I don't know if you guys are. Rush it definitely isn't. Doesn't got anything on his ass.
Too bad.
I like the attitude, buddy. I love you. You love me.
I have the original
You know.
Midnight Rider shit.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Oh, it was a boom.
Hello? Who's sitting?
Wow.
Here I am just killing boom.
If I see anyone sitting still, you're dead meat right now.
Don't shoot that box in your
What
feet
the
there,
fuck?
man.
Why the fuck is Rochelle?
Charger coming up on your ass,
Oh my
Rochelle.
god.
Rochelle dead.
Come on now. Get your ass up.
Hello? Jockey?
That is a boomer. And that boomer is now dead. Yes, I guess so. We take a step and go.
Thank you.
Jeez, Rash, why didn't you say anything?
The fuck? It just came up on my ass.
Well, I unasked him, okay?
Thank you.
Like I... Oh, fuck, no, that wasn't me that killed him, fuck. Where is it? Hank coming up!
Oh, found it.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, shoot out this charger. You know, the one that's currently eating my ass out.
What if I didn't have a
That
jockey
was a close
on
one.
me? The jockey's... Oh yeah, look, please shoot the jockey off. I got him.
Oh, look at that, Rochelle. Your ass is
help.
being picked up.
One of you people come
Please
and
clap.
get me.
What? Where? Oh shit, on you.
Hello.
I just got boomered from somewhere. Where did we just get boomered from?
Oh, no ammo? Fuck, that's crazy, bro. Bro, that's crazy. I'm gonna pick up some ammo.
I just got
I am going to heal up. While you guys take care of that.
Those are tank noises that I hear. We do this to the nice. Bomb, 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 bomb. Resh, you better be moving.
Yep.
We say this whoa, we are bad boys.
I don't get
You may
I did that.
just to see what things are wrong. Breaking the world.
I'm gonna go pick up some
It's not Dennis.
ammunition.
What's going on? That is a clown. Oh shit, that is a charger. Hey, thanks, baby.
Oh, I found a jockey.
We're just need more justice. Ayo, ayo, hands off. Bum, 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 bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, it's a Friday night. Well, technically Sunday morning. Or
Getting
Saturday
freaky
morning,
on a
but-
Friday night, y'all. Yeah.
Wrong song that I'm listening to.
I listened to. I actually recently replayed
Oh shit, that's on me!
Tank.
Choke me like you hate me, but you no show!
Oh fuck.
Midnight, tonight's gonna be bright. Oh, the groove will make you move. Oh yeah, I'm feeling like
What am I holding on to? I'm literally
just
floating.
as right.
Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, God. What are you being held by?
Oh! Nothing! I'm floating in air!
What? What the fuck?
Don't flop!
Oh my god.
Oh, the tank!
Bellas, with the capital F-us.
There's a
That's a Where is he going?
tank just leave.
I shot his mom.
The helicopter.
Oh, it's right there. Oh, it's right there. Oh my god, I'm heading home. Oh, never mind. Fuck me, I guess. Goodbye.
Shit. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him.
Fuck!
Fuck. Fuck Rochelle, man. Holy shit.
There's a
I'm out of
helicopter!
ammo. I can't do it.
Fuck herself! Fuck herself! Fuck herself!
We're out of
I'm out of
there.
ammo. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god. Oh my god, and I had to piss the entire time. Fuck.
Oh, relieve yourself.
Right now? Like on the chair?
You go first.
I don't think relieving myself on the chair is a good idea. I'm not gonna lie to you fellas.
Oh my god. 21!
What are you laughing about?
It's so funny, that's why.
Now brace yourself.
Alright, you get those Chad 122 melee kills.
I'm gonna go piss. Right now.
Okay.
I didn't think you were going to continue to hold it. I'm sure that's so much fun.
Sweet, sweet, sweet victory, yeah! Okay. Oh, this whole time only one witch spawned. Oh my god.
I'm gonna headshot, dude.
Nice. Okay. Hi, Specs. How are you? Alright. I'm not sure what to do here. I actually need to take a piss as well. I'll be right back. 1 second, everybody.
I promise to do nothing inappropriate to your stream.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. 1 second.
Lies. He's an easy dude.
The nitrogen tank is relieved.
Alright, we're doing shifts here. Reshii's gone. I'm gonna go
Oh shit.
do it too.
No,
You
no,
get-
I don't want to do another map on the fucking Dark Cannibal, I'm not gonna lie. I've had PTSD of this entire chapter. Look. Alright, I'm getting on it. Oh my god. Homies do be quiet though. Bro, I can go for some macarons right now. There should be a good macaron shop near me. They have shit like pistachio, what is it? Vietnamese coffee, black sesame. I should have gotten roasted milk tea, fuck. Hong Kong milk tea. Whatever pandan coconut means. Dude, and they're all like shaped into like cute little fucking animals and shit, man. Wait, I'm assuming everyone else left to get and go take a piss break, huh? Damn. Pissing? It couldn't be me. I never piss. That one time. Where I did. Fuck. Kind of a mess right now, I'm not gonna lie to you fellas. Bro, I genuinely wanted to mold. Fuck. I fucking...
Man, I can actually...
Huh?
Something happened with the connection when I stepped away. I could hear you, I couldn't talk.
I'm just saying shit to myself, I'm not gonna lie.
I had like 30% of it streaming.
Hello. I'm back.
Damn, Resh, I look hot. Damn, Resh, I look hot in your stream, not gonna lie.
You're always hot. I'm gonna admit that while drunk right now. You've always been hot ever since I've laid eyes on you and your maid dress.
Damn, chill. Fuck. I don't know if this is like cap or fact, where we test out the latest TikTok trends.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay, that's enough. Left 4 Dead. Okay.
What? Oh, damn.
I'm sorry, Annie. That's enough Left 4 Dead for now. Listen. I can still keep going. Annie.
I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Annie.
You know, yeah.
Would you like to play Valorant?
I don't have CS.
Gross.
Oh!
not
catch
installed.
me hopping on that shit, right?
I
Bro,
don't
you
have
sound
it.
like a...
Oh, you don't have it? Okay.
How much did I have to drink?
This is a new computer.
Less
so.
than 2
Oh, I understand.
shots.
No worries.
You have to remember,
I've only
I
poured it
finally
twice.
acquired my GPU last week, so this is
Oh,
a new
the
computer.
Oh yeah. I remember you were talking about that. Yeah, congrats on that. By the way.
Called into the store because they
Well, I
had
think it's fine.
like
Okay, yeah,
a,
that's fine.
I think they had a 2060 in stock.
Uh-huh.
Finally. So
Damn.
and they wouldn't allow you to actually order them online. You had to call in to buy GPUs. So I call him and he goes, "Well, are you interested in anything a little more powerful?" I'm like, "Absolutely." It's
I
like,
don't know
well,
if
I
that's
can
my wife.
check.
Hey.
5900 XT.
Hey Weedle, would you like to play Valorant with us? You listen, Annie, listen. Weedle,
Okay.
Weedle,
Yeah.
Weedle will literally carry us, the both of us. All right, he is
I
that
don't need him
good.
to carry me. I don't need him to carry me. I'm fine. I'm fine as I'm fine. I'm English is hard.
Listen. I have been best friends with Weedle for years on end. Okay, I trust him with my life to carry the both of us.
Look, this man used to carry.
That is a
me
fucking- that
in
is
middle
cap.
school.
Beyond
No.
belief.
Listen. Al can back me up on this. All right, he's played a lot of competitive.
CS:GO.
No, not even
No.
that. Like
Not necessarily.
Call of Duty. Like he is a fucking god. Let me tell you, he can see shit that you don't even think you would ever see,
Specs can't.
especially in player unknowns. It's unreal. All right.
Why not?
Bro. I'll believe it when I see
When
it.
you see it,
okay?
okay.
He'll have to come in.
When
and
I see him
show
pop
up.
off in game with 23 and fucking 2, then I'll believe it.
That's
Okay.
insulting that he died twice.
Here, give me a second.
Now,
Let
now
me-
I might be saying too much.
Look. I'm inviting my friend as well. See if she's like. She don't you hate it when your friends are on fucking League? Oh my god, big rants
man,
right now.
me,
Okay,
all the time.
I am about to fucking pop off on League right now. Okay, I'm gonna say some strongly worded letters towards League. Okay, I'm not gonna put his PNG because I'm kind
It's
of
fine.
shit faced right now. I'm not gonna
Don't-
lie to you,
Don't worry about
but.
it. It's fine.
I'm gonna write a strongly written letter to you right now, okay? League gave me fucking PTSD. I have family members that played it and it was like, oh, play with us, it'll be fun. And then all I hear is like, oh my god, why are you there? I'm literally gonna break down crying thinking about League, dog. Yo, the people I played with were silver and they were like talking shit. Oh my god, they're so fucking bad.
Oh,
I don't
so
play
I
League in
remember
the morning.
The guys who taught me League of Legends way back in closed beta. I remember one night when they got particularly angry with me, and I believe the quote was, "Oh yeah, if you dipped your hand in acid, it would probably improve your gameplay." That was
Damn.
the hype.
Oh my
Damn.
god.
Bro, people who
I
get
feel
hyped
that
over
on the
League,
personal
dog,
level.
find another hobby.
Dude,
Fuck.
I like playing League.
That's a lie.
and
Nobody,
has me
nobody likes playing
hostage.
League.
Personally,
Look,
League
bro,
is the
bro,
best
bro.
time waster.
Bro,
That's all I'm
nobody
saying.
likes playing League. Look, I play Valorant. I don't like playing Valorant. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Maybe we just don't like ride games in general. Maybe that's the thing.
Bro, Riot Game. Fuck Riot Games, man. bro.
Okay.
Hey, BBG, are you able to drop me like how much is like 1260 Riot points?
I remember back in the day,
Riot
there
points.
were like a dozen.
Here. Let me take a look right now. Hold on. Let me search it up here. Let me boot up Valorant right now.
Oh my god. Okay, 1216 Riot points. Bro, you willing to pay for like a $10 skin? That's so fucked up.
Wait. Is this for League or Valorant?
Valorant.
Okay.
Dude, why are fucking skin sets so expensive, man? Literally just a paint job.
It's
Well, just a
always
little detail here.
expensive. Don't
Look, I
worry.
know it's a free game and all that. But look. Getting an individual skin in shop is 12 fucking bucks. Getting a whole set, where the fuck is the whole sets? Let me see that shit.
If they cost upwards of $50 or more, they should about 100% be giving you something crazy.
$71
Oh my God.
for like a whole set. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Did you guys ever play?
Dude, that's a full ass game.
You
That's
ever,
a game right there.
you ever play Crossfire? The
Crossfire?
free-to-play shooter?
Never
Yeah.
heard of it.
I don't think I
Literally,
have.
It was a free-to-play shooter that competed with Counter-Strike in Korea, and there was a North
Damn.
American port. Anyway, much later after I stopped playing it, one of the things they added was like VIP weapon skins that were $50 plus, and every single one of them had stuff like increased XP gain, increased money gain, shit like that. You pay $71 a Valorant, you'll get shit for it, but a pretty skin.
Damn.
No shame.
Wait, where's she? Where's she?
I see Valorant. 1 second. Let me move it around. Okay, here we go. There we go. Look at that. Can move this shit around. Nice. Wait, no.
Hold on, I'm a... Wait, hold on.
What's wrong,
Wait,
Annie?
hold on.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm a. Mind if I invite my friend over and shit?
Yes, invite your friend over to the server. Yeah, please.
I'm trying to find her right now. I mean, I'm trying to find the invite.
Wait a minute.
link.
Have I met
got
her
it.
before? Actually, in voice chat. when
No,
I
you
rated
have. No, you have. I
Damn.
doubt you have. I doubt you have.
Damn. Okay. No worries.
Ooh, okay. I'm a. Wait, Resh, you don't have it downloaded, do you? Wait, you said
Yes,
you didn't
I
have
do
it
have
downloaded?
it down. It's right here.
No,
Look
I
at my
don't have it
stream.
downloaded, but it's
yeah,
also
he
going to be
doesn't.
done downloading in 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. Gee, that was so quick. Here, what's your gamer tag, Annie?
Requires it. Oh, that's right. That's why I didn't keep this game installed. I have to restart this. fucking
It's
I'll be right
it's
back.
Animumu with like ANIMUMU fuck ANIMUMOO and then like it's hashtag NA1 for the like little bonus there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
ANIMUMUOO, right?
Oh, fuck, yo, you're spelling some shit right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, I didn't catch any of that. ANI.
Annie MUMOO.
Yes, like the
And what's the
cow
tagline?
noise.
What's the tagline?
NA1 because I'm the #1 player in North America.
Yes.
If you don't believe, there you are. Here, get in my ass. I mean, get in here. Whoops. That was a slip of the tongue. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no. Okay.
Get in here. If you're look.
Okay.
I'm gonna be straight. Look,
Yo,
I
who
might,
came-
if you don't.
Who
if you don't
arrived?
know-
I met her.
You met her?
Yes. When I
Look,
okay. When I rated you, and then you were talking about how much you love me so much.
Right. And I was drunk.
Yeah, you were drunk. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it 155% dollars with you. All right. I this is like off topic. I am a different person when I play Valorant. Okay, so if I say some strongly worded letters to your face, I am
Oh
sorry.
no. Listen. Don't worry. Because Weedle is like that as well, and I 100% understand that. All right. I'm gonna feel the same way too.
Okay.
As you will. Okay.
Mhm.
That is
Because I get serious about this game. I'm not gonna lie. I get very passionate. You know, I'm in the moment and shit.
No, that's fine. Here, give me her PNG.
Oh fuck. It should be in my server somewhere.
Alright, I'll do the best I can to find it.
Thanks, BBG. Oh
Yeah,
fuck. Maybe I should.
You're welcome.
I should probably set up hers as well. Sounds like some strong excuses. Yes, it is strong excuses, because I get mean. Right pointing finger, left pointing finger. Look, Resh, I don't mean to sound like an asshole like I did a little bit ago, being like, guys, step away from each other and shit like that. I was holding back some strongly worded letters towards you guys. I'm not gonna lie, during that expert run. I'm gonna keep it 10-50% dollars with y'all, you know.
Don't worry. Okay. Have you
Sorry,
updated your stuff yet, Annie?
Updated. She'll get it. I don't know.
I don't know what the default keys are. Crosshair. I love crosshair settings.
You have her PNG, right? Or do you not
no, I do not.
Savannah.
You're gonna have to forward it to me through DMs, please. Nice, perp.
Okay. Thanks. I've been working on it. I hope you like it.
I love that. Thank you.
Oh fuck! If I throw up on stream, is that an excuse to end stream or continue going?
That's an excuse to continue even further. All right, that's good
Oh my
content
God.
right there.
Okay. Okay. You're scary, man.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh shit! There she is. Hello, bestie.
Sorry, my game
Hello,
took
bestie.
so long. Hi, bestie.
I don't care. Your
Hello.
game took so long. You're here now. I'm a little bit tipsy. I'm not gonna lie with you.
Wait,
I know.
hold on.
Hi, Reshii.
FAIERU. Okay, cool.
Yes. Hi.
What?
How have you been?
I've been alright. How have you been?
I've been managing, actually.
You've been managing. Are you drunk as fuck?
Of course.
Or are we all
if-
drinking? Nobody told me.
Bro. Okay, one took a
I've
one
been
hit,
drinking
took a hit of
and
medicinal medicine. Yeah. Maybe that's not the best idea, but go off, I guess.
It's
Something that's good for the liver. I'm not gonna lie. Where are you, Rush? There you go.
surprisingly, my liver was fine. It's my kidneys that stopped working suddenly.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna keep it 200% with y'all. If any of you are mean to Feiru, I will literally gaslight you.
I'm actually iron and Valorant.
We are
It's like
never-
the actual rank.
We are never
Bro.
mean to
Bro,
anyone.
no one is
okay?
allowed. No one is allowed to be mean to Faith except me. Okay.
You can be. You can be like a little.
No,
bit.
shut up.
It's okay. I literally never played this game before.
Okay,
Good.
cool. Alcahest, is it?
If any of you
Alcahest,
are,
yes.
nice to meet you.
if I see,
Yeah, good to meet you too.
fuck, if any, fuck.
Yeah, slow down. Slow down, one word at a time.
If I don't see at least silver gameplay out there, I am literally
Silver
going to-
gameplay.
I am
Alright.
literally going to gaslight all of you.
Oh my
All
god.
right. I'm sure that I've heard much worse than whatever you could come up with.
Probably. I'm not very good at coming up with insults.
Alright.
The risky part with me is when the command tone comes out.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
Antone.
Give me
I have some military experience.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to do a phone call real quick. 1 second.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Hi, Specs. Hi. Listen. Are you ready to come join us?
No, I'm like waiting for you to invite. I'm about you with me.
Wait. Did I not invite you? I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, okay. This guy invited me to join. Okay, let me... Wait, oops. Uh-oh. Let me invite him instead.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Alright, you already got, Alcahest in. Okay, cool. No worries.
Yeah.
Alright. Sounds good. Would you like to join the voice chat, or just gonna stay aside for now?
I'm chilling. I'll use the in-game voice.
Okay, no worries. We will do our best, in all seriousness, okay?
No worries. Take it easy.
Alright, thank you. See you later.
To
Okay,
fix
I'm
that.
back. I'm back.
A bit.
I'm back. Okay.
Don't drink? Thank you, thank you. Hold on, I
Annie.
might have to fix him.
Annie, join our thing.
Yes.
Annie, join our thing.
Join our thing. Hold on, sorry, I'm playing Escalation.
What the fuck, Annie? Oh my god.
Sorry, I needed to test some things. Oh, I can't I'm kind of like... I gotta make a commitment. I'm not gonna lie to you. We'll finish this as soon as possible. I'm sorry, BBGs. Start like a deathmatch or something. Practice up.
Okay. I'll message him to do practice.
Get cocked and balled.
Let's open. for
Marshall
more.
from Op? That's crazy.
Alright.
Hold on, I'll fix what's going on with the screen in a bit, so I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I might have to restart Val in order for this to work properly.
Hey, Fairy, what's your gamer tag?
The gamer tag is
Yes.
let me look. Faru, NA1.
F-A-I-E-R-U.
Fuck me!
Later.
Oh my god!
NA1. Okay. Cool.
Dude, I've never been bad at a game.
F-A-I-E-R-U. NA1.
Nickels and Bits.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
My name is Reshii, also known
Oh,
as
fuck.
Nicholas and Bits. Yes. There we go.
Oh, behind my ass! Oh my god, my ass!
Well, that's interesting. It logged me into the wrong account.
We'll try some practice.
God, the slideshow. The fucking slideshow. Dude, this is gonna take a little... Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh, never mind. I'm better. Never mind.
That
I'm
explains
so
why
fucking
you-
hot. Oh my god.
Okay. Alright, we gotta try the Phantom. Start practice.
Bro, I can't get this motherfucker with my fucking long-range buckshot slugs.
Oh!
Where are these homies and a half? I don't understand the Bucky mechanics. I'm not gonna lie with you, Faye. They're so janky at times.
I mean, I do think they nerfed the Bucky. I think so.
Yeah, but like, fuck.
Oh, I see.
It's almost like unusable at that point.
Logged into my unique account.
No, not League of Legends.
Wow!
No.
Wow! They
That's fine.
asinine me. Now the Ares.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna have to restart Valorant maybe for it to run properly.
Oh, Reshii, you're streaming too. I didn't realize.
No, it's fine. Don't
Yeah, yeah.
worry.
Go follow
It's the only one I'm not.
I'm already followed.
SD.
Thank you.
Oh, now
Oh my gosh, you
now we
have
gotta
my
do it
little
with grenades.
TNT. Thank you. That's so cute. I just
Oh,
saw it.
nostalgic. Hello. I didn't know you were around. Hello. How
Nas?
have you been?
Yeah, Nas probably has a better view at the moment. Grenade out!
Now that I fixed this.
Grenade out! Wait, hold on. Grenade out! Out! Grenade out!
What's still open?
Oh, fuck.
That's what I want. Pizza, 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 pizza.
Grenade out!
Pizza and wings.
Grenade out! Grenade out!
Rice.
Grenade out! I got him.
Another pizza.
Oh, fuck, they're in my ass. Vents.
Do I just get the BTS meal?
Nope, can't win it with a frenzy at that range.
Oh yeah, it does force you to use Mario before it allows you to change the graphics settings. It's always good.
Oh, wow. Well, that's the end for me. Oh! Ooh, still alive, baby. Is he dead here? Yep, now he is.
Okay. You're in multi-streams. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, good choice. Hello.
One headshot, baby.
Wait. Hello. Alright. Practice is
Damn, my
practice
ass.
makes perfect.
Sorry, it's making me do the tutorials.
Molly! Oh my god, no!
No,
it's,
that's fine.
Oh, it's Snowball!
Don't worry.
Yo! I'm about to snowball some asses right now.
You say no, it's not making me do the tutorial because it is.
Just let me know when you're ready. Excuse me. Practice is going well, by the way.
Okay. We
Excuse
won
me.
that with 23 frames a minute.
Huh? What was that?
Okay. My game was running at like 23 frames a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna exit from desktop and then restart it, possibly.
Damn. Okay.
Open it. Damn, what do you mean damn?
No, it's just damning about it.
Damn, man.
Hold on,
Gotta fuck me up like that?
let me put you a little bit down.
We're
Okay, there
fast.
you go. Nice.
Alright. Show setting, show recording, edit. Is there any way to like refresh OBS without it getting me to like suck my ass? Just curious.
I am not sure, unfortunately. Hold on. I'm gonna leave. Alk, are you finished with your
Yeah,
tutorials?
escalation, yeah.
I mean, like, I meant to Alcahest. Like, is he finished with his tutorials or no? I
Yes,
just wanted to know.
He has to go through.
Okay.
Oh, he has to go through tutorials? Here, I gotta. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll figure this out.
Here, let me send invites again.
Maybe because. Settings, video, full screen. Maybe if I have it windowed full screen, it will be better.
Window full screen is
I don't know if
very
that-
good.
Nope, still running it. Oh, what's going on? It's not my bit rate. 62 is still 62K. Pretty good. Oh god. Yeah, what if I just did this? Go to games, open up Val.
Right.
Hey, how's League? How was League for
It
Eru?
was horrible. Oh my goodness. I hate League of Legends.
I would figure, not gonna lie.
Do not play League of Legends. Horrible game with horrible people.
I would never touch League of Legends ever.
Good. Are you guys League of Legends players?
I'll only touch
No.
League when I play with other people. On principle.
Yeah, see, if I go too long with playing League of Legends, I start to hate myself more than I hate everyone else.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's also the reason why I sort of like dodge
After any full screen application?
ranked matches in general.
Oh.
You know, sometimes I get a kick out of people hating me for making terrible plays. You know,
He's a
like it's to the point where I actually get a hard on from people actually hating me, and
Bro,
Yeah.
it's grading kink, actually. How do I fix this?
I love it so much,
What
man.
if I... Oh my god, shut up. What the hell? That's so fucked up. Okay. Oh. Okay. Specific window. Foreground window. Specific window. Window. Wanted to capture Valorant. No, it's still eating ass. What the fuck? Hey, real quick. If the FPS drops on stream, how do I fix that?
If the FPS drops on screen,
on OBS. Any tips on fixing that? Because I really can't
not
fix it.
really, other than setting it down to 720p. But that would be
I have it.
ending your stream and then rebooting it. In
I
720p.
guarantee. No, I guarantee I have it on 720p. I know. Output. No audio. No video. 280 times 720 by cubic whatever.
Okay. All right.
Here. What if I just do
Alright,
this?
tutorial.
if I just...
Alright. You should get an invite.
Yeah, I already got it.
Okay, cool. Oh, is this
Nope, that
everybody?
still fucks.
Oh, everybody's here. Okay.
Nice.
That still fucks it up. I don't understand. It's not the bit rate.
Who is Tricky Poo?
Here, Annie. I'm sorry. Specs. If you're hearing this, might as well. Actually, Annie, do you need some time before we queue up or no?
I genuinely don't know how I would fix this. I'm not gonna lie to you, fellas.
Here, let me take a look at your thing.
All right, so I open up Val. Right,
I'm always here to help out. All right, I will always help out my.
So you see
my brothers.
You see the frames dropping from like 50 to like. There's like it's like. Maybe it's hold on. Maybe I think I might have to know. I think it's the model affecting the FPS.
Personally, have you set your resolution on Valorant to 720p?
I can do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
I can't do that.
Definitely
Mine's
do that.
1440p.
On graphics quality. Fuck, I don't know where would I see that?
Here, let me.
Options, graphics quality, just video, general. Literally, the second one from the top is resolution. It goes all the way down to
Video, general.
Resolution, second from the top.
Oh, there it is. Display mode.
Can't change it. Literally cannot change it.
Are you in windowed mode?
Go to windowed mode.
Fuck. Yeah. Hold on.
Don't go to windowed mode. Go to full screen mode if you can change.
Full screen.
Okay.
Apply. Confirm. Do that. 720. Where is it? Fuck.
Should be the drop-down box right underneath windowed full screen.
Apply.
There we go. 12080 by 720. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, but then it fucking shrinks on stream as well.
Just reset it on OBS. That's all. Just confirm.
Oh my god.
Confirm. All right.
It's still lagging a bit though. That's what I noticed.
Oh.
There. Oh my god, I literally see pixels. Oh no, I don't want that. Literally don't want that.
Unfortunate.
Literally don't want to see pixels.
Highly unfortunate.
Like the only aspect ratio fill? Maybe I don't fucking know.
Yeah, you want to.
Me, man.
Oh, okay, it's back. It's back. Yeah, it's all in full screen
Yeah, but I'm
now.
not running it.
It looks good, in my opinion. It feels like it looks smooth to me.
It doesn't seem smooth on my screen though. That's the fucky wucky part.
Oh, we got a match. Fuck.
How long does a match gonna take? Some of the places ordered, and it can be here in 20 minutes.
A match lasts about like 20 to 30 minutes or less.
So maybe
No.
run down on my front door.
Okay.
I'm literally gonna run him down.
Abilities. I can
Alright.
shoot people. Go fast. Set people on fire. Heal? Sure. I'll go heal lady.
Oh god. Oh god. Faith, you're gonna have to choose a new main real quick. Time to do
I can
Reyna.
swap
Gonna
it.
play Reyna.
Oh,
Alright,
Reyna.
Oh shit, we have no
Fucking
smokes.
love
This is so
Reyna.
unfortunate. I should have omened. Fuck, I'm
fine.
sorry guys. I threw.
On...
I threw on purpose by
I
accident.
can't on red. I can't.
Yeah, I fixed the echo. Did I not? Wait, did I fix the echo?
Nah, I have to fix the echo when we head up because I have to.
No. Yeah,
I might have been echoing because.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
his voice recognition is.
There we go. I turned off voice
in-game.
recognition.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Turn on the fuck. What's it called?
Yeah,
Press
English is
button
terrible.
to speak. That's it.
Yes.
Smile.
Hello.
I use
Hello.
I use push to talk for everything. I hate.
I'll be right back. I'll be right
Hey,
back.
Nipples, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I love you. Hi.
I guess we talk.
Oh, fuck.
Alright,
Fuck,
Specs?
I saw that.
Specs?
Screen change the G.
Specs is
Oh,
gonna.
he threw.
okay.
They fucking skip that shit.
All right, now I can not accidentally take someone else's main.
Okay.
I'll just wait
No,
until
you guys go
everyone
whatever
else-
you want.
Play whatever you'd like.
Look,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
literally.
just
literally
wait until
don't
everyone
know.
else
I was literally
picks
just
his-
looking at them
picks
for the
yours
first
up.
time. So
I'll play to fit. I'll play to fit. Hey, it's you again. Damn,
Oops.
the fucking jet.
Oh.
Same jet as last game because they fucking what is it?
They're in the
What's it called?
You're in the
Fi-
party with us.
Oh. Oh right, he's in the fucking.
Oh my god.
Damn. Sorry. I thought we didn't have a fifth yet.
Yeah, Jerky is also Specsweedle, so don't worry.
Nice to meet you. Is he in the call?
No, he's not. He's just.
He's in party chat.
Yeah, he's in party chat.
Damn. I'm gonna have to speak in game. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. I'm not gonna lie.
It's okay. He's also.
No, shut up. I bet you play League. You shouldn't be able to talk. Fuck.
Alcahas, you wanted to play Sage last game.
It's fine.
It's
I
fine.
was literally just reading the abilities still.
Mhm.
If you
Oh,
play
I didn't-
Sage,
right.
just play Sage.
I only know how to do recon bolt and nothing
Okay,
else.
then I'll. Okay. Oh damn! I thought you were going Brim. Shit.
I haven't locked in yet.
Yeah, I thought you were going Brim.
No, I was just
didn't, you know-
reading Brim's abilities.
Yeah, I just didn't pay attention at all.
I'll play this McCree off.
Oh my god. Get some cum out of my throat. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm worrying.
What the hell?
Haven? Okay. Whew. Okay. Literally, if you don't know the callouts, like, don't be afraid to ask me. I'll teach you on the site.
Do I buy anything?
All right, Resh, I'm gonna teach you the callouts, okay?
I've played
Think A
Counter
with me. I'm
Strike
gonna
before.
teach you, okay?
Played Counter Strike before.
If he doesn't count-
You're in heaven. You're in heaven. Below you is hell. This is long. That's short in sewers.
Fuck,
Okay,
no.
that's all you need to know.
I spilled my tequila.
Tequila.
He
Oh,
is,
okay. If you're defending A together, then I'm gonna go B with to Eru.
Yeah.
Do you think I could tap him in the head with this?
I
Yeah,
spilled
go
my
ahead.
tequila, everybody.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Go clean it.
Scanning ahead.
fucking start killing me. Oh, okay. So I'm definitely reviewed there.
Ooh. Someone see.
Oh no, that was you.
They're planting.
Coming.
Spike planted.
Are they on C or B?
Probably
Oh,
on.
They're on C. They're on C.
They've already
Let's see.
planted.
Ah! I got one though. Oh, he brought shields. What a fucking cringe.
Diffuse.
I'm
Cubby,
still
cubby.
in there in the little cubby.
Last player
Fuck.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh, I cannot shoot anything.
I love you.
You're better.
I love
You're
you
better.
so
You're
much.
fine. You're better. You're
Can't
fine. You're fine.
shoot anything.
Please marry me. Oh my god, I love you so
Fine.
much.
It's fine. It's fine. Yo, that's a bit forward right now. Fuck it.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
goodness. I'm flattered.
Dude, I'm only allowed to say that. What the fuck?
You're so fucking good. Oh my god.
What's the good basic rifle?
Oh my gosh! Shut up! Literally gonna throw you under the
Uh,
bridge. On the
Usually you
bus.
want to have at least 3,900 so you can get like heavy shields and the rifle for next round. So honestly, I just buy around that like frame. But it's up to
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry,
don't
but
think.
I buy round 2.
Take out their healer.
It's
Look,
okay
if you're buying
to buy
it,
round 2,
when you're
right?
dead, I'm stealing it.
Not really.
What? Not really. What the fuck?
Scanning ahead.
CC.
Oh my goodness.
Up behind. No one approaching garage.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was much higher recoil than I assumed.
Spike down. C.
Good job for
One
60.
enemy remaining.
Death is cold.
Nice. Who has a gun? I had a
You're on
gun.
the stairs.
Oh my god, I couldn't even get a stick. I fucking degraded. I mean, ungraded. I mean, de-evolved. What's the fucking word?
Hi, Yermo. I love you, Yermo. Thank you for the subscription, Yermo.
Demoted?
Thank you for the subscription.
Thank you for the subscription. You are now Poggy Woggies.
Poggy Woggies.
Actually demented.
How much
Not
did
gonna
you
lie.
drink tonight?
He drank 7 to 6 shots.
I lost count
No,
after 8.
10.
Coffee.
Revealing area.
Are they
Is
still
it A?
doing it?
It sounds A.
I have a push in A.
Yeah. Yeah, going up behind.
Fuck. A.
You got a couple of
Everyone on A.
different-
Everyone on A.
Across the board, they got some down.
In the meantime, I will drink some Monster
Play
and
retake, play retake.
Spike
tequila.
planted.
Wow.
Here, come here for heal. Oh, wait, they can't hear me.
The Sage. One hell. Hit up for 40.
Message sent.
Last player standing. One
Oh,
enemy
what?
remaining.
Jeez.
Hold on.
That's something.
Pay attention.
So it's
Don't talk about
less
love.
quiet.
Listen. Everyone needs to express their love to someone else from time to time, alright?
Shut up.
Yes. Yes, Annie. Alright? It's not
Stop!
wrong.
I'm not gonna degrade you. I'm not gonna degrade you. Fuck.
Charges.
What do you mean degrade? What is your
Who's into that?
degrade when I'm already
Let's
drunk
see.
as fuck?
Tunes to fuel my narcissism. Let's do that.
Become
Oh
God.
fuck. Oh fuck.
That's a good one.
Give me a second. I'm gonna fuel my narcissism real quick.
Okay.
Who's anything yet?
Alright.
What's here? Maybe
Out of
B or C.
charges.
We smoked off garage, but there's no one here.
Going through this one.
Up with you, Faith.
That's garage.
Come
Here,
on.
let me splash. Look away.
On the left.
Oh wow. Hard left. Min.
Enemy spotted mid.
Your flash warning
One
came
enemy
literally
remaining.
as it blew up in my eye.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
It's so easy for everybody.
Watch
Right
them
back at
run
you.
when lit by my sonar. That's
Okay. Saving this shit.
Out of charges.
Actor, why not? You feel narcissistic yet? No, not really. I feel degraded, if anything.
No.
I promise.
Listen. If
I don't
anything,
have to-
I'm the narcissist around here, okay? And I know that. because I'm
Narcissist, you're the one that wants to be degraded. What the fuck?
Wait, I'm sorry? Hello?
Once?
Hello?
Who said they're narcissists? I'm sorry?
Bro,
Hello?
I said.
Scanning ahead.
They're here.
Are they?
They.
Nothing mid.
Who were they? Oh.
The other team.
Sorry, bro. Cute.
Defeated.
Two up.
Oh, ow.
One enemy
I got you, Fairy.
remaining. Spike down A.
How do they? What?
Right here.
Got double tapped with a fucking.
Oops.
Damn right we're crushing.
I wasted my ult. I don't even know how to use my ult.
Use
Sorry.
it.
I literally just did.
It's that simple. But I'm like gonna have. I have my stream open on my fucking iPad. I got my stream open on like fucking. Just making sure that. No, not still lagging. Fuck. I don't know how to fix it.
Deploying drone.
Nope, not an A.
See,
Coming. Gonna head far back on C.
See.
Hello, help here? I lobby.
Coming.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna quickly like restart OBS. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Scanning ahead.
Something to say.
Coming.
Spike planted.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
One left on site, Nice. Good job.
Oh my god. Okay. Praying that this works. Woo! Much better. OBS just needs a restart.
My smokes can block the enemy's
Yeah,
line of
that's
sight.
like
Once they're blind, we
Basically the op of
yeah.
Valorant, yeah.
Out of
Yeah. Yeah, all I needed was a little bit of restart. Let's go.
I'll have to see this time.
Man, what does
Probably need
OBS like to
one
fuck
person
me over sometimes?
Happens. Shit happens. You know?
Dude, how do I have 5 kills? I don't even remember touching somebody.
I don't even know.
Dude, I never touch anybody, man. That's just bad.
Bad mojo.
I fucked over Sage. I'm literally eating his ass right now.
Sorry.
Thank you. Ooh.
Joke's over! You're dead!
No one's on there.
One more doors. 2 doors.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa!
Spike down mid.
I can't tell how much HP I have. Fuck.
Damn.
3.
Oh my god.
Out of charges.
No one has a skin.
Stay taut as a post.
Dude, Guardian is literally so slept on. What the hell?
I'll head to see with you, Specs. I'm with you, Specs. Hello.
Yo, what up? Yeah, I don't really need to be here. You got that black guy person thing.
Okay.
For the
I didn't buy shields. Fuck.
Are the smokes better off placed like defensively or offensively?
Wanna see?
Put in the smoke, peek out
Yeah,
the
all on
smoke.
A, all on A, all on A. All on A.
Yeah, okay. Coming up.
We are in defense. So it's a
Spike
defense.
planted.
Right, but I'm thinking like, do you hide in it or do you make them peek out of it?
Go back,
Make
go
them
back,
peek out.
Out of charges.
On site.
launching smoke. Molly. Dim beacon here.
One enemy remaining.
All dead.
Reloading.
Damn, I used my ult for nothing.
I got it.
Grab that at least. Fuck.
It is over.
Is this
God, that was
Valorant?
so
Yes, it
close.
is. Fuck.
Yes, it is Valorant.
Let's pull them over.
Can you not see
Okay.
from all these abilities and
charges.
ultimates happening right before your eyes?
Bro, why do you know what I don't get?
What?
Alright?
Charges.
Like, okay, I understand if it's on phone, but like a lot of people are like, what game is this? When it literally says, I guarantee you, it says the game. Like if you just like flip over your phone or some shit like that. I never got that. I never understood why people are like, what game is this?
I'm not kidding though. What does my ult actually do?
Oh, who are you?
Enemy
Blaze.
down.
The brimstone ult?
Yeah.
The brimstone? It's literally a laser beam.
Oh,
Laser
okay,
beam.
useful. Are they
AoE.
C-site?
Revealing area.
Yeah, don't know where they are. That sounds crash.
Coming up behind Garage. Oh fuck!
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
Oh, there's one still in Garage. What the fuck? Oh my god, I died so stupidly. if I...
No worries.
Don't give them time to
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you give me that gun? But then I realized,
You want it?
know,
It's a
it's fine.
phantom. Here.
Hold on. No, I got a gun. I didn't pay for
Vandal
this.
better. Here, do you want the pretty skin? There you are.
Vandal better now?
Good burp. Good burp.
Do I know who you are? Fuck yeah. What the hell? Why wouldn't I know who you are? Sorry, I'm just like talking to chat.
Kanpai.
I thought you don't stream this. Oh my god.
Operator sniper rifle.
Are you drinking again? Fuck, man. I'm feeling like aggressive. Here, A?
Might be A.
Yeah, it feels like a B or A. More likely A. Coming to A right now.
It doesn't look like we got anything right. Except for a mile. Shot it. Hey.
Damn.
Damn, this brim smoke
Spike
takes like
down
50
A.
years.
God damn it.
Oh fuck.
It's a good try.
Both in hell.
On her hell.
Both in hell, both in
Approaching long.
One enemy remaining.
She's
It's
planted.
still hell.
Spike
No,
planted.
no. They're planted.
Underneath.
Got her. Do you want half of this? Do you want half of this?
Go take it. I don't
Wait, you're...
Yeah, he doesn't care. Don't worry about it. Yeah, take that. Nice.
Valorant makes me mean? Yeah. It makes me like a... I become an asshole. Once I play Valorant.
Oh, you should see us when we fucking play Counter-Strike. Oh my god.
Dude, I literally... Oh my god. I literally fuck people's moms in this game.
out of charges.
No cap.
Right here.
No printer.
Right here.
Dick, no foreskin.
Oh my god, who gave me this off? I did not use the operator.
I mean, I'll go take it after you.
I mean, you can, but like, I don't know. Sorry, I'm talking to Chagan. You can redeem German. I won't care.
Enemy tag.
Oh my god, I heard the fucking footsteps. 117 on Jack. Okay.
Scanning ahead.
I'm gonna drink some water.
Prepare for hellfire.
One's on site already.
I'm gonna sneeze.
I didn't get Hellfire at least.
One left.
Spike down mid.
Left.
Last player standing.
How did they
Outside brim. Mid.
You will not kill my ally.
Spike down
Cute.
B.
Oh,
Fuck.
That felt close to me. That felt close.
Last round in the half.
You always ADS?
They really gone this out.
Did I drop a weapon? No, I didn't.
Fuck. Resh, do you always go ADS?
No. That was the only one time that I did.
Ah, okay. You're, you know, it's the same thing as Valorant rules. Scoped in, slower rate of fire. I mean,
Okay.
same as CSGO rules.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just making sure. Just making sure.
Revealing area.
Watch out. Oh, that was a
Yeah, one long. That was a bad smoke, but still. What, CSGO, no ADS, where are you on?
I'm going there.
Oh!
Bunch of guys, eh? Come on, let's go.
Fuck me, I'm dead.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Run faster than I go.
Damn! That was
Spike down A.
Feedback. What's this?
Last player standing.
Behind you.
Fuck. No worries.
9 to 3 is really good. Honestly.
I'm sorry, what?
If you
9
don't
to
control
3 is
the
very
game,
good.
Don't worry. There are other ways to be.
Yeah.
Out of charges.
God, I need more
Do you want to
coffee.
give me the spike since you're entry?
Wait, who? Oh fuck.
The jet.
I thought I had the spike real quick.
Do you want me to try and like really do a dumb smoke on B and they see it? Wouldn't that be?
Yeah. Usually default smokes are like right here, or right here. Some here sometimes as well.
I'm gonna smoke B because that would maybe fake them out.
Stay safe.
I mean, it's up to you.
Smoke's down.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, they hear us here. It's no worries.
Nailed them.
Careful.
We're all
guys.
clumped up. Let's not do that.
Careful now.
Enemy
plant.
spotted.
Down and out.
I'll watch
Alright,
that.
I gotta go.
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
Just to
Last
just
out.
get food. Yeah, he goes food.
Reloaded.
I hit him for 78.
No worries.
Alright, easy.
Let me take this. No, let me take this.
Y'all better keep
Oh,
up.
this is the same shit. Okay. Well, with the skin. Nice.
What's going on?
I got a skin. Wait, what else can I buy? No, I can't buy
Nice.
anything.
You got an overpriced skin. I still don't understand people that buy skins in this game.
Yeah, it's in the Counter Strike. For me, it's
Bro,
buying the
literally
most
free game.
expensive. Here, for me, it's getting the most expensive skin for the. What do you call it? For the most wait,
Base price?
no, for like the. What do you call it? Light machine. gun.
Wow! By Marshall. Damn, I got domed. Fuck. Didn't think they were gonna buy. Fuck. Or at least buy Marshall. Shit.
I'm going to be.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what happened to Alchemist?
Literally dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Sounds on B.
I'm real spooked. I probably shouldn't.
You got
be
this.
a Guardian with a pistol.
Nah, I know you. I know you. I know
Yeah,
you.
you know, I take these. Of
I'll
course.
quick
You
up.
take these. You win these.
I'll
you win
quick up.
these.
Oh my god.
They're an A. It's A. It's A.
Oh my god, Elk. I mean, Annie. Oh my god.
What?
No, you were like hiccuping.
Standing. Spike down mid.
AFK. AFK.
30 seconds left.
Damn.
I'm gonna literally crack my neck.
Oh, let me do that right now.
Yeah, hold on.
Ooh.
Ah!
Damn. You ever crack your neck so hard you feel as if you're fucking like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z when like
No,
crack your neck
I
so
don't.
hard?
I don't watch Dragon Ball. I'm not gonna lie with you. I'm gonna
Right here,
yeah.
out of
No,
charges.
it's fine. Don't worry. Here, let me grab the spike. Okay.
Man literally said, I don't want to do this anymore.
Out of charges.
Might as well rush a spot.
Let's go.
For the healer. Just waiting to get fixed.
Sorry, I had to tap out.
Yeah, no worries.
Revealing area.
Oh, there. Whoa! Fucking judge ass motherfucker.
You swear you have such a potty mouth today.
I'm sorry. Just a little bit of rum here and there.
One to your left.
Last player
Damn.
standing.
Sorry.
Spike down A.
Not only does it slow, but the accuracy is reduced
Nice.
significantly.
Damn. Thought you had the momentum there.
Nah, it was impossible.
What do you say, drone? Ready to
Nah,
stage?
nah. I believe. See, you haven't seen her play. She's literally godsend.
Nah. No, I don't think
Nah. Remember that time you got an ace? Remember that time you got that ace?
The one singular time I got one, yes. Singular.
I know.
where we
No.
got.
Literally a hidden radiance. Not gonna lie.
Charges.
We're no strangers to love.
Why are you singing that? What the fuck?
Rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. Wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Gonna give you up. Gonna let you
They walled
down.
off this one here.
Gonna run around and desert you.
Reload him.
Make you cry, we can say goodbye, and we can tell the lie and hurt you. Okay, there we go. There's your routine. You're welcome.
For you.
Molly.
Oh my god, what the fuck? How did I win that?
Bomb.
Don't have a heal for me.
Everyone is still alive?
Oh, got bomb.
Wall raised.
So I do.
Reloading.
Seriously?
Careful now.
Don't peek it, don't peek it. You have a stinger. You have a sting. No.
Stim beacon here.
Don't peek it, Resh. Don't peek it, Resh. I got it.
Silence.
One enemy.
Fucking
remaining.
hell. Aim's dog shit today. 80 on the Phoenix.
Scanning ahead.
Moving to garage.
Nice.
All out, shine food area.
Okay, I'm not gonna use this.
Alright, I'm going back to Guardian gameplay. I was doing better with that. I'm not gonna lie.
Same, but Phantom. And Ghost.
Hmm?
And Aldrone. And Heavy Shields. There you go.
Out of charges.
I'm ready for this. I'm ready.
I'm gonna scout for A side, so don't come with me.
Take flight.
Oh, no, do not go to A. Do not go to A.
Prepare for hellfire.
Corner window.
Revealing area.
You get bombed.
Enemy spotted A.
The Phoenix is
around.
coming from A side, and then the Bim's coming from C.
Spike
Or-
down.
Oh wait, no,
B.
he's dead.
Two was it?
Last player
Damn.
standing.
Ooh, through the wall.
Come on, let's go.
Through the window. Oh, I don't know about that choice.
I
Joke's
don't know
over.
about that one.
You're dead.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's gonna push it.
Ooh.
30 seconds left.
What?
Nice one.
Oh!
You're a god. Oh my god.
Match
Oh
point.
no, I didn't even know where the fucking bomb was. Fuck. I want an op. I don't need this.
Got here.
I'll fix it.
Actually, so you know what? Buy this for me. Buy this for me.
I'm gonna buy the
I
Odin.
got it.
Thanks. Thank you. Smile.
The Soya, right? Soya, the
got you, bro.
big fucking gun.
Oh, I have the bomb. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
To me if you don't
Big
want to.
reaper. Oh. Drop bomb.
How do I drop? How do I
I
drop?
wasn't paying attention. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cringe.
Wait, press what? Press what?
Enemy
Press
How do I
4
drop
and
off?
then
Wait, so
press
wait.
B.
How do I drop off?
Oh, wait. Wait. You have an arrow out so you can't drop it right now. But yeah, press 4 and then press G.
I have the spike.
There you go.
Launching smoke.
Damn.
Okay.
Healing you.
Ooh, damn.
Here, behind.
Alright. Alright, go get it. Go get him.
To your left.
To my left.
Last player standing. Spike
Got the
down.
spike.
Attacker spawn.
Open up the sky.
He's got this. I
To your
believe
left,
it.
got the raft. Behind that gray thing.
Damn!
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I thought
that's
you
right.
got a headshot.
At least
That was good though.
Literally no,
It was really good.
literally no worries.
I
Literally
shouldn't
no
have-
worries.
I shouldn't have swapped to the machine.
Wait, I thought that was the last round. Fuck. I
I'm
didn't
gonna
realize.
save actually. Fuck. Hold on. Here you go. Who wants it?
Oh, because we're at match point. Fuck.
Yeah, I have to
Yeah, we can
save
go away.
because
We
I
can
have
go
like
away.
absolutely nothing
We can go
on
away.
me. Do you want to go mid or A?
Watch and learn.
I'm going A. I'm going A.
I'll
Okay.
blind. I'll blind.
All right.
Smoke's down.
Damn. Terrible aim on my end.
Military alive?
There they are.
Reloading.
Damn, bestie.
Will not kill my ally.
Last player standing.
Alright, you got this.
Down A.
No, I don't.
No, okay, never mind. Damn. No worries. We still got like 5 more rounds. It's okay.
We get a pick. We move in.
Save this
Got it?
one and just go through mid.
Mm.
Just move around quick.
Yeah, I've been buying this ghost for these past 2 rounds so far.
Damn.
Can try mid this time. I feel like that's the least encounter spot so far.
Mm.
Like if I'll just rush in, it'll be fine.
Just want to try to get like picks and shit. I'll watch I'll watch our behind.
Okay.
Spike drop.
Smoke's down.
Standing ahead.
I have the spike.
There they are.
Reloading.
That's
Window, window.
Reloading. For you.
Right here. I am the hunter.
Your
I'm
duty.
gonna try to regroup with you.
Stim beacon down.
How do I even use this?
Wow, man.
Spike down. C.
how was that 4 shots into me? What?
Prepare for hellfire.
Last player standing.
50, take a 50.
That was so good though.
No.
My ultimate's not ready. Going up.
Damn. Damn. Literally should aim at heads. It's that simple.
Alright, I have enough to buy now.
This is crazy.
I mean, I should too.
Like we've been doing
Yeah.
this forever.
Yeah.
Anyone else feel like that? Just me? Okay.
Just gotta win one more. It's not that hard.
You want a Vandal? Yep. Sure.
No worries. Right, if you Damn.
Play together.
Stay together? Okay.
Yeah. Play together.
Don't hold back.
Alright. I'll scout for A long.
Yeah.
Revealing
One red.
area.
Launching smoke.
One down. Two in sight. One. Two up. You want two?
Reloaded.
Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Careful now.
Oh shit! I'm dead. Oh, I almost fucked that one up. I almost fucked that one up.
You're so good. You're so good.
Oh my god! Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, sweetie. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Thanks for
Oh my
carrying,
god.
man.
Carrying, literally 24, was it 24 and 15 he was? Crazy. Oh my god. I like this, I like this. Go again or not?
You wanna go one more time? I'll go one more time. Then I'm gonna get some sleep
What,
afterwards.
you only want... Alright,
Yeah.
no worries, no worries.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to do this anymore.
And then
Mhm.
we'll have one more
And then
shot.
what?
We'll have one more shot to drink together, Annie.
Resh, I care for you. Please stop destroying your liver so many times in a month.
No, not for this.
Well, I can't say I didn't try.
Not for this stream. Okay, fellas.
There's literally nothing going on.
Yes, there is. We have a bond going
what?
on. We have chemistry that's been happening for a
Chemistry?
good. Let me see. 4 hours, 18 minutes, 17 seconds. Okay.
Bro, all we've been talking. What have we been talking about? I genuinely can't remember.
Nothing. That's the best part.
Nothing.
Oh my god. I'd rather talk about something. You know?
Okay. Okay. What do you want to talk about, baby?
How beautiful your fucking eyes are, man.
Okay. You know what?
I guess it is
That's
the
what
best
I've been
part.
talking about. Okay.
Can we get a shiny Showtan redeem? Is that possible? Can I discuss this
Make
with you?
it
Can we get a shiny? Yeah. Can we
You know
get
what?
Like,
There
what
is
is it,
no
25k.
You know what? There's no shiny Showtan routine, but just for you, I'll make it happen right now. All right.
Just make it like 2.5k or something.
2.5k.
That's me.
20.
Doing something.
Hold on. Here you go. Here I am. Hold on.
Bro, let me whip out the fucking iPad. Let me see this shit.
Here I am.
How cute is he? Bro, how cute is she? I need to know.
I'm very.
Faith, you watching?
Gyaru.
Faith, you watching this shit?
Watching one.
Oh, there she is. Oh, is that a maid dress underneath the blue lab coat?
It's literally a maid dress. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh my god. Are you not looking at his stream?
Nice.
Oh, she's so fucking cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's so cute.
Oh, maid dress.
I love it. I really love it so much. Yeah, this is shiny shit that I made for fucking April Fool's Day. Oh my god.
Dude.
This was supposed to be an April Fool's joke.
Match found.
Alright.
Yeah, a good one. Fuck. You know what my April Fool's joke was? I was a fucking body pillow.
The body pillow. And I knew about that before April Fool's. Alright.
Dude.
I'm gonna try the Mexican chick this time around.
I'm gonna try
The Mexican chick.
Yes.
Nice.
Her name is
Alright,
Reina.
I'm gonna actually smoke out because like I don't feel comfortable without like actual smoke
That's
lineups,
fine.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no worries.
Okay. No worries.
I'm Omen. I'm Omen. I bathe in their blood. Fucking Omen is so edgy, man. Fucking a younger Annie would have like loved Omen, like his whole ordeal.
Annie. What are
Yeah,
your opinions on dark-skinned girls?
Dark-skinned girls?
Yes.
Yeah! Let's fucking go!
Nice.
Why do you ask?
Good answer. No,
Why do you
that's
ask?
that's all I want to know. No worries.
I clap politely. I look at them politely.
Yes.
Hey yo, someone's watching my stream in VR. How the fuck do you watch my stream in VR? How the fuck do you watch my stream? That's the question.
You go to VR.
I'm gonna get some water.
No, like you could definitely watch Twitch streams in VR chat for sure.
We're literally gonna get the most.
There's stuff for watching streams like that.
Yeah. I have no clue what this girl does. What is this? Instantly consume a nearby soul or becoming intangible for a short duration. If Empress is active, also become invincible.
You guys know what Nan is?
Like Nan bread?
Yeah, Nan bread.
Man
I accidentally Nan bread, like Naan, Nan.
They get it.
No, I've
Yeah,
never
okay,
heard of
okay.
this.
No, he doesn't. Okay, it's think of it like as a tortilla, but thicker and not like completely circle, more of an oval, really.
What about the non bread?
Yeah. Right. I accidentally made my Nan bread into like. How the fuck does he survive that shit?
Man, these nuts.
Anyways, I accidentally made my Nan bread like hard and like it Fuck. I can't end it there. I accidentally made it hard and made it into pizza bread.
Spike planted. Last
I'm not gonna
player
join
standing.
pizza in the middle of the fucking stream, EJ. It's fucked
Did you
up.
bake your own naan bread?
Okay,
No, I didn't. I just fucking put in the toaster and shit.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah. I was lazy. I wasn't feeling like. I could have made ramen. I could have fucking made ramen. Like, I bought the mirin and everything. You know this.
Damn.
You're a cook, right?
Yes, I cook. Specs also cooks.
Okay, please talk. Alright. Do you know how to use mirin?
Hey Google,
Mirin and what way?
what's the mirror?
Hey, Google! Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna lie, a little puke came out there.
Mirrors reverse the direction of the image at an equally at opposite angle from which the light shines upon it.
Okay, that's not what I asked. Hey Google, what is mirin?
How do I not get her?
Spike down.
92.
One enemy remaining.
That's not what I need. Oh my god.
Is it not rice wine? You just use it in your regular cooking, Annie.
Hey Google,
What?
what is
What is it?
M-I-R-I-N?
According to Wikipedia, mirin is a type of rice wine and a common ingredient in Japanese cooking. It is
Myron.
similar to sake,
Myron those gains.
alcohol content and higher sugar content. The sugar
Did you pronounce it like Myron? That's so fucked up.
is naturally
No,
Literally
I'm
cultural
referencing
appropriation.
a meme.
Okay, hold on.
I have never used mirin
Okay.
before in my cooking.
It's a rice wine, right? So like how rice wine? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Rice wine
How do you?
is like sake. Sake.
Yeah, okay. Can I substitute? Can I just drink up the mirin?
No, do not do
I don't
that.
think
Do
so.
not.
That's just
swear
for
to God, please
cooking.
do not.
Is that ill-advised? Because I am.
Yeah,
I am.
not drinking sake. Use it the same way you'd use
Damn.
it like vinegar.
Alright, flash out when you're ready. You didn't flash out,
Sorry. I don't even know how to use this character. That's
They're
how
in
bad I
kitchen.
am.
bro. Here, I'll smoke out.
Spike planted.
I'm literally playing retake.
Multiple enemies B.
Last player
Whoa!
standing.
I heard him on the fucking left, man.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Sorry.
Now I know how annoying my
Okay.
Who's saying sorry?
I'm being serious now. Okay, I have absolutely no clue how to use this
You're
character.
being serious. He's good.
Yes.
You're not shiny Showtan for nothing. Show
Yeah.
me Vresh getting like fucking angry, man. Let me see him get aggressive.
Okay, I'm aggressive now. My emotions have shifted on model right now.
He's like, I'm
Okay.
I'm aggressive now.
Yeah.
Alright, no worries, Nas. Thank you for coming. Much appreciated. Love you.
Bye, Nos.
Bye, Nas. Epic gamer
Love
right
you.
there, I'm not gonna lie. We stand Nah, Nostalgic
stand
Petrichor.
Oh, they're on A.
Found him.
Oh, they're on A. Oh shit.
Coming.
Are you ready for the slowest rotate in history? Never mind, I fucking died.
Last player standing.
Ow.
The rate is low.
Jesus.
Damn! Don't worry, BBG. It's okay, you'll get him next time.
I don't have a single life worth saving.
So Rush, how are you in CS:GO? I'm curious.
For me, I just use like an SM, like an automatic like close range automatic and just spray and pray for like the first 3 rounds, and I
What?
guarantee like 3 points that way. Yeah, or 3 to 5.
You know what?
points.
That is completely reasonable. That's completely reasonable.
Tell me, is the tipsy wearing off, Fanny?
Huh?
Is the tipsy wearing off, or are you still a bit drunk?
Tipsy is wearing off. Soon I'll be able to like communicate with you properly. Fuck me in the asshole!
No.
Still a bit tipsy.
Later.
I mean, I was really hoping for that pegging.
I'm just walking around.
Spike planted. For you.
Damn.
Shit.
So you know, you can go in that smoke, your vision's just limited.
I'm behind in the smoke.
Yeah, you can go in the smoke.
And her smellies.
Together,
Air
together.
in the smoke. There's a lot of smoke.
Yeah,
You
you
know what
can
I'm
just...
gonna
That's the thing, that's the ult.
One enemy remaining.
One left.
Smart.
There's a spike.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Oh my god, Resh. Oh, I'm gonna think about this tonight. I'm gonna fall asleep with sweet dreams tonight.
Please, 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 please. Okay.
Please what? Please what?
Damn.
Can you get a gun for me, Rush?
There.
No, not that one. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. Keep it.
Okay.
Dude, I haven't been playing as hot as I want to.
Yeah, pick it up, bestie.
I am sorry. You know what? No excuses for me. The alcohol's wearing off. I gotta be better. I'm gonna drink water and hydrate.
Alcohol's wearing off. What the hell are you on about? Here, for that, I'm gonna drink. Kampai. Mm.
You know what? Fuck off!
Shots
Stop.
have you taken?
He's like 12 now.
You should stop that. That's not good for your liver. I should
bad.
know.
Who's the one with like 6
it's fine.
shots that I got on?
Yeah, one middle.
There they are.
Oh,
Several middle.
No, not well.
Ollie, 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 Ollie. Oh.
How did I lose that fight?
3v1, that's what. You know, one day I'm gonna get so
Spike
drunk
planted.
and I'm gonna randomly call VTubers
Last player
who
standing.
I've befriended these past several months.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! 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 Sorry for those noises. I didn't mean to.
So meaningless.
Yo, who did that? That was crazy.
Them to me.
Alright, I'm saving for operator.
God, I should probably save a little bit. Yeah, I'm saving. We literally are broke ass bitches club right now.
I'm behind your ass, don't worry.
Did they pick anywhere else, or is it just A so far?
It's just been A from what I've seen.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Let's just full stack A, maybe.
Cover going out.
I hear A, right?
Cover going out.
There we are. Hey.
Spike down.
Oh my god, why do they all fuck me over?
Two, up.
Go to A, go to A.
Last player standing.
Shit.
no, shit, yo.
I got distracted by that drone.
I don't got a gun.
Oops.
Yeah, we didn't. Damn. Just an ace too, unfortunate.
Only human.
Okay.
Fuck. I'm gonna buy the poor man's AK.
I got Sentinel. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Sentinel.
Yes.
At the op, damn.
Yes.
He's going off.
You're gonna eat some breakfast and read the news. Have a good day, Yerbo.
Did they really say fuck it?
They're on B side, they're on B.
Coming.
Wow.
Oh, I got killed already.
Nice, nice, nice.
Spike planted.
Under here.
Fuck, help me out.
No charges.
Very, they're close.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Up on red. A crate, big crate.
You will not kill my allies.
Stealing sight.
You know what?
Nice try.
I could have backed out from the smoke. My smoke wasn't optimal. I apologize for throwing intentionally on purpose by accident. Yikes.
Wait, how do I? Hold on. There you go.
How do you what? How do you what? Which one, guys? Good one.
Fuck. Alright, that's fine. Let's get safe.
Recon bolt destroyed.
Wall raised.
Oh, that's not good.
Enemy spotted mid.
Next time sounds like.
It's an A, it's an A.
Come in A, come in A. Come in A.
Out of turn.
Enemy spotted A.
122 to run.
Last player standing.
I am. They're gonna just push it, aren't they?
Planted.
Shadows traveling.
Fuck me!
That was good effort. That was a really good
That
effort.
wasn't no,
honestly.
that was that was dog water. Man, one tapped me in the head and said good night, kisses. All right.
Okay, you know what?
He literally just took me out on a date and tucked me into bed.
I'm literally gonna judge them right now. Okay. Watch this.
Bro. They fuck. How do I explain this? They read me a good night story, a bedtime story, and all that shit. It was crazy. I need to know what happens next. They left me on a cliffhanger.
Revealing area.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted B.
No shit, is that kitchen?
Where you are, bastard!
Oh, they're making it on to site. They're making it on to site.
Spike
Fuck
down.
me!
B.
Fuck!
Spikes down mid.
Spike spotted B.
Fuck. Here, watch the.
In the tube.
Yeah, the tube. Oh, behind you.
Nice shit.
Behind you.
Shit.
Okay, never mind.
I think
Sorry.
he's in mid. Our spawn.
Last player standing.
Oh, why am I getting links like
Just
that?
be quiet,
Affiliate
be
for
quiet.
free? Yeah. New bot, nice.
Jeez.
No, I could have sat back on the
Charge
other
your
side of the fucking
batteries.
thing.
And I need
Not
a
sat
recharge.
It's okay. This is a T-sided game, or a T-sided map.
Need a drop.
So to say.
Totally. Yeah. For sure.
This is based on over here.
There we go. I don't know how
What if I
to
just
use
did
this
this?
Mexican's thing. Jesus.
Out of here, bitches! Woo!
145 on the army. He's up on rafters.
Quiet.
Behind
Good job.
you guys.
Spike down A.
What?
Mara, what?
I don't actually know. Oh, he teleported up there behind me. Shot me. That's great.
Hi, Quattro. Thank
What
you
the
for the ball.
fuck? She just knows! Oh my god, she's got a big cock.
Just like you like him, eh?
Oh no, that's a bad weapon.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Jesus,
So fucking unfortunate.
That was so good. Oh my god.
Nice try, nice try.
That was a really good effort.
Last round before the switch.
Don't worry, don't worry. I believe in him.
You have. We lose it anyway.
The tables have turned on us. Have you seen that shit? Literally almost the same score.
Yeah.
From last time. Wow! Fuck, man. Lucky shot.
Spike down.
Damn.
Under the pile.
In the smoke, Faith.
Yeah.
It's like that. Say what?
Be prepared.
One enemy remaining.
You're good, you're good.
Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Fucking.
So good.
I didn't get close there.
Good job.
It was the last round. Damn.
Motherfucking Specsweedle.
Switching sides.
I can't be away for long.
Yeah, now we gotta actually play the game. Fuck.
Reloading.
I feel like we should go all D.
Hey, Tat.
Oh, they're getting freaky with me in the chat. Fuck.
What? You just sprinted across the room, jumped on me, and sprinted away. Why are you?
I'll be.
Ian.
B.
I'll be. Okay, he's all
Ian,
B.
we need you B.
Sorry, I don't know if you could hear my fucking cat screaming at me while jumping around the room.
For you. Your fault.
Cover going out.
Back,
Cover
back.
going out.
Barrier created. Multiple enemies B.
Planted.
Oh shit, flank, two flank.
Headshot.
Are you going both?
Coming from long.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Ass fucked. Literally, go home. Do your homework, kid.
I love you.
Deep breaths, everyone.
Wait, what?
Your hearts are pounding.
What?
I'm sorry? Hello?
We could talk about this after the stream. It's okay.
That was the jet that said that in the party chat.
What? Fuck.
Reloading.
It was Resh said I love you, I can guarantee you that.
Was it?
Yeah, who else would he say it to?
Why is STFU? Fucking.
Huh?
Why is STFU fucking censored? I don't understand.
Is it?
Yeah,
You
it
can turn
is.
off your chat sensor.
Enemy spotted.
Standing ahead.
Oh, I died. Behind.
They flank all the way around.
Pre-fire.
One enemy.
Oh god, we're both dog water.
Last player
Oh my god. You got it. You got it.
That's dope.
Got a gun.
Ah, god fucking damn it.
Play time. You're
Let
good.
him
You're good.
engage. Let him engage.
Play bomb.
Good fucking
Better
job.
in every single sense, Feyru. Oh my god.
Good fucking job. Nice.
Dankeschön.
Stay alive.
Dankeschön. Bitte schon. Du bist ein, sehr cool.
Yeah.
Ja.
And a Doom cough to you too.
And a Doom cough to you too.
I was gonna say something else, but I know
I'll
that's not appropriate for Twitch anyway.
Ich bin Doomkopf OC.
What's the name of Germany in French language?
I hear mid.
Enemy spotted.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
There they are.
Omen kill.
Reloading.
Watch out for the flank.
Watch me find.
One enemy remaining.
Dropped one on the flank.
Last player standing.
Okay, he's got this. 21.
Quiet.
Oh my god, you're so fucking hot! Holy shit! Oh my god!
I'm gonna make love to you right now. Oh my god.
Let
him time.
After the
Hello?
stream, buddy. Hey.
No, not you.
After the stream, buddy. Yeah, no, even so, after the stream. Maybe.
There.
Let's go B.
Alright.
Come back to A.
Yeah, I'll go B.
I'll head to mid to B. Actually, no, I have the bomb. Sorry.
Mid, someone likes to lurk.
Throw an arrow at A.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Like that. Wall hack arrow.
Enemy spotted B.
Oh, it fucking bounced all the way back to my spot. That was a mistake.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Cover going out.
Healing.
What the fuck? Oh my god, so much better. Oh my gosh, he's got this?
There.
Game bomb now or?
Feeling sight.
Wait, did he get that kill? What?
Under you.
Reshii, have the bomb.
200. Last on B, so it's like.
One
Yeah.
enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Just rotate.
Under y'all. Turn around. There, on that side.
Do I have enough time to go all the way?
Yeah, 30 seconds is more than enough time to rotate the entire map.
30 seconds left.
I'm just gonna go through this one.
Yeah. Haha.
Cover. It's time to cover.
Side corner.
Last
Found
player
them.
standing.
Play for long.
Shot right at them with that instead with my gun.
Evan?
Holy shit,
Damn.
I can't aim.
Nice try.
It's okay.
Oh, hello, Visk. How are you
6-9.
today?
That's the score.
No, I am 12 shots in right now.
That's a funny, not religious number.
Time to stock back up.
Also,
Yeah, I'm listening
wait. hold on.
undisclosed
Am I?
music
Okay,
right now.
Alright, I'm muted. Listen, I just want to say, I'm
Very
glad you're
banging.
here right now.
Like how I bang your
Because-
mom on the daily.
Oh my god, Annie. Jesus God.
Oh, mid to B. How's that?
It's nice to see you here, though.
Mid to B.
I enjoy your presence more than anything right now.
Shadows traveling.
I'm drunk here.
Scanning ahead. Found.
Get me out of this.
What? What?
Our spike carrier is dead.
Bro,
Okay.
bro.
Spike down
Okay.
mid.
Okay.
Last player standing.
I'm only drunk because it's a weekend, okay? If it's a weekend, then it's an excuse for me to drink. If I'm not visiting my friend's place. And if she's not around, then here I am, memeing it up with Anna Milky and other people on stream while being drunk right now. And I love it. I enjoy your Presprekin, however the fuck you spell it. What? 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 Hold on. I'm drunk right now. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I have to... Fuck. Fuck. Hold on. Wait. There you go. Okay, sorry, I'm saving.
I have the spike. Enemy spotted A.
One back A site.
Spike carrier is dead.
Spike
Oh
down.
my god.
Last player standing.
How did I not even hit the?
I enjoy... Oh, your presence. Oh, my bad.
Bro,
Sorry.
I curved their body. With a fucking... My god. Magnetic forces pulling me away from their bodies. It's unfortunate.
Alright, I have operator. We win by default.
Alright, show me how to use it, baby.
Will do.
Are we going B? I don't know if this L drone is actually worth anything.
Here we go. Look at that, look at that, look at that.
Nice, nice.
Cover going out.
No! I should have
down.
saved you.
I only got 52.
To my right.
Last player standing.
Well, you showed me how to use it, didn't you?
Defenders win.
GG's.
Yeah,
GG's.
I did.
Last game, Rush.
No worries.
Reshii, you going to bed? You want me to tell you when?
No. No.
Good.
What do you mean no?
No.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
No.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Wait, hold on 1 second.
You sound really down.
I'm not
You okay?
down. No, I'm not down. And especially I'm not down bad right now, okay? I'm like,
I never said you were. I never implied that. Okay.
good. I will never be down bad, alright? I will never be down bad for anyone or anything. Okay?
Not even for me. Fuck.
No, you're an exception, don't worry. Don't worry.
We living. We living.
One second. Okay. Listen. Wait.
Oh, fuck.
Wait. Big.
Trying to.
Hold on. Okay. You're 2 months. Listen. I am a fucking... Wait, hold on. You come here. If you have the time, you come here right now. Alright? You play Team Fortress 2 with me. I will carry you through an MVM match right now. Okay, while I'm drunk. That will be my promise to you, okay, for this stream. Alright? If you're down for it. If you're not, that's fine. Alright? And I will definitely wait. Man versus machine. Yes. Right now. Hold on. I will definitely drink two shots for this occasion. Alright. Okay. Yes. MVM. That it for Val. Yeah, that's it for Val. Valorant. Jerky. Sorry about that. Specs. Listen, I'm so good at MVM. You have absolutely no clue. Alright. You should see how good I am for a sniper. For a fucking MVM. If not, then like, what was it? Medic as well. But then again, I'm pretty fucking drunk right now, so. But, however, I have nothing planned too much for today. For this upcoming day. Hold on, let me drink some Monster. Give me a second. Hold on. The healer Korean lady was sick as fuck. Listen, Fairy is very good. I would give her props to that. 100%. Okay, let me actually. Oh, hold on. Let me unmute.
Peg me.
Peg you? Is that what you asked for?
See, that's what I tell you. I know what he likes. Fuck.
Shut
Let's fucking go.
Shut the fuck up.
Just want to get his attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, everybody, that is it for Valorant. I know. I'm so sorry.
Thanks for playing. It was nice meeting you.
It was
nice
it was so great meeting you, Fairy.
Thanks for carrying.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You
Good night,
and Specs as well.
Wait, hold on, Fairy. Wait, give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll send you a text. Hold on. Hold on, give me a second. You can continue to end the stream for yourself, Resh.
No, you're fine. Okay, hold on. I'm still alive. I'm still well and alive right now. So, I have nothing else going on right now. So
what else do you?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play some.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna play some Team Fortress 2. That's what I'm feeling for right now. All right.
No worries.
Okay. But if you're good for the night, then I will let you go, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Thanks for the game.
I mean, I would play TF2, but I don't think I have it installed. Not gonna lie.
Don't worry about it.
I worry, BBG. Don't worry.
It's fine.
It's not fun. It's not fun.
Okay.
Okay, what? What do you want?
Nothing. Listen.
Stupid.
Listen. I just want to say thank you. You've been a great fucking friend. All right. Ever since I laid eyes on you with your fucking maid dress. All right, during that one stream, okay?
Heyo? That laugh kind of concerns me.
It's okay. That's my drunken laugh. All right.
Yeah. Come on, sober up. Grab some water. Make sure you stay hydrated, okay?
I have no water right now. All I have is Monster.
That is
and
literally
tequila.
impossible unless you live in the state of California, which I know you don't.
I do not live in California, actually. No.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Okay.
Risk redeemed hydrate. Too bad for you. I don't have water with me. I have Monster Energy, so I will hydrate with Monster.
That's not proper.
Have some water before you sleep.
Also, Rembrandt, you're a cringe nanny, baby. Suck it up. Sorry, that's routine in my fucking.
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly okay.
I call you a cringe nanny, baby.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, baby.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night. I love you guys.
Alright. I'm
so
gonna
long.
piss speed run. Actually, not speed run. I can take my time with this bitch.
you got time. You might as well use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Pissing. And on that note, I end stream.
You end stream?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Alright. You guys have a good night.
I really fucking. Damn. Dude, I get pissed right now.
Just go already, then.
Huh?
Just go.
Just go. If you need to piss, take the piss.
You're not waiting for
No. I have water. Don't worry. I have water.
I will literally piss.
Not on the gaming chair. Don't piss on the gaming chair.
Not on what?
Don't piss on the gaming chair. I swear to God, please do not piss on the gaming
Mom,
chair.
they found the piss chair. They found the piss chair.
I have a story about that, but I don't know if I can tell it.
Later.
It wasn't
Do it on a different stream. Do it on a later stream. Don't worry.
Piss chair? The piss chair?
story is, it's not me.
Uh-huh.
And it was while I was in the military. It was guys I knew while I was in.
Oh. What the fuck?
They created the piss chair.
The piss drawer.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I know the piss drawer.
The fucking piss jar.
What the
I thought
fuck?
only toddlers do that. Oh my god.
Oh, I have a nut button. You press it.
Oh,
It says.
I piss in the drawer on the daily.
I remember when I was having like a sleepover with this one kid, and what was it? His mother. What was it? No, like when he like spilled his cereal or some shit like that, he put the cereal underneath the rug, and his mother found his mother was like stepping on the rug, and she was like wondering like what's with all the crunching sound, and looked underneath and saw all the fucking frosted flakes.
You know what? When I think about crunching noises and like a rug,
yeah,
I'd be pretty happy to see cereal instead of what I was thinking. I'm not gonna lie.
What were you thinking?
You know, dried up cumin without the mint, the in.
Okay, don't say anything else. Don't worry. I understand.
Just end the stream and we'll talk about it after.
Wait, you haven't ended stream?
No.
That's why I said I wasn't gonna tell the story. You're still
Damn.
No, this is rated R18 anyway, so
like I said,
don't worry about it.
cumin. It's cumin. You know.
Cumin, right?
Cumin? Just spelled a bit weirdly.
Cumin,
it's a different brand, I promise.
Okay. You know what? Yeah.
I know what.
Okay. Alright. Alright. It's time for me to get some rest, actually. I wanted to play some TF2, but I know that's not. It's not
pocket
possible.
editing.
Wait, you're still up for that?
Yeah, man. I'm way past the point where I have to go to bed, so I'm ruining my sleep schedule again. Apparently.
Okay. You know
For,
what?
like the upteenth time in a goddamn row. I literally just got it fixed yesterday.
Okay.
Fix it right now.
No.
I can't. It's too late.
Fuck it up again.
Nah, it's
Easy
too
fix.
late for that. Yeah.
I've already fucked it up. my best bet at this point is taking some more sleep medication.
Yeah.
Until I pretty much have to go to bed to deal with it, and then going to bed and then just trying not to sleep into it. That would be my option at this point.
It's okay, I gotcha. I am literally booting up TF2 as we speak right now.
Alright, I'm a dip, okay?
Okay.
Have a good night.
All
I'm
right.
gonna try to be better tomorrow.
Love you,
Smile.
Annie. Bye bye.
Love you, BB.
Alright. Okay. Let me pull up to. Oh my god, this is so loud.
Oh, I still have like all of my coke too. I'm gonna probably get it for a while.
Nice, nice. Give me a second. Where's Team Fortress? There we go. Let me make this bigger. Ooh. No, it still needs to be bigger. There we go. Now, you guys get to see how I drunkenly play this game. Fucking drunk.
I almost feel bad that you are significantly more intoxicated than I am. Like, I've had like 4 or 5 drinks, which is more than I usually have in 2 to 3 months nowadays.
Listen. This is Jose Cuervo we're talking about, but even though it's so fucking cheap, like fucking $20 a bottle, alright, this is 40% alcohol. Not only that, I have 10 shots in or more as of right now.
You have like 13.
Yes.
I mean, fucking. I was drinking Irish whiskey. It's 40%.
Yeah.
Writer's tea.
Listen, Visk. You come here right now, I will give you an MVM ticket right now to play a campaign with us before I go to sleep.
Why would you need it?
Yes.
Oh, for the reward ones.
Yes. Hold on. I will show you right now.
If we're doing that, the only thing I can really bring is a medic. It's the only thing I really have any gear for.
That is perfectly okay. Hold on. Where is it? Featured. Where the hell is it?
I don't actually like using the back.
Ticket. Search ticket. Where's the ticket? Here we go. Hold on. There we go. Boom. Yes. Add funds. Yes.
I might have to buy myself one of these tickets too here.
No, don't worry. No.
All right. I don't know how this works, so.
This is my gift to you. Okay.
All right.
Yes. Look at that. Not usable. Oh no. Tradable after. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. I should have more tickets. Hold on. Maybe to another player.
They're $1.23.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm 2 cents short. God damn it.
Listen, Visk, where the hell are you right now? Come here. I will give you the ticket right now. Actually, hold on. Let me give the first one to... There we go. You should get the notification by now. Visk, listen. This is... Your presence is the best presence ever. Okay. Hold on. Here. And let me get this out of these. Hold on. Ticket. Here you go. Oh, I have 4 of these. Okay. Perfect. Here we go. Yes, this is a gift. Accept the trade, Alk. I swear to God.
Sorry, you just didn't have it loaded last time I looked at it. Heating up with fucking...
Okay. Oh, I have to verify it on Steam mobile app. What the fuck, man? Okay, 1 second.
It's because this is a fairly new account.
This is perfectly fine. Hold on. There we go. Yes, please confirm an action on Steam. Yes, I will do that. Hold on. I can't even tap on my phone well enough. Okay.
Pushes what am I smoking?
It's on the offer. Okay, cool. Alright. Here. Forward me your profile URL. I will add you as a friend and I will send you the trade request for this ticket.
My fucking computer's breaking. I launched
Yes.
TF2 for the first time forever and my computer fucking broke.
Oh damn. I know that feel. Don't worry. I had like a really terrible like laptop at the time where like even the latch for like between the monitor and the keyboard was like falling apart to the point where I had to like use a bookshelf in order to keep it afloat. I was still playing TF2 and I was fucking 14 years old at the time. Oh my god. Jeez. Alright. Hold on. Copy this. Cancel.
This girl I'm talking
Add
to.
Okay.
She want to know a top 10 anime. It's a lot of anime to name off the top of my head.
There we go. Wait, no. Yes. Alright. There you go. Let me add you. Wait, how do I... Oh, okay. Friends. Search for... No, add a friend. Okay. Oh, there you are. Look at that. Nice. Okay. Then, if you have the time, you can share me a PNG, and I'll get you in.
Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries, man. Here we go.
Should I give you my...
Whichever
my
you
PNG
want.
or my model?
Whichever you want. However you want to be seen as is fine by me. Yeah. Don't worry, it's late at night. Okay.
I'll just hold that and give you my model. I haven't used it on my stream yet.
Okay. Nah, that's cool. I never like openly commented on how cool your model is, honestly. Like,
Thank you.
your character concept is one of a kind, let me tell you. Oh my god. Alright.
Now I'm gonna eagerly waiting to see the PNG of this because I haven't seen it.
Let me find.
Cancel.
Good.
Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. Okay. Properties.
That's not it.
There we go. Then I got your ID.
You want me to send in this the PNG drop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or in DMs, whichever you prefer.
I'll send it in DM so I can make sure.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
I've got it saved so many times on my phone, and I don't know which one's the transparent one.
What anime do I actually think is my favorite? This question is annoying.
What you up to, Alk?
Talking to a girl. She's like, "Hey, what are you top 10 anime?" I'm like, oh,
Top
I can't
10 anime.
I can't list 10 off the top of my head. Like,
I think that's wrong.
Yo, I have a big ass fucking. What do you call it?
you know, I'll check my anime list.
I have a huge fucking backlog for anime.
Are you
Like
kidding
half
me?
the time, I don't even have the time to watch to watch anime at this point.
Oh, speaking of, I know there's one episode that came out like 24 hours ago. Something like.
Ah. Oh, this
I'm
looks
not actually
nice.
gonna put. I'm watching Boku no Hero, but I'm not putting it in the top 10.
Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Alright, cool. I can make this visible. Nice.
Just get it out. Troy.
Cool. Oh my god.
Like,
Nice.
you know, I actually like.
Alright. Did I add you? Or.
Oh, neat. I like the fonts.
Here, it's fine. Sometimes I forget. Okay, no, I did add you. Cool. Let me get you in. Invite to party. Alright, I sent you an invite out.
Yeah, I got that.
Alright.
What was the name of that anime that was an idol anime but it was zombies? The season, I think it's got a season 2 coming out right now.
Oh. It had
Can't remember
zombies?
Yeah, Zombie Girl idol anime.
Zombieland Saga.
Zombieland, thank you.
Zombieland Saga.
It's so good.
I'm not an idol anime guy, and that was so good.
Here, Visk, you might have an invite or a notification coming up for trip.
Yeah. Okay,
Nice.
I need to think of 3 more anime.
Ticket.
Lists of
It's
favorite.
gonna cost dirt cheap.
You know what? I'm gonna put Oregon High School Host Club in here because I did really enjoy watching that.
Alright. Confirm an action. Yes, I will. Very nice.
Fuck.
2 more.
There you go.
I'm not gonna say Sora. I'm not gonna say
Good. Now you got it.
Evangelion. I'm not gonna say Maiden Abyss. I didn't really enjoy it.
Oh.
I don't know if I got it. Did I get it?
Actually, hold on. Let me quit TF2 very quickly.
Alright.
And reboot. Storage. There you go. Common TF2. There you go.
You know what I'm gonna put in there? I'm gonna put a Toradora because I wear my cute anime girls on my sleeve.
You have Toradora?
Yeah, I'm putting that in the top 10 list.
Hell yeah.
She's either gonna make fun of me or I don't know, but
That's
it's
taste.
gonna be worth it. Worst, what is she gonna say? Oh, it's a shitty anime. Well, now I know that I'm not interested.
Oh no.
Where's my beauty?
Fucking 3 in the morning right now. It's fine though. Perfectly okay. Oh my god, it's so loud. Alright. Oh, it's still in the game.
Oh, nice. Commander Zen, not a bad choice.
Man up. There you go. Only spot that matters. Alright. Oh, do you have the tickets or?
I don't think. Ooh, I don't think. Which...
Just confirm your backpack or notifications for both of you guys.
Did you send it as a trade-off? Or...
Yeah, I submitted the trade offer.
Oh, okay, okay. We were in like an actual trade or something. So...
Yeah.
I got you.
Let's see.
Here, Alk, do you have it or?
Trade offer canceled.
It got canceled?
Incoming offer history, yeah. That's weird.
Let me
Let me look at my inventory. Maybe we've actually went through. Got a name tag. No ticket.
I can try again.
I've got stuff I can just like. I don't need it. I don't need this name tag.
Here, let me do another trade request to you then. See if this works.
See if it
Like
works
I have
this
like a dozen anyway. Hold on. Here we go. There we go.
I'm ready. You have to redo that. I moved some junk in there.
Alright, cool.
Awaiting email confirmation.
Send offer. Okay. Alright, I made sure to send it. Did it show up? Or not yet? I don't know.
Mine's fucking broken.
I'm looking.
Alright, if not, I'll just do like a regular
It's not in the back.
MVM thing.
Maybe I have to confirm it in my email. As dumb as that sounds.
It just tells me there's an error.
Oh, what?
It won't even let me. Like, I'll go to accept it and it just says there's an error.
Alright. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do this. 1 second. Go back. We'll do boot camp. Oh, hold on.
I was mistaken.
Oh no, this is cosmetic and paint cases as usual. Oh my god. Alright. You love to see it. Alright, that's fine. No worries. We have... There we go. We'll just do a boot camp mission. We should find somebody. There we go, look at that. It's so easy. Okay. And in the meantime, let me... Alright, I'm gonna seal off this tequila bottle. However, I have like one more shot in the meantime.
My bowl is warm now. I'm gonna do a little bit of MK Ultra Shatter.
MK Ultra Shatter?
Yeah.
How strong is that?
MK Ultra is the name of the.
Ooh. Which one should I do? Oh, he's engineer. Okay.
I need something taken care of, Heavy. I know I can trust you.
I don't even know if it's good to buy. I haven't played MVM in so long.
Oh, which one are you actually? Oh, you're Soldier. Oh, Soldier's fine. I think all
Follow
you
me,
have to
Doctor.
do is to... What is it? Just get like ammunition as much as possible.
I got you. I should probably
Yeah.
swap my loadout a bit.
Or like heal for every kill is also good as well. Alright. Let me figure out what I want to do. Fire speed.
Scout down. I'm ready. Man up, ladies.
Okay.
What coward is still not ready to fight? Mascot trap!
Smoking shatter is what smoking 10 joints at once. I have absolutely no clue what you mean by that, Weedle.
Yeah, if I smoked an equal amount of shatter that I did to weed in a joint, sure, but I'm taking like little tiny.
Let's go,
bits.
let's go, let's go!
Oh no. Bro, don't kill yourself. Anyway, you should be fine. Hold on. Okay. Waiting on Demo Man and Alk.
Soldier! The spy! Let us play! Heavy wants this!
Just gonna win.
Go!
Oh, what the hell?
Oh yeah.
It's Showtime! Heavy wants this!
Fuck!
Heavy head losing!
I'll just be too shitty to do anything. Obviously.
Say goodbye to me now.
Alright. You got me, Alk?
You say this like I don't smoke weed all the fucking time. I smoked
Bros,
shatter
don't do-
twice already.
Bros, don't do
this
illicit
stream.
drugs like this wizard here, please. It's not good for your health.
Let me know if you need to start critting, because I did use the crit screen for this.
Okay, no worries.
You are a great doctor!
Heads up, engineers. A sentry buster has entered the area.
Hey, where did this one get all?
Can you see the sentry buster? Yeah, just fucking mow it down. Nice save on the sentry.
Where's the rest of the... Okay, so not like, no worries. Okay. There you go. Hello.
Move gear up!
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area.
I love this doctor!
Thanks. I wonder if I'm not actually trucking up for this game.
But we're not done yet. Now get to an upgrade station. Greed is good. Have a progress.
Oh no, you don't need to help me for this. Don't worry. I'm okay.
You just decided to get to
Hey, Heavy, I've got work for you and Sasha.
Yeah. Alright. More ammo. Backpack. Projectiles. Alright. All set.
Bring me Metal Man to fight! Soldier! The spy!
You should see like the people who have like more than 10 tours into this thing. Wait, what the fuck? You got me at a bad time. What the fuck? Oh, hello, Rum.
Hey,
Hello,
Rum.
everybody. Hi. Hello. Hi. Listen. Let me. You know what? Since you're here, let me dedicate this.
Not another one.
This
not
shot
another
to
one.
you guys. All right, to Rom, my best friend. All right, yeah, golden Showtan. This is shiny Showtan you're looking at right now.
Yeah, Showtan.
All right. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, I'm already ready. Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. Here's another shot dedicated to Rum and all of her friends and all of her followers too at the same time. All right. I love you all. All right. One second. Come back. Listen, let me tell you, Monster tastes terrible.
Yes,
I don't like
basic
Monster at all.
Non-flavored Monster Energy literally just tastes like it's what I imagine sweet battery acid tastes like.
It's like I'm drinking from a power plant. That's how that tastes. The white one?
No, it's the
I
black
never
and
tried
green
the
one.
white one before, actually.
Black and green one's so good, right?
It's just the plain one. We're not talking about any flavors.
You get like the low carb, no sugar, calorie, whatever. If it's the white.
That's probably.
That's zero. I drank like one of those today.
I don't understand because like you like the Monster, Ollie liked the Monster, and I think Tantan also likes Monster. I don't know, like for me, I'm more of a Red Bull kind of guy.
Red Bull's so gross.
Yeah, it's gotta find the right flavor. Yeah, that's true. But then again, if I have to find the right flavor on an energy drink, then what's the point of getting the energy drink in the first place? You know? It's like, you know, you want to make a good first impression with an energy drink, so the regular one has to be good. Otherwise, if it's not, then people are not going to like it at all. That's how I see it, like, personally. Oh, you never had... Oh, okay, well, I'm missing it with somebody else, I'm sorry. That's good. Don't be like me, right? And drink Monster or Red Bull or any sort of caffeine. Please don't. You like me, man.
You need to shoot the Sentry Buster.
Oh yeah. Where do I? How do I? Hold on. Monster coffee exists. You know what else exists? Hold on. You know what else exists? Coca-Cola coffee. It's a mix of Coca-Cola and coffee at the same time.
Have you had it though?
Yeah, I've had it.
It's actually which one?
Like, it literally wakes you up so bad.
I actually like it.
It's like the kind of coffee that actually works.
Just face tank.
Another sentry buster has entered the area.
No, I'm not talking about Molotov, by the way.
I have no weapon!
It's the fucking Sentry Buster. You haven't even stopped it.
Thank you, Doctor!
Also, thank you, G-Train, for the follow. I really appreciate it. If you don't know what we're playing right now, we're playing
This
Team
one's got your name
Fortress
all over
2
it, big guy.
Man versus Machine. A very nice game. I love Team Fortress 2. I have, if you guys don't know, I've invested like 3,000 plus hours into this godforsaken game. I don't know why. I'll do it like this. There we go. Yeah. Red Bull tastes like... No, I don't know. For me, Red Bull tastes more like a soda than acid, honestly. Monster is the one that tastes like acid to me. I don't know. That's just me. Oh, are we going for another?
You
take another shot.
Let's go!
Okay.
Fuck! Oh!
I beat you with scissors!
Let's not do more shots, please.
Pony up,
Wait, you want me
boys.
to take another shot? Is that what you're saying?
Say don't.
Okay. Alright. I don't take another shot, so
Look, I'm gonna say this as someone with experience. You don't want to experience renal failure. Renal failure.
Protect man cold.
I can't wait till I'm 21 because I feel like me and Richard are the same person with drama.
3, 2, 1.
This is all for content. All of this is for content. Alright?
I have new item. Oh, I got it. I thought it was a great finally.
Okay, I'm ready.
I wonder if I can just heal from up here. Yeah. Let's see.
Engineer, look out for that sentry buster.
Reshii, target that sentry buster. It's close. Okay. Recharge now.
Oh my god, this Pepe is really working. But, if you guys ever heard well, yeah, if you guys ever heard when I used to work at a sushi restaurant, right, I would always, during for break,
Under my sentry buster
like, we would always have, like, yeah, we would have, like, 30 minutes to have break time. And during the break time, but with this cup of coffee, we're thinking about like 3 tablespoons of instant coffee, right? And 5 tablespoons of sugar, alright? And
that's a lot. Sniper up top.
That would that literally lasted me throughout the rest of the ship until it was over. By the time it was over, I would be like, I would be like crashing in the fucking, at the subway. At the time being, it was unhealthy for sure, but like, it made me like a little bit. It was nice. But yeah, if anything, I will let you guys know. Do not rely on caffeine too much, is all I'm gonna say. Otherwise, you're just gonna get too addicted to it, like I did in the past.
And you guys who took the caffeine pills.
Yeah. Well, that was almost close.
I love this doctor!
Here we go. Oh, we're almost done. Just like one more giant guy.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area.
They really hate you card sentry.
Yeah, they
For the moment, I'm giving you a bonus.
I wonder if the engineer has a return upgrade for his teleporter. Probably not.
He's
Nope.
at work.
Never mind. Die. I'm not gonna run all the way back. You go as far as green tea. You know what? Green tea is a very good. Is a very good drink, especially to start the day and to end the day as well. You know, controls your metabolism as well. I like it a lot. Get knocked back, rage, kill. Good enough for me.
Go, go, go!
Do appreciate everybody coming in. Thank you for joining. Thank you for putting up with with my drunken ignorance, for sure. Hold on. Okay. I'm good.
I am ready.
Alright. I will play rock, paper, scissors. I will win.
Everybody ready?
Yes!
I beat you with paper.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the engineers mentioned he's got that right now.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Oh, we're waiting on demo. Okay. What time is it now? It's 4 o'clock. Fuck. Oh man.
It's 3 o'clock. What do you mean?
Oh, 3 o'clock over there? Oh.
Yes, 3 o'clock.
Damn.
You're good.
I'm here on Eastern. 4 o'clock in the morning. I like have my alarm up on 6 o'clock. I only have like maybe like less than 2 hours of sleep time at this point. It's fine.
Our engineer is back. Double tower, cut bomb. Soldier,
Oh, no.
spy. Help!
I got stuff coming to the top, man.
Good achievement. Yeah, I'm coming up now. Oh, power's coming, yeah. People don't know, but like, if you like keep like any enemy intact with the bomb for too long, then they'll like start to get like buffs at the same time, like
they get buffed
defense, health, and attack.
Attention, engineers. We've got a sentry
Thank
buster.
you, Doctor.
Stay near the I don't have any recharge for 15 seconds.
It's fine. That's pretty good, actually. Is there Scout? Okay, Scout's fine.
Scout's got like, Scout's got almost as much HP as you.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Like, every time he gains, like, every time he jumps on the ground, he goes, like, overheal. Guaranteed. Is really good for him.
I just have, like, maxed out, I have maxed out overheal, so you have, like, 750 HP.
Okay. That's a good strat. Yeah. Fun fact, if you...
That's an engineer.
Fun fact, if you don't abide by the
Another
medic,
sentry
you're,
buster
like,
has entered the area.
you're definitely gonna get, like, maybe, you're definitely gonna get to be banned. No, not banned, like, kicked from the game as a result.
You don't buy anything?
Here. Come over here to help Scout.
Yep, I got him.
Oh, this guy's coming up. Come on.
Just shoot him. You got a quick streak for a little while here. If they're still alive, I've got an actual overcharge.
trick is not to hit heavy, otherwise medics will trigger.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the
Yeah,
area.
but we have to like, slap.
Yeah, I got that.
It's got to shoot at someone. How did I die to that? I got bounced. I shouldn't. No, this is my watch.
Uh-oh.
I can't res. I
That's
can
not
res you when I
good.
get
That's
back.
not good.
When I res, I'll go res you.
Darker my heart has its friend.
Okay, that's fine.
Just make him mad. You are great, Doctor. I can't do way to kill cows. Thank you, Doctor!
Oh, it's just one more giant.
Eating away. Good. Greed is good. Have a break.
Oh.
Administrator wants this taken care of, Heavy. No loose ends.
Yes.
Alright, max overheal expert.
Wait a minute, who
Canteen
left?
specialist.
Who left?
Let's go. The demo man disconnected.
Oh, the demo man? Oh, okay.
I am ready.
That's fine.
Who is not ready?
Can make do without him, don't worry. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you
make
were
you so
memeing
fat.
about the caffeine, alcohol.
Yeah, caffeine increases.
Let's go,
the
let's
rate
go,
of
let's go.
Just your body rottens.
Pony up, boys.
Your metabolism.
Okay.
Caffeine keeps you awake by increasing effectively how fast your body is running.
Ah, okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I see now.
Where'd the scout go? I wanted to see if I could use him to jump across here.
Oh, we got a guy coming in. Okay, cool. Hopefully he comes in on time. In the meantime, I'll be drinking a little bit. Well, hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna seal this. Seal the tequila, because this is the last I'm gonna drink the tequila. By the time I wake up, it's probably gonna be like maybe 6 o'clock p.m.
I've done that recently.
Yeah.
Manco is under attack. You must defend it. 5, 4.
Engineer is back.
1.
Yes.
Oh, it's just one guy. Okay. Like one huge giant right here. Okay. No worries. He's a fucking cake.
What if we just
even
put you up
need
here?
a medic at this point?
You don't? Okay. You don't need the medic.
Engineer, look out for that sentry buster.
Watch out for the sentry busters.
Help me. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Now, tiny giant!
Oh. Nice. Does he have? No, he doesn't. No worries. Who's the next guy?
Another sentry buster has entered the area.
Oh, my overcharge is back up.
What this man sends baby to fight?
Circles of power. There you go. Watch out, missionary. Watch out, missionary.
Medic!
Come on! Still is fuck heavy. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor!
Nice, nice, nice.
Alert! Another sentry buster has entered the area.
Oh my god. Jeez. It's so easy. Oh my god.
Like heavy pocket medic. Yeah. Your job is to literally stand still and hold down the button.
Yeah, just stand still and just tank
and
all
my job,
attacks.
I don't even need to hold down the left. Fuck you. I have to press middle click for this cool.
You know what was very challenging? The expert campaign. They were definitely much harder than these ones here. But like this campaign here is the most valuable in terms of the reward you get.
Yes, I like this new weapon. Sniper!
Like 3 more left. Does he have medics with him? No, he doesn't. There you go.
Yellow man is spy! I see spy!
Heavy coming in 5 seconds.
You are dead, Doctor!
Another sentry buster has entered the area.
Oh, okay, no. So one more giant.
I'll get you an upgrade station and prepare for the next wave.
Okay.
I'm giving you a bonus.
Alright, I got it right here.
Get going!
Take the damn
What?
teleporter.
What? Okay.
Heavy,
Good night.
calling here.
Yeah, have a
I've
good
got
night,
work.
Tantan. We're almost done here, so don't worry. Thank you for the good night. You know, either way.
I can't.
Have a good night. I love you. Alright. Okay. Last one. This is our last wave, so we're gonna make this our last drink. For sure. And then I'm gonna sleep the whole day through. Guaranteed. Okay?
I love this doctor!
Don't hit me, Scout. Don't hit me, Scout. Get the hell out of here. Okay. Let me get my stuff. Nice.
Y'all ready?
Crit resistance? No. I need explosive resistance.
I got a little bit of each resistance.
Bullet movement? Oh, blast resistance. Okay, that's what it's called. Okay.
Shit, I forgot to.
Alright. We'll drink the last of this monster and the last of this tequila for sure. Alright. For this description. No! Are you gonna do that again? Thank you, by the way. Oh my god. I appreciate it. I really do. I really do appreciate it. Alright. Dedicate this to all the VTubers out there. Especially Visk. You a real one, my brother. Alright. 1 second. Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Almost make it.
Alright. For real. No more drinking.
Let
That's
us
it.
begin!
I'm good now.
Thanks for right!
This is it. The final wave.
Engineer is credit to
Oh, no, 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 no,
team!
no. Give me back, give me back, give me back. Thank you.
Engineer is credit! Spy!
Alright, I'm ready.
Kite cowards!
Soldier coming up. Oh, watch out for Pyro coming from the stairs.
Engineer, look out for that sentry buster.
Yeah, I got your back. There you go.
So, we're a good team! Soldier, it's fine! I spy this my little arm!
Oh, you're hit? Oh, wow.
Where were you?
Burst fire demo literally exploded.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine. You'll be okay, you'll be okay. Only stuff I should be Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you didn't die now. Okay,
No, I did it. I am incredibly fast now. I'm the same speed with or without the,
You are great, doctor! Oh, run! I'm coming for you!
That's so one more fire resistant heavy? And one more rapid fire zone. Okay, yeah, this last one with the medics.
I've got a regular who can charge as well.
And it's as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. That's how MVM goes. Okay. Okay. Last one, RPS. Fuck! Oh, I win. Oh my god. Alright.
How do I
Alright. That's gonna be it for me. Alright. I appreciate you guys coming around for me being drunken in front of multiple people at the same time for this this stream in this weekend for Friday. I'm going to get some rest. Alright. Wish you guys a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming around. And yeah, all I gotta say is have a good night. Be safe. Alright.
Good night.
Have a good night. Thank you for coming, Fisk. Yeah. Even though Felt's fucking Scott. Fuck.
You know what?
Yeah.
It was
Yeah. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna get some rest. Alright. You guys have a good one. Stay safe.
You too.
See you around. Alright, bye bye. Alright. Oh my god.